Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again. This time, in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Hello and welcome. It's day 6 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. In the Open, we have one sole leader nursing a half-point edge, whereas in the women, 4 share the lead. Anything can happen, and with tomorrow being a rest day, well, today's round is especially crucial. I'm International Master Ivan Gahauske, and I'm here with a man who has studied all the endgames in the table base. It is our resident expert, Grandmaster Yevgeny Mishra.
Studied and remembered.
Very important. And that's actually something our players will have in mind.
Right, my pleasure to be here, Jovi. And precisely as you said, round before the free day, it feels nice to win, but it feels awful, awful to lose. So while some people would, it depends on your mood, I guess, but some will kind of give it all in order to win. Some will probably reserve themselves a little bit to stay cautious, to stay solid, yeah, to make sure not to lose and spend the rest day, you know, kicking oneself for playing, you know, not very well. Exceptionally exciting day ahead, round 6, the equator, the middle of a tournament.
Exactly. We're crossing the halfway mark, and it's like 5 rounds down, 6 to go. I mean, this is a long, long tournament. And as you mentioned, you know, yesterday was a record-breaking day. We broke records in many, many ways. We had 16-year-old Abhimanyu Mishra beating Gukesh, the youngest player to have defeated a reigning world champion. And we also had a record-breaking game length of 8 hours and 30 minutes. But we'll see what is in store, because this is a tournament format. It is a long one, as we mentioned. The open section, it will have 3 time formats.
3 time controls. Yeah.
And let's bring it up for 1 time. And in the women's, it is a lot more standard with your typical 1.5 hours with that 30 minutes added after move 40. Do remember, every move, you do get that 30-second time bonus. But when it comes to the open mirror, I mean, this is a grueling, grueling time control. It's long, and the players have to share with us a lot of stamina.
Right, and once again, it makes me even more impressed by what Erdomus achieved, because I always had this feeling, if you are defending this type of depressing endgame, that pretty much you don't have a way to force a draw or make a draw, sort of. You have to endure your opponent kind of having enough. And okay, well, very, very impressive. So spending maybe more than 100 moves on 30 seconds increment, achieving this draw against Nordibek Abdusattorov. That was quite a defense.
Absolutely, because this is a tournament where there are big stakes. And perhaps that was a motivating factor for Erdomus, because take a look at this. Not only do the top 2 finishers get those 2 tickets to the 2026 candidates, they also have a lot of prize money. First place is going to be netting a lot of dosh. And maybe let's bring that graphic up to see exactly what is there in the money pot.
I remember the total being 625,000, and the first prize is 90,000.
75,000 for second place, but even more important are those golden tickets to the candidates. Let's check out what is at stake in the women's tournament, and there it's a little bit lower, but it is still an equally hefty prize fund.
Right.
Yeah,
40,000 for the winner, 31 for the second place, and so on and so forth, all the way to 23rd place.
Exactly, there is a lot at stake. And this is the round before tomorrow's free day. So let's head over to Charlie's, where she can bring us more of the action from the floor.
Welcome back to the playing hall where round 6 is about to start as players are coming in ready for their last round before the free day. Let's hear from our chief officer, Laurent Fred, about how things are going. Laurent, hi, big tournament, big job, how's it going?
Hi, so far so good. As you know, yesterday we had a very long game, a kind of record-lasting game, but was exciting and finished well. So I think, generally speaking, the participants are enjoying the time. Although it's a very tough event, since the very first round there are difficult matches, but the conditions are good, and I hope that it continues till the 11th round.
For a tournament this big, have you run into any problems, blips, or has it been smooth sailing?
So far, very smoothly. I mean, the atmosphere is good. The playing area, as you can see, is quite comfortable, so this plays a good role in having everything running very smoothly.
And are you enjoying your job, having a good time here in Samarkand?
Yeah, sure. That's a challenging tournament, but it's really good. I have a good team and also good interaction with the media team, as we meet several times in the day. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Laurent.
Great pleasure, and good luck for the rest.
Good luck to you. And there we go, everything's good, everyone's happy. Let's see if players are going to fight it out and really play for wins today or have quick draws. Who knows what happens before the free day. For now, back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize. It's great, actually, because a big event demands the best, the very best of the arbiters. And talking about the very best of the arbiters, we have the very best of the players. And yesterday was a momentous day. It was completely, surprising, a lot of upsets. And let's see how that impacted on the standings.
Yeah, there were surprises, but I don't know if the lead of Parham Maghsoodloo has to be taken as a surprise anymore, because he was once again spot on with his absolutely incredible level and the technique when it mattered. So yeah, absolutely deserved. 4.5 out of 5. Parham Maghsoodloo leads the tournament, but he's closely followed by 4 players.
Totally. I mean, still, it's possible for anything to happen. But take a look at those players. This is the young generation. Abhimanyu Mishra defeating world champion Gukesh. He's just 16 years old. Marcandria Maurizzi is just 18 years old. French champion Arjun Erigaisi winning yesterday. And Matthias Bluebaum, who actually did cause an upset yesterday when he beat top seed Pragnananda. And then we have 14-year-old Yazkan Edomush there, who held on for 8.5 hours against Nordibek Abdusatorov.
Yeah, as you can see, it's a youngsters' game. a lot of young players on top of the cross table.
Oh, this is a place where anything goes, and the players are highly motivated as they have one big incentive. So let's take a look at the standings in the women's. And here it's a 4-way tie, but we have some, again, big names. Vaishali, she's defending Grand Swiss champion, having won this event in 2023. Katarina Lagno, she's been a Women's World Bliss champion. Dinara Wagner from Germany, doing incredible stuff. And at the top, I just want to pinpoint Ulvia Fatalieva, who actually, she was playing chess seriously at 16. She took a pause, became an international master at 26, became European Women's Champion last year in 24, and she just seems to be playing the tournament of her life. And another.
You know what TB1 means? In this, yeah, tiebreak 1. It's an average rating. So not only she has 4 out of 5, but against the average rating of 24.88. So she's going after the Grandmaster norm for sure.
Absolutely. She has beaten, she's beaten former Women's World Champion Maria Muzicic, Alexandra Kostaniuk, and that's just to name a couple. We'll see what she does today, because take a look at today's pairings. And the pairings, they are, as always, the best of the best.
So the pairings for the women's, right?
This is
We
the
start
Open.
with the Open.
We start with tournament leader Parham Maghsoodloo, who really is a man on a mission. He's come on form. He is also playing Arjun Erigaisi, Mr. Madman on the board. You know, he is able to create chaos. That is going to be fire. We have Matthias Bluebaum against Abhimanyu Mishra. Abhimanyu Mishra, I mean, he has just seemed to leveled up in every sense of the word, in confidence, in play. He's just shown to us that chess is like a natural second language to him. And we have stars all the way down to board 20, some huge names. You have Vincent Keimer, we have Levon Aronian, Alexei Shirov playing off against Yana Pomriashi. We have Maxime Vaishali, Hans Niemann, defending 23 Grand Swiss champion Vidit there. I mean, it's still all up in the air, Miro.
Right, what's not to like? And for the women's, what do we have? We have Dinara Wagner. No, Katerina Lagnova is white against Dinara Wagner. We have Fatalieva against Vaishali. And at board 3, Tan Zhongyi against Stefanova.
Yeah. And that one's actually going to be quite epic as well. Antonetta Stefanova being a women's world champion, facing off against another former women's world champion, Tan Zhongyi. And then we also have 16-year-old local hero Afruza Handamova playing off against Kazakhstan's heroine Bibisara Asalbayeva. And again, I'm looking also at some big names from China, very young, very talented part of the Olympic team. Guo Qi, we also have Song Yuxin, and of course, Tan Zhongyi.
Right, and Anna Muzichuk on 2.5, so 50% only for the top seed.
Yes, she finally won a game yesterday. I mean, she really suffered a lot with this first round shock loss that she had when she lost on time in a winning position. It's been difficult to recover from that, but we'll be seeing what she brings to the table today as she faces off someone that she's played in the women's candidates before, that is Nurgul Salimova. Well, as we're waiting for the action to begin, let's have a clear view of the playing hall as the players are getting ready. Some are sitting down at the boards, some are discussing things with friends just to alleviate the tension. And of course, on the top boards, well, we have some ceremonial first movers.
Right, so today, as we were informed, ceremonial first move, unsurprisingly, will be made on the first board. Right, we can see Arjun already seated, and his opponent, the tournament leader, Parham Maghsoodloo.
Yeah.
I don't see him yet, and do we know if he's already in the tournament? Yeah, there he is, Parham Maghsoodloo against Arjun Erigaisi.
Okay. And what's interesting, just to let you in on a curious fact, in the background, directly behind Arjun Erigaisi, we see 14-year-old Yazkan Adomush. Now he's going to be playing his coach, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
Wow. And yes, and this ceremonial first move is made by Rustam Kabilov, the deputy governor of Samarkand region on issues of tourism, culture and mass communications, head of General Department of Tourism. And C4, an improvement on yesterday's B4, I want to say.
It was made in consultation with Parham. Parham gave him some tips. C4. Now, is that the move that Parham will play?
He absolutely can, I want to say.
He absolutely can. I mean, he's been very impressive with the Sicilian. He's already beaten Ariane Chopra. He also beat Alireza Firouzja on the black side of Sicilian. Maybe he's going to be trying for similar strategies.
Let's play the English opening. Yeah, let's get the reverse Sicilian. If Sicilian is that good, what can possibly go wrong with a Sicilian with an extra tempo, right? That's my experience with the English opening. I always thought I'm smart, I'm playing kind of the better Sicilian, and then the positions that are like good in Sicilian, they're not so good, it turns out. In the English opening, there is no advantage for white, nowhere.
Okay, handshake, and the games are beginning.
And it is
C4.
indeed C4.
It is this move. Okay, now the question for Arjun Erigaisi, will he have prepared a response to this? Is he going to go solid? Is he going to just meet this challenge with the most uncompromising move, which is E7, E5? And here we have their face-to-face matchups, because both of them are grandmasters, as expected. Parham is the older of the two by 3 years, but when it comes to world ranking, Arjun, top 5.
Yeah, so the score in classical games is level. Both decisive games played in 2023. Parham Maghsoodloo won in Vaishali and then lost in Chennai. At both times, these were the games Parham played with white. C4, C5's on the board. I was thinking, yes, you've mentioned E5 is perhaps the most principal, accepting the reverse Sicilian. And remember Erigaisi, I think it was the second round when he played the King's Indian. So I was thinking it could be that he would just go for a knight of 60. Remember the speculative King's Indian line where
he was flying so close to the sun there, and he should have lost against Heik Matthias. So perhaps not an opening to repeat in this event, maybe to kind of keep it in the back pocket for a surprise. C4, C5, it's a symmetrical. Now, what I like about the symmetrical is, for how long will black copy white's moves?
Yeah, and in some lines you can do it for an awfully long time, right? Remember this, like when white goes knight c3, knight c6, g3, g6, bishop g2, bishop g7. You know, you can play this copycat game for a very long time. Knight f3 is much harder to keep the position symmetrical for long, because usually it indicates white's intention to go d4. Yeah.
Right.
If you go second knight f3, it's either third d4 or...
Well, let's have a bet between us. For how long do you think that they will be able?
It's going to be symmetrical.
Yes.
Let him play another move. Maybe he plays knight c6 and then it doesn't make any sense, right? I bet. So let's see the second move from black, and then we can speculate.
Then we can take a bet. Okay.
Right, so if knight f6 play, because I think, okay, if you give me first 5 moves, the total first 5 moves, I'll say less than 5 moves.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you say less
than 5 moves.
I say more than 5.
Right, so after 5 moves, I expect the position not to look identical. Yeah, black and white.
Okay, well, we will see what happens. Arjun is not at the board, so let's move on to board number 2 between Matthias Bluebaum against Abhimanyu Mishra. Now, Matthias, as you remember from yesterday, he defeated Pragnananda.
And Mishra goes for the Grunfeld, which is not as popular nowadays, I want to say. So it was the opening of everybody in Elite would play, I'd say 10 years ago. So, yeah, but later trends are Queen's Gambit or the Rogozin, you know, so Grunfeld getting somewhat forgotten. Because, well, one of the arguments, I imagine, is because it's such a broad perimeter you have to cover with black. Like, white has quite a few very dangerous systems against the Grunfeld. And, yeah, you have to remember all of them. But if you're as young as Mishra, right, I mean, well prepared, why don't you play Grunfeld?
I would say, though, that the Grunfeld is someone for intermediate level. I would not advocate the Grunfeld for a player that's just learning the game, because
it's very hard.
It's very hard to master. Also, a lot of the pawn breaks that you're doing as black are actually wrong. And instinctively, you know, it's very difficult to kind of fight with restraining the center. And this is actually what we're seeing in this whole battle. White is taking control of the center, and there we're seeing D5.
If you think of it, it's kind of an outlier opening. So you're breaking most of the opening principles you taught as the beginner.
Yeah.
Fight for the center, right? And so on. Don't move the piece for the second time. So knight to f6 to c3, taking to d5 to take on c3. e3, so you waste time, you
Yeah.
give the center and so on.
Interesting fact here, mirror.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit different because the knight is protecting e2 because I remember that
You mean the
Vaishali-
exchange sacrifice?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a little bit different. Knight to
But
e2
that's, yeah,
has occurred.
that's a different one.
And
Right, so over here, both knight a5 and knight e5 are possible. d5 being rare move, only 16 games that I can see. And
But-
bishop e3 is in, the count for bishop e3, the main move is in the thousands.
yes, bishop e3, and then you kind of get into the very, very main line where, black will eventually take the pawn on d4, and there'll be some checks, and,
So on and so forth, yeah.
Exactly.
And yeah, you have that line with bishop e3 debated on the very highest level, and Karpov-Kasparov matches come to mind as well. Yeah.
Yep.
So after d5, what the options are? So knight to a5 or knight to e5. Yeah, Mishra, interestingly, seemed to be somewhat surprised.
Yes, he is somewhat surprised, but as we saw yesterday, he's a man that is, is a young man that's able to crunch the numbers.
To kind of
And
run
calculate his way.
his computer, right?
Exactly. His internal processor was very, very impressive. I mean, I felt like I was watching something else, something very, very special in action yesterday when he just whizzed through all of these lines. He seemed to have incredible forward vision. And well, d5, he's got a choice now, as Miro says, in knight a5, knight to e5. Knight to a5, by the way, is the most popular response.
Yes, after knight to a5, white to go bishop to d3.
And then castles.
I think castles, white castles,
and
I
then-
guess. Because there is always, like, in U era, there is always an argument for, like, h4 practically everywhere, and then you hide the king on f1. And, yeah, but yeah, main move is, well, in
Main move
fact,
is
main
actually
is rook to
b1.
b1. Yeah, main move
And
is rook to b1, yeah, which
interesting.
makes sense. You unpin the c pawn, and you're getting ready to play c4.
And this is what makes the Grunfeld such a difficult opening to play with black, because after rook to b1, I mean, black really has to start chipping away at white's center. And since white is uncastled, I mean, you either have to be going e6 immediately
Or even F5.
f5. And this is why I do advocate for it being intermediate level, because you do have to understand those subtleties. When is
Yeah,
the pawn
which is
break
which, yeah.
good? When is, when is it bad? Because if white is allowed to have this big center, get castled, then white is going to strategically stand almost in a winning position.
Right, because let's pretend you say you don't know this position and you
Go
play
B6.
b6, like kind of developing the pieces as they do, right? White can go f4, you
Yeah.
know, and then you think, oh, okay, let's go f5, and white goes e5, and you might as well resign.
Exactly.
I guess, yeah, there is like no play till the end of the game.
Exactly.
You're done. So it is very, very delicate position, this.
It is, and well,
And there is also knight to e5, where white goes to b3, and then, well, from what I can see, queen a5 is the move. Not to c7. Again, I don't know what happens here. Bishop b3, queen to a5, and if white castles, black supposedly castles, but then why doesn't black castle immediately? Okay, questions.
well, it's questions for both players, and we're going to leave Abhimanyu Mishra to make his decision whether to go knight a5, knight e5, and let's move on down to board number 3, where Marcandria Maurizzi playing against Anish Giri. Now, Marcandria has started off in the most perfect way. He's had draws against Bogdan Daniel Dej, and then another draw against Tabatabai. And then, guess this, he's on a 3-win streak at the minute, winning against Atamyov, MVL, Maxim Vaishali, and Vincent Kreimer, just 18 years old. And now he has the white pieces against Anish Giri.
Right, and the opening here is the Naidov, and this particular funny line with knight to b3, which, yeah, might seem to be a mysterious move if you if you're not familiar with this line, I believe it was introduced on a high level by Polish grandmaster, who's actually present here, pardon me.
He's also
who is pleasant to talk, yes. He's pleasant to talk to, yeah. Mateusz Bartel. So he played it in Aeroflot Open in 2010s, I believe. Knight B3, voluntarily moving the knight. So he played against Boris Gelfand and one more game in the same tournament. Yeah. Knight to B3. Anticipating black to go e5, which is like very often black's here, like very often black's next move is e5. You play f3, you have to face e5. You play h3, black has e5. So you say, you know what, if you go e5 anyway, and my knight will have to move, I'll move it now. And the argument is, if black goes e5, you will play bishop g5 and fight for this d5 square. Yeah. And very often, well, e5, by the way, I believe it's playable for black, but it's, it's admitting that white's idea worked, and therefore e6 is considered to be the main move. Bishop e3. I think bishop e3, yeah, one of them. For whatever reason, I remember people putting the bishop on d2, so it must have been g4 line. So g4 is the most popular move, to such an extent that even Mishra, who is like d4, c4, and knight f3 player, had one game in this line with white. Special preparation that I've forgotten. Basically, it goes like this. I had a novelty prepared on move 15, but I couldn't make it to move 15. I forgot my own preparation.
Oh, no.
Still won the game, though.
Well done.
Yeah, so bishop e3. And I think we are walking into this sort of like Scheveningen knight of type territory.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's a choice, right? Whether black is going to go b5 or is he going to go bishop e7. And we have to mention that Anish knows his knight off inside out. He's done courses on it. He's loyal to the opening as well. So what do you expect from him? b5, knight d7, bishop e7?
b5 is kind of the main move.
b5 is the main move.
Yeah, there is. Again, it goes like this. In this particular structure, in this particular line, the pawn kind of, quote-unquote, always goes to b5. Yeah, there is no such thing as always in chess, but yeah. And therefore, you think the knight on b8 is probably flexible. You do not know yet if you go to c6 or b7 or d7. So two moves that I would consider is either bishop e7 or b7, b5. And since b5 is kind of more active, I'm already threatening b4, knight e4. Yeah, so you probably go with more active move first. So the sample line could go like b5, and then white has a3, white has f3. Bishop to b7 and queen d2, and very similar to what you call English attack against the knight off, right? Yes. f3, queen d2, castle long very often, and then g4, h4, and off we go.
So obviously Anish knows his stuff, but he's sunk into deep thought because it's not just about knowing your stuff. It's also trying to get into your opponent's mind. You're playing 18-year-old, very dangerous player who's just beaten a whole load of world-class players. Yeah. Do you walk into those main lines, potentially into very dangerous preparation, or do you try to kind of take the path less well-traveled and go bishop b7, castles, and trick your opponent?
Yeah, it could be. It could be. So basically, if you have, I'd say, as black, you have some line that you recommended in your courses, and maybe you were intending to play this line. And then all of a sudden, as a bit of a surprise, this line appears on your board. Yeah. You think, where could they possibly have prepared something new? Where is this narrow kind of, tight spot that?
Like, I mean, after
you would know the line and still you'd spend a lot of time.
It happened to me. Like after I published 2 books on the Caracan, and then I did a course, and then I'm thinking,
people started fact-checking you.
They did start fact-checking me. And it was a beautiful kind of period of time just before my book was being released where I was able to target them. But now I'm like, okay, where do I vary? How do I vary? I mean, what kind of player should I vary against? And will they have even looked at my books? I mean, oh my God, the overthinking is real, Miro. So, okay, we're going to leave Anish to decide where he's going to go and which direction to take. So let's move down to a really exciting matchup between Tabatabai, he's Iranian, playing for Alireza Firouzja, who was one of his teammates.
Yeah.
And again, so Alireza, so Tabatabai is 2001, born in 2001. Alireza Firouzja, I think, slightly younger.
I see. Yep. 2 years younger.
So it's going to be the same case for Alireza. It's someone that he's grown up playing alongside,
Knowing each
very
other very well. Yep.
just like he did against Parham Maghsoodloo. So Tabatabai, very strong player. I mean, his peak rating has been above 2,700. And he won the Aeroflot Open. I mean, anyone who wins a big Open in Russia is going to be a super strong
Very strong player, of course, yeah. So here we have Firouzja's attempt to go for the knight off. And I think he proved that he knows his knight off lines very, very well. He proved it yesterday against Sam Shankun, some very, very sharp line that Firouzja masterfully defended and later on taken over in a complex endgame. Bishop b5 check. And I used to play this line ages ago, though. And back then, Bishop d7 was considered to be the most solid, the safest option. It's a little bit dull, but it would be like a very, very solid play. While knight d7 you would choose if you wanted to play for a win, but also it was kind of apparent that the opponent also gets the most chances of getting the advantage. Castles, a7, a6, bishop d3, knight f6, c3.
Yeah, bishop to d3, I just wanted to point out, looks the ridiculous thing ever. But there is a sophisticated point.
Here and here.
Exactly. And then you get your two-pawn center. If you're left unchallenged, you're simply going to be developing your pieces. And then with the extra space in the center,
d4, and you're very comfortable, right?
Exactly. I mean, it gets even worse if black were to actually capture on d.
Yeah, cd4, then you get to develop the knight on c3.
Exactly. You get the full harmony. And the whole point is, once you've done this, is that you just sit and enjoy your space.
Yeah.
You don't need to do anything else. And if you don't capture on d4, then you're always going to have to be thinking about the possibility of e5s and d5s as well at the right time.
Right. Once again, what's interesting, if you get to build this center, one would think that bishop to b5 check and then dropping the bishop back to d3 loses you a tempo, which it does. But black puts the knight on d7, and instead in this position, after say c takes, you would actually prefer to go with the knight to c6, right? Applying more pressure on d4, having some ideas to jump to b4, and so on. g6 was played.
Yep, and okay, well, this one is going to be a battle to the end, I predict, because Alireza Firouzja, he wants that candidate spots. He needs to start motoring. And
somebody,
I know, I was going to head that, and I was like,
somebody just brought the average game length somewhat to normal length, and that was Erdoğmuş. Just made a draw against Shahryar Mamedyarov.
Okay,
on average, his games last a bit more than 100 moves.
Right.
It was 16 moves today, and it was 190 moves yesterday.
Blink and you miss it. It just reminds me of the time when, it was the year 2000, and so I decided with my mother and my sisters that we were going to celebrate
the millennium.
The millennium, and they promised us the wall of fire on the River Thames. And all we saw, I kid you not, was a speedboat going down when the clock struck 12. And
that was it.
And that was it. And then they tried to gaslight us all by saying, no, it happened, but it was so quick that you blinked, that everyone blinked and they missed it. And that's exactly what this game is.
Right.
And
so again, on board 6.
Let's head there.
Erdoğmuş against Mamedyarov.
Now, there is a reason. And we referred to it earlier on. There is a reason why these two just simply played a very quick draw, repeating the position 3 times in the space of 16 moves. It's because Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is the coach of young Yazkhan Edamush. And when you've studied together and you're guiding your protege, I think it's very difficult to play. I mean, I remember once having to play my coach, and he was like, I'm not playing against you.
Yeah, and again, would it happen sort of in a last round or round 10? You know, it'd be a different situation. But now they're both kind of in an okay spot. And Yazkhan was playing with the white pieces, somewhat tired after yesterday's game, somewhat, just a little bit, just tiny bit. And yeah, this is a relatively well-known line in the Catalan. I believe in order to kind of make the keep the position more complex, you go for a4 nowadays. And queen takes used to be the main line. Bishop d2. Bishop d2 is a fancy move, by the way. If you're not aware what to do here, you might go knight d7, and then after bishop a5, the funny move, bishop a5, say rook c8, and I believe it's knight d2 first, but eventually white might actually go b4, lock out the bishop on a5. Very important to control the c5 square, and white might be better. But the antidote to this is bishop to e4, queen c1, and back to b7. Seems like black's losing time, but what to do for white? The black knight is still on b8, so bishop a5 will be met with knight c6. If you go knight c3, then there is no bishop a5, and in this line, knight on c3 is not very well placed. You want to go knight d2, b3, and then to a5 or c5.
Yeah.
So there are ways to continue. I believe rook d1 is one, bishop f4 is the other one, but yeah, queen c2, bishop e4, queen c1, bishop e4, and that was it.
That was it, yes. Well, okay, very instructive, to know this antidote. So let's rewind and go back to board 5, where we have Maxim Rothstein playing against Nordibek Abdusatorov. And we did see earlier on in the tournament Maxim in action as he played against Alireza Firouzja. There, Alireza was the one who managed to win, but it was very much that kind of Catalan type system where Maxim just likes his pleasant space advantage, natural development, and the onus is now on Nordibek to break out to basically determine the pace of the game.
Right, and that's a very, very modern system, very new, very in system Nordibek's playing. So a check and bishop e7. Okay, there is nothing new about check and bishop e7. That's been played a million times. Bishop g2 castles, knight d7, queen c2, c6, bishop f4. And then kind of the main lines would go b6, bishop b7, everything very centered. And now it turned out that if black goes a5 and then h6, and somehow white is running out of moves. Because what do you do, Jovi? Like, if you place the knight on c3, you really, really have to be, prepared that black's going to take the pawn.
Yep.
Right? If you put the knight on d2, then this bishop is somewhat, somewhat in trouble. And I believe some people even tried to go g5 here.
Yeah.
g5, bishop to e3, and knight g4, which is quite risky, but kind of semi-approved by computer. You even can play like that. Or maybe even funnier is that you can go knight h5, and as white you don't want to trade this bishop necessarily, so you go bishop e3, and guess what? Black does, goes back to f6.
Yes, but Nordibek is not that type of player because, let's face it, he wants the candidate spots. He wants to finish in the top 2 and get to that elusive tournament. So instead, h4 was played.
h4, yeah, restricting black's ability to go.
That's a very trendy move.
Yeah, so h4, it has been seen previously. Played by the likes of Parham, Maghsoodloo, Gukesh, and other grandmasters.
You can see Grandelius, Bazayev, I mean, many grandmasters. And the antidote to that is...
To jump to g4? No? No. Yeah, it's not. They did not fully agree with black what to do against h4. Some people tried a4. Some people went knight g4. Some people went knight h5.
Yeah.
All right, but this promises us a very, very complex fight, and unlike Erdoğan, so once again a reminder, Erdoğan played this never-ending, very long game against Nordibek Abdulsattorov. Unlike Erdoğan, who made a quick draw today, Nordibek, I believe, looks once again for a very, very, not necessarily a long game, but fighting game.
Definitely.
That, yeah, if it happens to be long, so be it.
Yes.
He's also like very sporty, It feels like he's the one who can
young.
endure those
Exactly.
those games.
He wants that top spot. He wants to qualify to the candidates, because if you get to the candidates, this is the event that if you win, you're going to be challenging for the World Championship crown. And talking about world champions, we have a poll of the day where we are asking. Now, this is very interesting. Who is the best player who never became world champion? And we have some options for you. We've gone all the way back in time with Paul Morphy. We've got Viktor Korchnoi. We've got Vasil Ivanchuk. And then we've also given you other. Fill in the blanks. Now, Mira and I were discussing this on the way there. We have opinions. We have thoughts.
Opinions.
So if you want to get involved, cast your vote now.
We've discussed a different wording, though. We had it as the strongest player, and then it changes quite a bit, because the best player
Like
the strongest. We had this perception, the strongest at that given time. So he was the strongest in the world, and yet didn't win, right?
Yeah, but who's the best player also is kind of the same. So we will share our opinions later on. We think.
To be honest, with so many kind of really cool players who never became, I think other should win by a huge margin.
Are you influencing our audience? Mira, don't do that. Cast your vote now, and we will be sharing the results as we follow along the games. So knight to h5.
Knight to h5
was played, and I wonder whether e3 is going to be played.
So, from what I understand, if you move the bishop,
I think you're going to
either to e3 or all the way to c1, possibly, black will go for what do you call it, the stonewall setup, and black gets ready to play f5, f4. Black can play g5. It's quite aggressive, but quite aggressive. It's quite aggressive.
Very aggressive, guys.
Very aggressive. Yeah, it's a very aggressive play from black. But it seems black can do so in this position. h5 not being the best move in the stonewall. So you will, as white, you will eventually get attacked on the king side. So if you could undo h4, h2, you'd prefer to do so. So I imagine e2, e3.
I have seen some games with this where white literally just goes, I don't really...
Knight takes, pawn takes,
Yeah.
and this, despite like white having the double pawns, and you can take on c4 and it'd be double pawns and an isolated pawn. But I imagine with such a control over the center, so these two pawns are great. Right? h4, h5 potentially. Yeah, that seems to be very pleasant for white.
Very nice. Actually, this was the kind of pawn structure that Botvinnik made very popular, with having this isolated pawn on d4 backed up by a sibling on f4. I just wanted to mention that it looks like e3 is trapping in its own bishop. So I mean, there's
g5,
people going, what happens after g5? Well, for the time being, the bishop is safe, because you can't catch it in the middle of the board, like a move like
and if you go f6, you know what happens if you go f6? Queen g6, true, but knight g5 works as well. Yeah. I mean, basically, the refutation is queen g6, knight g7, and then knight to g5. The pawn's pinned, and queen h7 is a threat, so black loses. In fact, computer says it's checkmate in 2. Unstoppable.
Yep. So that is the tactical justification for locking in the bishop. Well, this game is going to get tense. We're going to keep a close eye on this, but we have to move along quickly because, let's face it, the stars are everywhere. You know, we have also Pragnando Gukesh playing on lower boards after their defeats yesterday. But on board 7, we have Gumelash against Nihal Sarina. Nihal won a fantastic game yesterday against Jules Massad with this beautiful beautiful configuration with rooks on e5 and f5 again. That is one game to check out. And here, this is looking like one of those IQP positions
Very
where
familiar, but yet it's
Not
very
familiar.
deceiving, you know, like a one slight twist, and it turns out that it's absolutely different, the variation is absolutely different. So, last move being bishop b4.
Can we
Yeah,
rewind and see
can
how
we check it? Yeah, yeah.
exactly? Because this
So
almost
it's
felt like a
Queen's Gambit accepted.
Aha.
So the purest form to get this isolated pawn, Queen's isolated pawn position. E3, E6, bishop takes, C5, castles, and C takes D4. Once upon a time, an early C takes D4 was considered not the most precise, if I remember well. So you'd postpone it until white kind of commits to some move, because here you let white play knight C3 and rook to E1 and bishop F4. So if you haven't exchanged on, yeah, like CD4, ED4 was not played, then the bishop cannot go to F4 yet.
The bishop f4 is a bit of an odd move because I'm very used to seeing in this particular structure with white that they're kind of developing the bishop out to g5.
Yeah, it's either or. It's either bishop e3 to keep this one safe, but then rook e1 doesn't make that much sense, right? Or bishop g5, the most aggressive, the most straightforward. Yeah. Bishop f4 is kind of dwiddle in the middle. b5, bishop b3, bishop b7, and then rook to c1. And interestingly, I feel like bishop e7 to b4, I don't like. I've seen the opposite. When you get something like that from the Nimzo, you go bishop e4 to e7.
Right.
Right now, going bishop e7 to b4, computer doesn't like as well, because it says, you know what, we can once again try to pin you, or knight to g5 even, and then very straightforward, planning, I guess, some sacrifices.
But I suspect that bishop to b4 was played because the most natural move, instead of this bishop coming out to b4, would be knight to d7, right?
I guess
Well,
c6 or d7.
c6 or d7, but if you go to d7, d5
White has
is
d5.
very strong. And if you
Right.
go to c6, d5 is even stronger.
Right. So it turns out it's, well, not very pleasant. And I said I don't necessarily like bishop b4 move, but it was, so this position has happened twice previously. And it was, in both cases, it was the move that was played.
Because everyone is worried about d5, which
Yeah.
makes sense because there's a rule, you know, that you worry about this whole advance, d4, d5, if white is very active and black
Right.
is behind in development.
Yeah, we can show that after, say, knight d7, d5, and you'd think, yeah, everything is getting swapped.
Off.
But white just wins with
Bishop
bishop
C7.
to c7. And then the bishop on e7 is hanging. You have to go here. And then bishop d6,
Yep.
from what I understand, wins material. But if you are computer, you go knight d4 because this one is even, quote-unquote, more winning.
Oh, wow.
Knight f5 being a threat, knight c6 being a threat, black can't really save anything.
Okay. Well, it just goes to show, you know, there's a lot of danger in the position, and Nihal Sarin, very dangerous player, extremely aggressive, would have understood that d5 is something to be mindful of. So that's why he's gone bishop to b4. And yeah, we expect, you know, knight to g5 is the kind of move that
Knight to g5 is somewhat
very
surprising,
scary.
yeah. So the moves, the move that was played was bishop g5, was played in both games, and then black is sort of okay, knight to d7, and then now d5 is met with bishop d5,
Yeah.
bishop d5, and e d5. Right, and there is no bishop on e7 that is hanging. There is no bishop c7 that we were playing in the previous line. Black is sort of okay; it's around equal.
But
Yeah, but if you
reason
go
why
knight
to
g5,
g5 is scary. I remember we had an English women's team training camp with our then captain John Spielman, and we were each sharing a game, and he showed one of his games where he was on the black side of this, and he said he was very worried about this knight coming to g5 because if you boot it out, just say for instance, you go h6,
h6,
knight takes
f7, and then king f7, bishop e6, king g6, I believe queen d3, and this will be it, right?
Yeah, apologies for the sound effects, but I really feel...
Yeah, no, I mean, I had to show what happens if the king takes. So rook takes, bishop takes e6, and you don't get to develop comfortably because knight d7 would run into bishop takes, rook, king takes bishop, and queen b3, right? Hitting both this and this. So after bishop b6, I imagine something like queen f8 has to be played.
But still queen b3.
Still queen b3. And if you capture this guy, rook c3, and then rook c7 the threat.
Exactly.
So you go knight c6, I imagine. And white has, yeah, it's good that I have computer running. I would say some d5 stuff. Bishop takes h6.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's not like, yeah, if you take here, take everything on f7, rook c7 at the end.
Yeah, and you can't take the bishop on h6 because of the rook.
Yeah, if you can take, you can take on h6 because bishop f7 check.
Oh, even.
And if queen takes, it's a check, king f8. I would think the same, Yovi. Yeah, let's give the human line. So we both thought that rook g3 is the move, which indeed does give white the advantage. But then, yeah, so that's the difference between rook g3 check, and then we take the take on f7. Yeah, but computer says you can take on f7, queen f7, rook g3. Now they can't go to the h file because they dropped the queen, so they have to go here, and then queen to e3.
Oh, threatening queen takes
Threatening
h6.
this, and if knight g8, you go rook f3, and you win the queen, and you win the game.
Well, you win the game regardless, but here you do it very stylishly. Well, you know what they say in chess, you know, any alert is red alert. So that's exactly what Nihal Sarin will have to be if white plays knight to g5. Or bishop g5, it's a very open position, so let's move on down. Let's leave white thinking, and let's continue on and have a look at the game between Nurbek Yakuboev against Pranav. And, well...
This one is very, very solid. So a check on b4, what do you call it? The Bogo Indian, named after Yefim Bogolubov.
Let's work our way backwards right to the beginning, because it looked like a very standard position, except with the modern day h4 being
check, bishop d2, trade here, d5, knight c3 castles, and h4.
Yeah. And knight c6 is well, it is the move, but I would always be tempted to go c5 or, you know, b6.
Yeah, it's a big question. Why can't you go c5?
You didn't play it.
So the reason for white to go h4, from what I understand, that e3 is usually met with, is it queen e7? I think it's like queen e7. We wait for white to move the bishop. And again, maybe it's not the most sophisticated way to play for white, with white, but I just want to show like how black is supposed to equalize. It takes, and I think it's either rook d8, c5, or an immediate c5. So basically going for opening the c and d files, swapping all the rooks, you know, so swapping all the horses, simplifying it to a draw. So therefore h4, and now I imagine if a move like queen e7 is played, you continue with h5, you know, disturbing the king side. Knight to c6, rook d1, and queen e7. Any games in this line? No, it's a fresh position. It's a fresh position.
Well, one thing that white has to be a little bit careful is that you've got a complete development. So I suspect we might see something like h5, h6 being flicked in for black, and then some e3, and maybe the king won't castle, but it will just kind of find a home on f1.
Well, what precisely does black do after h5?
h6.
h5, h6, and if I wanted to go g4, it's actually, it could be threatening, because knight takes, I was thinking of rook g1,
Then I was thinking,
and now the knight cannot go back up. Maybe it can. No, it cannot. Queen takes. Queen takes is devastating.
But you can go
so
f5.
you go f5, and this is where white takes on d5.
Yes.
Nah. c takes, e takes, knight takes, and it's It's a very, very strange position, I want to say. Queen d6, knight to f4. And the g file, for the time being, is closed. White king is in the center. So arguably, black has his own source of counterplay, like putting the rooks like e8, d8. This queen is not, this king is not absolutely safe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just not an easy position, actually, for both sides. But yeah, but somehow or other, I kind of think that with white going to play e3, bishop c4 check, there's a nice outpost for the knight to dance into. I'm just looking at the most direct line.
Yeah, it could be. But the thing is, yeah, knight f4, maybe
you go rook e8
start
first.
with rook e8.
Yes.
Yeah, so you move
prevent.
away from knight g6 and you stop e2, e3 because
queen
guess
takes
what?
knight.
The knight will be captured. Anyway, that's a very, very
I mean,
kind of tricky, strategically tricky position for now, which can later on become tactically tricky.
definitely.
One of the things, though, if you do not want to engage in any sort of this sharp lines, can you try to play in the Catalan fashion to go g3, bishop g, but then fact being that black did not react to your h4, it could prove to be a waste of time,
Yeah.
right? So I thought, yeah, like
Also the
g3, bishop g2, castle short, and just like play the
Yeah.
Catalan.
Oh, I like the h5, h6, e3,
Attempt, yeah.
g4. Haha. Okay, well, we'll find out the direction that white takes. But let's progress down to board number 9, where we have Pragnananda with the white pieces against Ralph Mamedov. Now, Pragnananda lost yesterday, so you know what every chess player has on their mind after losing. Revenge.
Yeah. Losing the second one, of course.
Yeah. Chess players don't forget. It's very funny. Like, they're like, no, you beat me on this time. But it's like they keep a mental note of their personal scores.
Yeah. So once again, the Grunfeld. Where do we have the Grunfeld? I've already forgotten.
We have the Grunfeld back on board number 2 between
board number
Bluebaum
2,
and
right.
Abhimanyu.
Yeah. So here, the Grunfeld again, but white goes knight to f3. Prague plays knight to f3 and e3. Castles, bishop d2. Very, very modest, very, very modest system. But
But it's interesting because Ralph is playing the Grunfeld against Prague, who regularly just punts the Grunfeld opening himself.
And it's
like
not a
this.
surprise, because at some point, Prague was working with the Grunfeld man himself, Peter Swidler.
Exactly.
So he must have been taught to play the Grunfeld and what are the annoying, kind of unpleasant systems against the
Exactly. So that's why I was thinking is a funny choice by Ralph.
Right. To engage in
Exactly.
any sort of
Like
that.
you don't normally play into your opponent's strengths unless he feels that, okay, well, he's got some special ideas up his sleeve. But okay, let's give a quick assessment on the
c5,
position.
pawn takes, knight a6, c d5, knight c5. This one's relatively well known because you can have the very similar position with colors reversed from the Catalan. You can have it, yeah, if you look at it, like imagine the bishop on g7 is the bishop on g2, right? And if white ever kind of gets to play e4, then he's just a pawn up,
Yeah.
right? But e4 is hard to organize. So bishop c4, I imagine bishop f5 could be the move. I think a6 is not bad, and basically black tries to kind of play around this pawn, stop e4, and yeah, maybe tries to get counterplay on the queen side. So what are the theoretical moves? a6 is there, bishop f5 is there. There is, I don't know, I wasn't aware this move exists. Maybe it doesn't, but b5, you can see b5 being played.
E6 also.
Yeah,
being
b5
played.
apparently is a possible move.
Knight f e4. I've seen that one in some
Yep.
shape or other.
Right. So the most popular would be just to go a6, prepare for b5, but yeah, that there are other moves possible as well.
Well, still in the realm of theory. And just having a look at who's played this particular opening with white. And okay, we have a lot of very strong players.
Artemiev, Liekwan Gliem. Who else? Yeah.
Andreev seems to have played this one with the white pieces.
And with the black pieces, you have a game from 1973 by Vasily Smyslov. So that's a very, very classical line. One game that I probably should mention is Katerina Lagno played it against Zhu Wenjun in 2017.
Yep. Okay. Well, let's come back to this one and see how this one develops, but we've got to move on because the stars continue as we progress down the boards, and we see that Gukesh is there with the white pieces against Nicholas Theodorou. Now, Nicholas is a young player from Greece. I remember that he beats Fabiano Caruana. There was a time, I think last year, where Fabiano was playing in a lot of opens, and it was
Nicholas
quite nice.
Theodorou
Was the one who beat him.
Right, so this is a very, very dangerous territory Nicholas is walking into. And why is that? Because, yeah, Petrov is a very solid opening. But also it's the opening of the World Championship, yeah, like matches, candidate tournaments, and so on. So you can expect somebody like Gukesh to have a lot of like lines prepared in the Petrov.
But the question, as always, is can you remember said lines? Because that seems to be the big key issue in today's game. We have so much data available. How does one actually keep track, first of all of this knowledge, and then store it? Because it requires an insane amount of work, which probably is humanly not possible.
No, it's not possible. Well, the players prove me wrong, sir, but I don't know how they do it. I literally don't know. As somebody who was, I've been in an embarrassing situation opening-wise. I'll tell you later.
Okay.
I won't tell this on air. Oh no, I will, since I've started. So basically it goes like that. I play the ready opening in some open tournament against an opponent of, say, 2,400.
Yes.
And I get a very sus position with white. I end up winning, very sharp, outcalculated the opponent, and then he says, but why did you choose this line? Black is more than fine, and there was a game. This line, and of course, I didn't remember there was a game. So I go, yeah, what game? And he says, your game. So I already had it with white, the same position. I didn't bother to analyze, and he analyzed it. And it was in the database.
Well, I've had
So
that
that's
situation
embarrassing.
before as well. You know, when I was doing my checkmating course, I was collecting all of these positions for checkmates, and there came one which was, I can't remember the name of this checkmate, rather embarrassingly enough, but there was one, and I was looking at the position, and I was like, okay, I've never seen this position before in my life. And so I take this position, I put it onto my search function, and I find out, like, I search for who's actually played this game, because I want to give credit to the players. Ivanka Hauska versus Hikaru Nakamura comes up.
Very nice.
And I was the one being checkmated, I'll have you know. So, yeah, I didn't even recognize it at all.
Right, but that means you're kind of a healthy human being. You tend to forget about the unpleasant experiences. Just blank on it, and it never happened.
Never happened. No, but it does I don't know. I think I remember the emotion way more than the actual position.
Yeah, the actual position.
Yeah, because
Right.
I can remember when I didn't win a winning Rook and Pawn endgame back in 2019, and that would have gotten me into the World Cup, and I was so angry with myself. Like, I even woke up in the night just thinking, why didn't I just do this? Why? And if you push me now on what position it was, I'm not sure I'd be able to tell you.
Well,
Which is like, with how ridiculous that, but I can feel the emotion that I felt. But anyway, we digress, or I digress. So let's just go to the game position where we see c5 has been played.
yeah, so c4, c6, and by the way, I should mention that bishop e7 is kind of the more popular move here, bishop e7 or knight c6, the old-fashioned one. So bishop d6, castles, castles, for c6, and then there've been various tries with rook e1, with knight c3, queen c2, c takes d5. c5, however, was only played 3 times, I believe. So it's a very rare move. Bishop c7, knight to c3, bishop f5. The alternative to this being f7, f5. So bishop f5 and
Knight g5.
Knight g5, a novelty.
It is a novelty, but I mean, it's actually quite a rare line, I would say, with this c5 concept, because you don't, as white, tend to commit the pawn structure so early, because you're always wary about, black undermining with b6, and instead, white traditionally puts pressure on the d pawn. But as it stands, bishop f5, knight to g5, this is Gukesh's new idea.
Right.
So big question.
So what happens if black takes on g5? I imagine it's kind of
Take on f5.
the most comprehensive line, right? So white gets pair of bishops. It's not like black's position is terrible. Black's probably fine after knight e6 or g6, knight e6, whatever. Yeah, but that's easy to understand. What happens after rook e8? Rook e8 apparently is wrong, because then white takes on e4 with this knight. And then if you take with the bishop, then bishop takes, pawn takes, and you see the evaluation bar climbs up, because queen h5 is a very annoying double attack.
Yeah.
That pretty much stops the game. So,
instead, we have the knight takes c3.
yeah. And that was the third one. So I thought, rook e8 is not great. There is knight g5, and there is knight takes c3. Knight takes c3, pawn takes on c3. And then I think black is advised to defend the bishop this way or another, queen to f6 or queen to c8. If you were to take on d3, then once again, white is getting very strong attack, probably decisive attack immediately. h7's hanging, you cannot play f5 because knight e6, right? And too many things hanging. You don't have this queen h4 tempo because white takes the bishop.
And also, you're forced to go.
Yeah, so here you're forced to go g6,
and then the queen
it's
can
queen
swing.
to h3, and
H5.
having said A, now
well,
you're forced to say B, and then white goes f4,
f5.
f4, f5, and it's
Battering ram is an operation. This is dangerous.
Very bad, in fact. Yeah. So over here, queen f6 or queen c8 are two moves suggested by the machine. I imagine going to g6. Going to g6 is once again bad, but not for the reason I thought it was. I thought white takes, but then, actually white takes also makes sense, but much stronger is f to f4. So we are threatening f5 and pretty much force black to go after one of those lines, take on d3 or something. So here, apparently, black has to play queen f6 or queen c8.
Okay.
So queen f6 allows white to go for something relatively forcing, it seems. White goes g4.
That's a strange move.
That's a strange move,
Bishop
but
takes.
bishop takes, queen takes, and I'm once again attacking you here. And if you go g6, then queen to h3 looks better for white, because you don't want to be going h5 here. So you play like queen to g7.
Yeah.
Then the queen is so passive, white can consider f4 or rook e1 or even an immediate knight f3 threatening bishop h6, so white gets the initiative. g4, in fact, is not as weakening as it originally seems, right? So after g4, takes, black will have to go queen to g6. And then once again, I trade on g6, hg6, and g4 is not such a terrible move.
No.
g4 is not such a terrible move. And black having captured on g6 with the pawn. Now it's harder for black to kick this horsey away. Like whenever you go f6, you have to encounter knight e6.
And you're very quick to go. So, for instance, rook
Yeah,
e1.
Rook e1.
And then I'm just thinking, okay, already like knight d7 is like, ooh.
Knight d7, rook e7.
Rook e7, exactly.
Right. So, for instance, now again, if we trust this, not very strong, but still better than us engine that we have in the studio. The only move to kind of maintain the balance is bishop a5, which is once again you don't necessarily know about it, and white could have been even trickier, starting with rook b1, and then they go b6, and then you go rook e1, and threatening rook e7. And strangely, even though that's a new position and there are no games, it looks awfully familiar. So I imagine there is a very similar line with some twist, maybe different moves order, maybe it'll be a direct transposition, a couple of moves. I don't know.
It's an interesting idea, though, because, you know, knight g5 and then this unique idea of going g4. We're going to leave Gukesh for a moment and see whether he plays g4. We'll come back to this game, but let's move down to board 10. That's
board 10.
That is board 10. Move down to board 11 because we have Vincent Keimer playing against Robert of Anisian.
Yeah, and that one, what opening is this from?
It looks like one of these retis, but like
Reti something, yeah. Bishop g2, bishop g7. And white simply went castles. That is, by the way, a very, very annoying system for the Reti players, this one. d5, g6, bishop g7.
Yeah.
Castles, because like in order to prevent e5, you have to go d4, and then you transpose into this symmetrical Grunfeld, which is like super, super solid for black. So castles, you allow e5, and you might be slightly worse already. d3, knight to c3. Well, you're playing the paired or some reversed pairs or reversed fillet or whatever you do. Full exchange on d5, rook e1, queen went to d8. Bishop g5, queen to d6, and knight d2, and queen to d7. Feels like too many moves with the queen. Knight to c4 and b7, b6.
Yeah, interesting. b6 is a little bit weird.
b6, well, understandably.
Immediately, I'm like looking at like knight takes e5.
Yeah, so what's the story with knight takes e5? It's bishop takes. Now you could have. So you could think that, you win the pawn like this, bishop c6, queen c6, rook e5, but of course, all the light squares would be weak. So the better version of it would be rook takes, knight takes, bishop takes a8. But then again, black goes c6, and it is like very, very sharp. And if we trust the computer, there's not much. Compi has a very funny suggestion in this position. It claims white to be better after this move.
Which is like...
Point being, the funny move, of course, but point being bishop takes. Now you go queen f3, and you hit both the knight and the bishop. And if bishop g7 was played, then you exchange on c6, rook to b8, and you get to take the pawn on e5 in much more favorable circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Yeah, but how do you find bishop f6? It's not your typical tactical pattern, so I'm really, really curious to see if Winston's going to find it. Right, so shall we, before we consider to go for a break, the first break of the day, shall we resolve a little bet?
Yes.
Go back to board 1 and to see that after 4 moves, after 3 moves,
you won already.
The 3 moves, it wasn't symmetrical, and now it no longer has the potential to be. Well, or it does. You might be back on track. The structure is quite symmetrical. They can still turn it into a symmetrical position. No, g3. Okay, finally, I'm safe.
Yeah, you're safe because if it's on e3, then
there was a chance. There was a chance. Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, it is action all round here on day 6 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. We are going to step aside for a short break here in Samarkand. But don't go anywhere, because during the break, we have a recap by Saga Shah, just explaining yesterday's intense, insane action. So enjoy that, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
The fifth round of the FIDE Grand Swiss in Samarkand, Uzbekistan has ended, and this is the recap and the summary of it. Let's first have a look at the most important results of the day. Here we go. Look at this. It was such a fighting round with so many decisive games that took place. In fact, if you look at the top 10 boards, there were 7 decisive results. That's not something that we have seen in the past rounds with several draws. But the big result was, of course, Parham Maghsoodloo winning against Richard Rapport to keep his sole lead. But look at the upsets there. Bluebaum managed to beat Pragnananda, and Abhimanyu Mishra managing to beat Gukesh. And we had Marcandria Maurizzi managing to beat Vincent Keimer. It seems like the players are getting a bit tired with the rest day still a round away. These are the standings. Parham keeps his sole lead with 4.5 out of 5. We have Abhimanyu Mishra, Marcandria Maurizzi, Arjun Erigaisi and Matthias Bluebaum on 4 points. Very interesting pairing that we have for round number 6 is Maghsoodloo versus Arjun Erigaisi. Amin Tabatabai takes on Alireza Firuza, the two former teammates, and Erdogmus Yas Khan, the youngster who's been much talked about, takes on his trainer Shakriyar Mamedyaro in round number 6. In the women's section, we had couple of important results there, where Dinara Wagner managed to beat Irina Bulmaga to join the leaders at the top, and Ulvia Fatalieva managed to beat Alexandra Koschenyuk with a very important tactic that she executed to also join the leaders. You can see now we have 4 players on 4 points out of 5. Fatalieva, Vaishali, Lagno and Dinara Wagner, all of them on 4 points. And maybe these two top board pairings of Lagno versus Wagner and Fatalieva versus Vaishali are going to be super critical. The big result of the day was, of course, the youngest world champion being beaten by the youngest grandmaster in the world, who had achieved this result at the age of 12 years and 4 months, Abhimanyu Mishra beating Gukesh. And we also had a very interesting picture here. The huge star from Uzbekistan, Rustam Kazimjanov, was there to make the inaugural move on the board of Nodirbek against Yas Khan Erdogmus. So a very interesting day of chess, and we had a lot of action on the board. Let me show you a few critical moments from the game. This one is from Parham Maghsoodloo's game against Richard Rapport. You can see that black is doing really well in this position. The bishop on g1 is not very active. Richard pushes his pawn to f4, attacking the rook here, and Parham just moves it to the side, and here manages to combine his rook and knight very, very well in order to actually clean up the pawns. And with these two extra pawns, Black managed to score a win. So a very fighting game, but Parham came out on top there. In the game of Pragnananda versus Matthias Bluebaum, it seemed like the game would end in a draw here. Black had to be a little bit more careful with the move knight c3 or knight f4, but went for c6, a huge mistake here. And after this, Bluebaum was absolutely clinical. He played bishop e4. There's just no way to stop either bishop d5 and knight b5. In the game, knight c3 was played, and losing the pawn here, white was a pawn up. Instead of this, if you had gone knight e7 to defend this pawn, still knight takes b5 and white is winning. So Bluebaum managed to beat Pragnananda, which was quite an upset. And Arjun Erigaisi played a very good game. He managed to beat Nikita Vityugov. The move that he played here, rook e1, was a very interesting. It's not a new idea. It has been played before in the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, but it has very few games that have been played, and so Vityugo was out of his preparation in this line of the Catalan, and Arjun managed to beat him here. Maybe a very interesting endgame was Marcandria Maurizzi against Vincent Keimer. In this position, it's actually drawn. You have to put your bishop on e7, and Vincent can hold this, but he blundered with f6, and Marcandria was winning after e6, although immediately king f8, he did not find bishop d6 check, which was the winning idea here. Bishop e7, bishop c7. It was a bit complicated here with h5 coming in, and then the king moving here. That happened in the game as well with king g4, and here it was important somehow to play king e8, and this was a draw because after h5 you have f5 check and the g5 square is controlled, but instead Vincent went king e7 as always, closer to the move 40. This was 39th move, and Marcandria got this move h5 very strong and moved his king to f5, and this endgame is winning. There was maneuvering of the bishop, and eventually a nice zugzwang was found at the end with this move g3. Black has no moves left and is losing this pawn on f6. So a good win for the French Grandmaster, and here was the longest game of the day. You can guess how many moves this game actually lasted. It was a massive 190 moves, which was huge, as Nodirbek was winning from the start of the game, but Erdogmus showed such great resilience, and even in this endgame, which was super difficult, he managed to hold his own and get the half point here after 190 moves. That was just incredible. In the women's section, Dinara Wagner managed to beat Irina Bulmaga, and I think a very interesting moment in this game was right out of the opening, when after knight b3, knight d7, g4, Dinara was very, very alert with this move d5 takes and knight b6. She knew her theory, which is what helped her to get a very, very good position out of the opening, and this helped her actually then to convert this into a victory. And then finally we had Alexandra Koschenyuk taking on Ulvia Fatalieva in this game. And in this position, it was black to play, and Fatalieva finds this beautiful move, queen d5. The threat is queen d1 check to win the rook, and he plays. She played. Kostyanyuk played rook e2, and now black to play and win, which was a very important move. Knight to g5, threatening knight h3 and queen h1 mate. f4 was played here, and after knight h3, it was resignation time for Alexandra, as after king f1, there's queen h1, and Ulvia Fatalieva managing to beat Alexandra Kostyanyuk. Well, that was the recap of round 5. I hope you enjoyed it. Stay tuned for the next round. For now, this is Sagar Shah signing off. Bye bye.
Hello, welcome back to day 6 coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Now the battles, they are in full flow, but there is plenty happening beyond the top boards, and Angelica has been following closely. So I'm going to throw it to Angelica. Angelica, what did you have for us?
I mean, you've been covering so much of Open the First in the opening stage, and I would like to show the opening which happened in the women's section. It happened between the Chinese women grandmaster Zhai Mo against Swiss Alexandra Kostyanyuk. Here, we're seeing that Trompowski has been played. After knight f6, bishop is coming to g5, and after d5, so all the moves order is pretty normal. We see that there is some kind of a triangle setup is being played from white, knight d2, knight bd7, and after knight gf3, here suddenly we can see that Alexandra is pushing h6, bishop is stepping away, it's a very logical move, but after g5, bishop g3, here a stunning move is coming. What Alexandra is saying, she doesn't need a castle, she's just playing with a rook to g8, although Zhai Mo has not castled short yet. So it's very interesting because we have seen this in the game of Yakuboev in the open section. He played rook g1, but there the opponent castled. Here, Alexandra doing it even without the castling. And basically, she's just pushing on the king side, knight e5, h5. Now, of course, the big threat is h4. You can stop it by playing h3, but then you would allow h4 still for black, and then you would still have passive pieces potential, hook on g4. So here what white decided to do, white decided to play h4, very logical, pawn takes, bishop takes h4, knight e5, so some trades have been made. Now the big question is the pawn on e5 a weakness, is it a strength? So what Alexandra is doing, she's playing knight g4 immediately, no f4 is possible because the pawn on e3 is hanging, so knight f3 was played, and the next move, bishop e4, I mean, this looks truly remarkable because there is no castle has been made, but still we see Alexandra is just pushing, going all in on the king side. What do you think, Joanka?
Yeah, I mean, this is direct action and what's from Alexandra here. You know, she's just hunting down the bishop. She's trying to take as much space as possible. It's risky because white fundamentally hasn't done anything wrong out of the opening apart from play solid.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I did nothing wrong, right?
I would scared if I were playing black and white. I would be scared.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree that this does look a bit provocative.
Yeah.
But
And
yeah.
I also have some news from the women's tournament. Apparently, unfortunately, due to the health issues, Valentina Gunina had to step down from the event. So from this round, she's not playing any longer. Yeah.
Oh, that's a very sad news because Valentina is one of my favorite chess players. I mean, she plays the Caro-Kann. She's also a very cheerful personality. She plays dynamic, firebrand chess. But yeah, I mean, we do know, of course, that Valentina has been suffering with health conditions, and I will be sorry to see her leave the
And
competition.
I was showing here so many of her games, if you recall. I mean, she was always having some crazy positions.
She's a true fighter in every sense of the word. Yeah. Oh, that's very sad. But thank you very much, Angelica, for sharing with us that incredible opening there from Alexandra. And let's check in with a lot more of the top games from the women's section, because there are things happening, especially, let's take a look at the top. I mean, as it stands, 4 people share the top. They are in the lead, and they're all playing with each other. Katerina Lagno faces off against Dinara Wagner, and then we have Fatalieva against Vaishali. So anything can happen today. We could see a sole leader, but this is one position that I'd love to highlight because the evaluation bar, as you see, is
Favors white.
totally in white's favor.
Right, and that was a tricky opening, opening moves. Knight c3, knight f6, d4, c takes, and then queen takes. Well, knight to c6, and bishop b5, bishop d7, queen d3. All that happened, castles long, and that's not the most conventional queen d4 line, I want to say. So, well, typically, I think you were supposed to exchange on c6 back in the day, like bishop b5, bishop d7, and this is where you would take, I guess. It's very, very tricky. Anyway, after long castle, apparently black had to address white's idea that happened in the game and either go for h7, h6, chase the bishop away, or alternatively could have gone knight g4, hitting the f2 pawn, then later on going to e5, and black would have been okay. Instead, yeah, what's more logical than castling short? It turns out there's a problem with short castling, e5, and it's in a similar fashion. We remember Irina Krush blundered a piece a couple of rounds ago, or was it the last round?
Rounds ago. No, 2 rounds ago.
e5, point being, de5, white would take on f6, bishop f6, pawn f6, doesn't matter, and queen takes the bishop on d7. So e5, and somewhat similar happens if you take with a knight. So knight takes, and then either the bishop is hanging, or if you take, not bishop c6, Mira, but takes on b5, then queen takes b5, and the pawn is pinned.
Yeah, you can't recapture.
Right. So e5, black had to bite the bullet, go knight e8, and this is not great, as you can imagine. White had rook e1, but the move white played is also very, very good. Knight to d5, pressing on e7. Apparently, the move not to resign immediately is f7, f6, and Jovi, I can tell, it is an ugly move. It is an ugly move to make in the dragon.
It's not ideal. But I tell you, sometimes you just have to go, that did not work out well, so let's just play on. And as long as you're surviving, I think it's very good to have a positive attitude. But I just wanted to say, yeah, these two have played each other mainly in the Women's Grand Prix series. They both have a win apiece. So I was going to say, when it comes to an f6, indeed, mirror has been played. I just wanted to share the basic threat of the knight coming to d5. It's just very simple. Bishop takes knight. And then you're going to be capturing on e7 with the knight. And with that, the whole house falls down because...
bishop takes, or pawn takes, whatever.
Let's just put it on the board.
Yeah, but I'm looking for the move.
a6. This is
a6,
the a6.
chase the bishop.
Or bishop takes pawn or
bishop
something.
takes, bishop takes, knight takes e7.
Yeah.
King goes. Okay, you can take on c6, you can take on g6 and take the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
Therefore, F7 and
elementary,
6.
my friend.
Yep.
But that's
ef6.
ef6 has to be played, and now you can at least untangle with knight takes f6.
Yeah, knight takes f6, knight f6, bishop f6. And now I imagine if you were to trade and let black take on f6 and then possibly go queen f8, maybe black's position is not that bad. But the move computer likes the most is to
h4.
go h4 and plant for h5, and somehow black's king side is already weakened.
Yeah.
Plus, it's opposite castles, right? It's opposite side castles. So if white gets to play h5 and open the h file, black will be in a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah. And h4 actually is a very natural
logical,
continuation because, after all, the kings, they're on opposite sides of the board, and we're taught that you need to open up lines in order to let the heavy pieces, the major pieces, infiltrate. So Dinara in an awful lot of trouble, especially if Katerina finds the natural aggressive h4, which is very much to her style. Let's move down to board 2, where we have Ulvia Fatalieva against Vaishali. Now, here, I mean, this looks all well and good until you realize, where's the white king going to go?
Yeah.
So therefore, I would be looking at trading of queens.
Right. So even like the fact that white has played f3 is not per se such a terrible thing, right? But yeah, the king being stuck on e1 is of course irritating. So how did it happen? It was the Vienna game, I think, that one's called, right? Mm-hmm. Bishop c4, and now there is this like very sharp line with black capturing on e4. Or rather, it can be very sharp, not necessarily very sharp. Knight e4, point being, yeah, if you take back, then d5 is possible. So white usually replies with queen to h5, knight to d6, and then you can take the pawn immediately, or you can go bishop b3, and the theory goes on and on and on. Anyway, knight to c6, d3, and now we've transposed into so-called bishop's opening, bishop b4. And I believe the move here is either knight f3 or knight e2, and a3 is something I haven't necessarily seen a lot of. a3, bishop takes, pawn takes. Black plays d5, knight e5.
Interesting, actually, you know, because again, I've played Fatalieva. Okay, it was back in 2019, but I have seen her games, and she tends to favor d4. And my impression of her when I played her, and again seeing her games from 2024, the European Women's Championship, was that she's a very natural player. She doesn't, not heavily theoretical, I would say.
Right.
But, you know, knows where to put the pieces and knows how to harmonize. And that's her fantastic skill set, actually.
Right, but after bishop g4, she chose to play f3, bishop e6. This is the moment, this looks like the moment white would consider castling. But then, knight c3 is possible. Mm-hmm. Knight c3, knight to c3, check on d4, king h1, and bishop c4 first, and then when you take the bishop only, then black captures c3 and gets a serious advantage.
Yeah.
So it's hard to find the time to castle, it turns out. Bishop d5, queen d5. I guess castling here is what I would consider.
The queen.
Yeah, castling here. Well, there is no immediate punish. Computer just thinks that after castle long, black is better anyway. So instead, c4 was played. queen to c5, and now the castle is prevented. Bishop d2. There was an alternative in the form of queen d2 in order to go queen e3.
Yeah.
But still a little bit awkward, right? Queen on d2 in front of a bishop. So bishop d2 was played castles, and queen went to b1. So now, black's the move. Black's the move. So what can we do?
Well, white's plan is just going to go queen
b5?
b5 and say, let me get into an endgame. Where the king on e1 isn't that daft.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. So the question is,
also-
do I try to stop you by going a6, which isn't my favorite move in this position. Like, I don't want to be moving pawns necessarily.
And I also want to point out, so say you did go a6, just say, isn't there bishop b5 as well?
Bishop b4.
Sorry, before, yeah.
b4, and queen to a7 is like, not that I was intending to play, but I had this possibility in mind. It's a strangely placed queen, but again, I stop you from castling for quite some time. And c5 is met with
a5.
a5, and then what you do, Yovi, you castle, and this is where we get this funny position, which is hard to tell what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, black is a piece up, but for now, the pieces are really awkwardly placed. Some f4 can happen.
b5 is in the air.
b5 is in the air.
And then
It's possible that this develops into something.
Yeah.
Right. So if black wanted to be reasonable, maybe I allow queen b5 and just like, okay, I'm fine with the fact that white castles, just play on after that.
I mean, the question for black is how to wait. I mean, do you go like
f5 or h5 or whatever?
Yeah, I was thinking h5, f6, you know.
Yeah, like if you play h5, white goes queen b5.
Then
and
you say, no, no trade. But then rook b1.
Yeah, right. So if queen appears on b5, it seems like I have to capture it. I have to capture it, and then once again, if I go knight e7, I feel like I'm doing something strange, so I'll probably go to d4, and then it's opposite colored bishops.
Yeah.
It gets quite a bit simplified, right? Maybe some weaknesses, but you can make an argument d4 is weak if we trade the rook, so it probably evens out.
And interestingly enough, if you were to go a6 in the game position, maybe white can just continue with the plan of going queen b2, queen b3.
b2 in order to go to b1.
Well, actually, we have a move. Knight to d4, which of course is the most direct response. That didn't even occur to me.
Knight d4. All right. Yeah, because now if you take on d4, black is comfortable capturing on d4 with the queen, still stopping the castle. Now your queen b5s, queen b4s, queen b5s, queen b4s do not really work because the rook's hanging.
Yeah, of course, this is the most aggressive response.
And then you would go queen c1 in order to play bishop e3, and black has this check as well. Yeah. And after g3, it's either h3 or h5. I guess queen h3.
Queen g2 incoming.
Queen g2 incoming, so you have to go king f2, and then, h5, h4 looks scary. Computer suggests bishop d7 to c6. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, and you can't really go. I mean, your king is going to be so unsafe on f2.
And on contrary, black's king, when you put the bishop on c6, it's absolutely safest ever. Yeah. So black's better if you just capture on d4. Can you do something else is the big question.
Well, the question is, I thought she was going to take the knight.
So you just adjust the pieces, yeah. So what do you do? If you don't take, what do you move the knight or?
Well, let's not stress. So knight takes knight, queen takes. And let me just work out. Could you live with your king on e2? You know.
No, wait, not in this position for sure, because like there
Okay,
is,
bishop
I mean,
takes.
potentially there is bishop c4, and there is like e4 could be even worse.
Yeah.
E4, and then what what do we do? Like
What I wanted to
that's
do
terrifying. Like
was to knit somehow the king with bishop to e3 and, you know,
yeah.
get the protection on the dark squares. So you can't go bishop e3, unfortunately, because knight takes
Because
c2,
knight takes c2, yeah, and queen
that's
e3.
curtains.
Right. It's not the greatest. It's not the greatest situation to be in. So computer votes for takes d4, go queen c1, prepare bishop e3, and after this check to go to f1 or e2, but still reckons black has a better position after king e2. Once again, e4 is possible. No.
Wait, well, okay, can I just be like entirely computer-like about this and just say, is knight takes e2 scary? Because in an ideal world, if I can get my king to e2 and my bishop to e3, I feel
Yeah.
like, and I'm not being, and white isn't being forced to go g3.
Right, but I'm afraid you don't have kind of a good waiting move here.
No, I was
Well,
thinking,
is bishop b4 a move? What's the problem with bishop b4? It's a tempo move, right?
yeah.
Bishop b4 and, oh well, queen b6.
Yeah.
And then if you have to play c5, then yeah, that's very awkward. So now your bishop is stuck on b4 or you're dropping the c5 pawn.
Do you have moves such as like queen b2?
Queen b2 here.
Yeah, just
Knight takes,
does
queen
it
takes.
all collapse?
And you're right, if white gets to play bishop e3, white's okay, but black once again has this chance of going e4 here. Now, taking with this pawn, bishop c4, we don't want to calculate too much, so I guess this takes, right?
Could I go bishop e3 again? Just try
Any
to
capture.
simplify?
I mean, it's playable, but there is, I don't think there is an argument black is slightly better at the very least, right? So
Not-
d3 is, yeah.
No, okay, e4 is just too powerful, so you have to take.
I think f takes has to be played after, no, e4, f takes, and then it's either check and f5 or an immediate f5.
No, this
So
is
that's,
bad.
again, in a practical game, it's very annoying with white, because you know your king's stuck in the center till the end of the game, right? And it'll be like your extra pawn doesn't really matter for now.
Yeah, no, this is not good. So knight takes knight, it is. Mm-hmm. Then that means that white is in huge trouble, and I think on a practical level,
Yeah,
maybe
on
a
a practical
computer
level, it
would
seems
be easily
defending.
defended, but you know, as a human, you'd be feeling very, very scared. The one final thing, if the knight just moves,
To say c3 or g3, c3, then apparently, I don't know why it starts screaming like black is better, black is better.
is a bishop h.
Rook h e8.
Ah, okay.
And then if you were to go knight e4, it's queen c6. And if you castled,
Woohoo.
looks okay, in fact. Again, computer has its own vision.
You have tactics abound, right? You've got moves like, I was thinking f5, the knight jumping into.
f5, and if knight
Bishop
g5,
takes
you'd
pawn.
have bishop takes pawn. You're absolutely right. And if the pawn takes, knight
Knight
e2, rook
e2.
d2. Yeah, but knight c3 maybe, and somehow... Again, maybe white's alive, but for the practical game, you get this feeling that black kind of has a free roll. Yeah,
Totally.
you just play. I mean, I'd consider g5 here, for instance. I don't know if it's any good, but yeah, like if bishop takes, just go rook d7. Well, computer says, you know what, you can go rook g8.
Yeah.
Bishop takes, knight f3, and it's a messy position, but quite
But it's-
possibly black is getting somewhere.
Yeah, well, no, I like what you say. Like, black has a free roll. And talking about black being in a really promising position, let's go down to board number 3, because that former Women's World Champion Antoaneta Stefanova is playing Tan Zhongyi. And again, I'm following the evaluation bar, and it's saying that black
Is much better.
sacrifice and also sacrifice on h4.
Yeah, black is much better if black goes bishop h4.
So let's
which
break this down.
quite a typical move, I would say, right? So board 3, once again, we want to see board 3. Interestingly, Tanjungi is higher rated currently, right? But their previous encounters, Stefanova leads, winning 3 games to 1.
Yeah.
Winning 3 games to 1.
But a lot of those victories might be when Antoinetta
Was like, yeah, the world champion,
was the
and
world
Tanjungi was
champion,
uprising.
and Tan is just up and coming. But bishop takes h4. Let's break that one down.
What happens with bishop h4? So let's say we imagine if white just develops, it's easier to comprehend. Black moves the bishop back, black is a pawn up, right? So the real critical line is what happens if white takes on h4. And then apparently queen h4. I guess you just like, everybody joins and you checkmate white? What move does white play? Yovi, that's ridiculous what computer says. Okay, let's pretend white plays f3. So now rook f6 is winning.
Oh, wow.
e5 is winning, but there's also a move that computer now no longer has. It's one of the top choices, but I thought it's a fascinating move because the move is a5, a4, which kind of has no point whatsoever.
Yeah.
And it gets to show how bad white's position is. If black can play a4 and the position is -2,
Yeah.
that probably means that if black finds something a bit more meaningful, like e5 or rook to f6,
Yes.
I guess rook to f6 already threatens some knight jump, followed by rook g6 and so on. So now, queen h2, for instance, I would try to trade the queens. Queen runs away. Then knight h4 is the threat, rook g6 the threat. It's impossible to develop with white.
No, it really is.
It's impossible to develop.
Knight h4 is deadly, and also this rook on c6 is still able to get quickly into the game. You know,
It can get here,
Yeah.
or you go e5 and it shifts along the 6th
exactly.
rank.
Okay, and bishop h4 is one of those moves where instinctively,
Yeah,
you,
you feel-
you know, you just want to make it, and it's just an intuitive sacrifice, and you're just asking. Like one of the things that I try and do, because I'm materialist at heart, and it's very difficult, I try and ask, you know, is white's extra piece involved in the defense of the king? And if it is, then I'm going to be a lot more hesitant about sacrificing. But if it isn't, then I go,
Yeah,
whatever.
Let's go.
Just do it.
Let's
We ride
go.
at dawn.
Right.
So there's some stuff, big stuff happening in the women's section. And there's looking good for Antoinetta with the black pieces, looking good for Vaishali, and also for Katerina Lagno, it's also looking great. So we could be seeing a decisive result on the top boards, some movement up and down the standings. Let's go back to the Open and revisit the top boards. And
Okay, so that one is both
Yeah.
13, strangely. Yeah, let's go back to go back to the very top boards, right?
yeah, because I mean, maybe we can. I'm going to ask for this one. Maybe my wish will be granted. Maybe it won't. But I wanted the full board view so that we could
so that we
sniff
see
out the
right.
danger. Okay, well, we're going to check in with the tournament leader, Parham Maghsoodloo first. And Parham with the white pieces. It started off as an English, but let's do an action replay.
Yeah, so when he went knight to f3, move 2, I think I've mentioned that this is very, very often played with the idea to go d4. That indeed happened. d5, cd5, knight e5, keeping it symmetrical for now. Now, bishop d2 is the theoretical move. Bishop e7, e4 is one other option. g3, bishop f6. Interestingly, that's been 8 moves and we only have 1 game. Knight to b5, a6, knight takes knight.
Don't take with the queen.
Yeah, don't take with the queen. E takes d5, knight c3, d4, and bishop e7. So black got himself an isolated pawn on d4, not d5, right? It's not blocked. And the knight on e4 is in a bit of a trouble, right? You go bishop g2, and after f5, you are losing this knight.
Yeah. So what to do about that one? You have
h4.
Oh, of course, of course.
h4, bishop e6, bishop g2 now. Bishop to d5. Once again, f5 is the threat, because now this knight is pinned to a bishop. Castle short, knight to c6, and white went e2, e3. So now, if you were to take on e3, bishop e3, and just castle, apparently, even though it's like very, very quiet, seemingly quiet, symmetrical structure, yeah, there is queen takes bishop, but I actually thought it's not much. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's the bishop
Bishop
pair.
takes, yeah, but bishop b2, and then you go rook b1, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, so this one's not bad. I don't argue with that. But
No, I mean-
apparently queen h5 is even stronger. I don't know why, but queen h5 is even stronger. I guess g6, you go to h6. And
Knight to
you still
G5 is
get, you still
incoming.
get one of the bishops, and you're threatening rook a d1. so
E1, yeah.
rook a d1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scary.
So that means black has to be much more
Accurate.
inventive, kinda, and go f5, knight to g5, bishop takes bishop,
King.
king takes. And now
What happens if you go the whole 9 yards and go bishop takes knight,
bishop takes, pawn takes.
queen takes pawn?
If queen takes pawn,
I know, I just wanna
imagine
show.
wait. What
ED
happens? ed4,
And your
and the
queen-
evaluation changed to like +4 all of a sudden, which I don't.
The king gets caught in the middle.
Rook e1, right? Rook
Right.
e1 is big. And your typical kind of place to hide would be king f7 after rook e1, but then queen b3 finishes the game at once. Right, so this is not
Not good.
possible, but you could have stopped one move earlier, like even take the knight on g5 and
can
just go
try.
with queen d5 check.
Check first. A good idea to kind of
Centralize, cover the light squares,
and cover the diagonal as
yeah,
well. The
queen d5
A2
check,
to G8 one.
and then in both cases, f3 or queen f3, because I imagine going to g1 it could be dangerous. You know, castle long and then knight e5, this could be dangerous. So queen f3, for instance, black just trades, and then either castles or goes king f7, and it should be around equal. Again, you can play this position with both colors, but I believe like
But even like the line that you showed with the like castle queen side, like instead of king f7.
over there, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well that one doesn't actually.
Strangely, yeah, why it's better after. I thought it's a very comfortable position.
Me too.
But you know what it could be? That h7's weak.
This-
So that you move the rook to e8, and then white gets rook h1.
Yeah.
And with the king on f7, you'd have king g6.
And the knight-
Maybe that's the point.
The knight, now I think about it, is on a bad circuit because ideally you'd actually want it on e4 so that it could support any d3. You know, you want to destabilize that bishop, but you ain't getting there too quickly.
Anyway, so that's, well, theoretically, if you trust computer, it's a balanced position. But at the same time, black has to be very precise. And if you were trying to play in a kind of simplistic fashion by just like take on e3, go castle short, you might end up being in danger. So black really, it seems that black really has to find f7, f5, otherwise there'd be some problems for Erigaisi.
And that is right up Arjun Erigaisi's alley. So I do expect him to find f5 because he's very good in these dynamic positions. Well, let's move down to board number 2 because there we have Matthias Bluebaum against Abhimanyu Mishra. Now, Abhimanyu Mishra yesterday made headlines when he became the youngest person ever to defeat a reigning world champion. Apparently, this record has been standings for 33 years. It was Gatakamsky.
Gatakamsky in his young years.
Yeah. I think he beat Kasparov when he was 17 years old.
Wow.
Yes. So,
But yeah, so 17, and now we move to 18. 16.
16 years, and I don't quite know how many months.
So we have 5 more rounds for Erdomush to play and try to
Against
beat Gukesh. No,
Gukesh.
they've already played.
Yes, that's
He
true.
escaped with a draw. And when I said he, I meant Erdomush, but I thought now that could it be that Gukesh escaped with a draw for now?
Well,
Yeah, these uprising talents.
very, very strong. And also, Abhimanyu, no stranger to breaking records. When he became Grandmaster, the youngest person to ever do this at 12 years and 5 months. And so far, just to add to his list of achievements, he has a 61-game unbeaten streak. So we'll see whether he can maintain that form. So let's just fast forward.
Yeah, so
He chose
D5, knight A5. Yeah, let's just go through it quickly. Check here, bishop to D7, queen A4, B6. Let me see if all that is known. No. So then let me find out when they went for the original path. Knight A5, bishop D3. There've been 5 games only. All of them seen black castling here. So E6, bishop B5 check, bishop D7 approved by computer, queen A4, B6, then pawn takes, bishop H6. Bishop H6 is one cool move.
Rook to D.
Bishop takes H6, rook D1, black gets to castle, bishop D7, queen E7, castle short from white, AD8, E5. That's one funny bishop on D7, right? Attacking the E6 pawn and kind of, like stopping black from simplifying the position. Black finds a very, very good reaction, knight to C4.
I was wondering, because in the game position, rather like Sherlock, I was thinking, how did that knight
Got exchanged for the bishop, right?
Bishop. And of course,
Queen takes, rook takes, and H4 was played.
okay, H4.
Apparently, computer's not impressed and thinks that's equal. But if you look at it, and you think black's 3 versus 2 on the queen side will be very, very hard to advance as long as, say, the pieces that we have are on the board, like the rooks. There's this queen on C4, kind of controlling this diagonal, pressing E6. White, however, potentially has this advance of G3, F4, locking out of the game the bishop from H6.
Yeah.
So I'd be getting quite optimistic with white in this position.
Well, I was thinking about what piece is not working in the game, and then I got
Horsey.
very sad about that because the knight on E2, it should be on E4.
Or D6, or F6.
That's exactly where it wants to go, and where it becomes a beast. But it's never going to get there.
Right, because
you go
knight
G3,
G3,
then there's
and then
rook
F4 is not guarded, and there'll be rook F4.
Yeah. So, but it's something to have in the back of your mind, I guess, at a later date. But what is White's plan? I like this
I
whole
guess
plan
this
of
G3,
bishop
F4 for now, kind of to solidify the
and lock the
king
bishop
set.
out of the game.
Lock the bishop out, then
But doesn't the action revolve in the center? So if you go G3,
it's black to
Let's
move,
say
though.
rook
Yeah, let's say
F8.
black goes rook D8, yeah, and then white trades on D7, I guess. Rook takes D7, or
but now you can go knight to G3.
and now you can go knight to G3. But then black gets to play rook D5, right? If we surrender the D file, black gets to
Yeah.
play rook D5,
And why was
hitting this
H4
one.
included?
And now F4 is not great because the pawn's hanging. If we go queen E4, then we don't go knight E4,
Exactly, which
right?
is the move we
That's a
wanted.
bit of a problem. You can't have your cake and eat it.
No. You cannot do that. Okay. So, White has to be a bit more refined about this. So let's try
Yeah,
again.
let's be a little bit more clever.
Right, so rook
rook
F
F to
to D8
D8.
looks as natural as it gets.
Yeah,
So
I don't think we move the rook away, right? It will only mean that black has 2 rooks controlling the d file. So takes. Then we probably wait with knight g3 for now.
Right, but you can go. So I'm thinking about tries. So you got some options. You can
Can
go
you go h5? I don't know if
H5.
it's any good.
Yes, but let's
point
try.
being, yeah, like if they take, then we are happy to go knight g3 and we kind of double attacking.
Yeah.
Because
I
this
like it.
knight can get to f6 via h5 or e4.
Yep. So I don't think black will even dream about taking on an h5.
Yeah, so-
unfortunately. But
So after h5,
so black goes rook to
still rook
E5.
d5 thing, and then we say trade, and maybe go f4
yeah.
or queen e4 to start with. I don't know.
I like queen e4.
Yeah, queen e4. This one's hanging. If queen f7, I imagine f4 then.
But if you go queen f7, you've tied the queen down to.
Well, maybe
massive
black wants to
square.
go queen f5, so maybe.
G4.
Can I go g4? That's
It's an ambitious move.
that's an ambitious
A
move
yobby
indeed.
move.
It's an ambitious move. No, but my problem is like I don't want to see the queen on f5,
Exactly.
and if I go knight g3, let me embarrass myself by saying I was afraid of queen f4. The
No,
pawn's
but-
hanging, but there's bishop f4. Yeah, there's bishop f4.
But the problem, though, you're completely right. If the queens get traded off, it is black
Yeah, it's a black
who's going to be winning.
yeah,
Well,
and
not
then
winning,
like
but pushing for the win.
c4, you know, the c3 weak, rook d2 without the queens on the board. There'll be, yeah, so it's still a very double-edged position. It's a very, very double-edged position. So white optically seems to be better, but, you know, it can change any time.
Yeah, no, it's complicated. It's not going to fizzle out into a draw anytime soon, that's for sure, because black holds the long-term trumps. White is the one that is going to be applying the pressure. And if you're able to mobilize the knight onto e4 or open up the black king, then black is going to be in a whole world of trouble. So very double-edged. Should we carry on? Down to board 3, because this one is sharp.
Well, I have a feeling this knight is trapped on a4, and we are talking about Maurizzi against Giri game. The very original knight of, remember, and Giri went with knight c6, which is far less popular, g4, b5 nonetheless, g5, and then black goes b4, knight a4. It's hard for me to follow, to be honest, because now the knight goes to d7, queen e2, bishop e7, castles long, bishop b7, f4, knight a7, bishop g2, and bishop c6. All right, the knight did look trapped, but white goes queen f2, hitting the knight.
You just missed a little sequence there when Giri notices that Parham is looking at his game, and he kind of scrunches up his face and he does this kind of flick of
really?
the hand, yeah, like be gone.
What is this?
Yes. Sorry. Yeah. Well,
So bishop c6, the knight on a4 is hanging. It's not possible to
he's
defend.
reaching to take it.
So right, after queen f2, the a7 knight is hanging. And if you were to play knight c8, so that you are covering b6, and it seems nothing can save this knight, white would have e5.
Yeah.
e5, the bishop is tied down, pinned to the rook. If you were to go d5, this is where white gets the square on c5, and you just kind of disorganized your own pieces for no particular reason. So you're absolutely right. The recipe is to take the knight on a4. White will have to take the knight on a7, and then no. Do you castle short? Kind of castle into it, white already having the pawn on g5?
Yeah, let's go there.
Hard to tell. Castles,
Yeah, and white
it's
has
not like severely criticized at the very least. You can castle short. you can castle short. Computer was telling me to go queen c7 first. And then if bishop is dropped here, apparently what you do is you take,
And then a4.
and you want white to take. Yeah, that's one of those positions where you want white to take with the a pawn, not the c pawn. Because I imagine, how do we do it? I say, we castle, white goes king b1, and then you took, and white takes with the c pawn. It's very hard to organize the attack. If the c file's open, well, have rook c1. So black's kind of idea of going queen c7.
He's got this idea on the board because he's taken...
He's taken immediately, yeah.
You can't...
It's the same, pretty much the same point. Bishop takes, if you take cb3, then queen c7, yeah. So this, and computer, now it actually wants to castle. So it's a move order thing. And basically, black will kick the bishop out from a7 and will push the a pawn, opening the a file. And then the big question is, who's faster? Right, because white eventually has some attack on the king side, of course, having the pawn on g5.
This is all concrete stuff, so let's head there. So castles, you said, is the top
castle's
recommendation.
possible, yeah.
Right,
Castle's possible, but I don't know if white has enough time to go h4. Yeah, but let's try. Why not?
I mean,
h4.
We can only lose.
a5. What do we do? I mean, if you ask me, it's irritating that my bishop's on a7, even though it's not hanging, but I always have to watch out for like some, you know.
Okay, 7.
So I would try to go bishop e3, and then after a4, I'm in trouble, officially. Confirmed by the engine.
And that took 3 moves.
That took
Us
3
to
moves.
feel scared with the white pieces. Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, so let's try to work out the most precise.
Castles?
So maybe you need to
does bishop f1?
a5.
Point being, you go here, and white goes here.
And you okay, and then you
Now,
stop the advance.
Now, why would be better, or maybe much better, if we were to play a game of chess, like queen c7 and, you know, the kind of real game of chess. But if you were to go for cheap tricks, bishop g5, and now if pawn takes bishop check and queen b5, if you take intermezzo on d7, then queen d7 attacks the a7 bishop. That's why I didn't like the bishop hanging on a7 in the first place. Right, so bishop g5 is a clever move, but white has a clever move in response, which is bishop d4. And then after e5, bishop, take on g5, and you take on d4, and it's a mess.
Yeah.
It's a mess, and...
Even the
g1.
position, if you didn't go e5, would be a free-for-all.
Yeah, after bishop d4, you could still go
Like if you went
h4
bishop...
or h6.
Yeah. I mean, white has basically sacrificed the pawn to open up the g line. The bishops are very powerful. You mean...
Right, you go queen b1, you go rook g1.
Exactly.
It's such a lot of play for
F5.
white, yeah.
So, not to be recommended, actually.
Right, so I think that the white kind of has to find it, this bishop f1, bishop b5 maneuver, because otherwise it's quite tricky.
Otherwise, I mean, a queen c7, a5, a4 is already...
Right, but why
cool.
don't we start with queen c7? So
Bishop
now that
d4?
bishop e3 goes, we go a5, right? So white apparently has to go bishop d4, hitting this one.
Castle kingside.
Do you castle or do you go e5?
I'm just going to castle. I want to play as provocatively as possible.
Castles, and then again, I think bishop f1 is needed.
Mandatory, right. Okay, so let's try with... Okay, let's try bishop f1, the most correct move.
Bishop f1,
And then a5. La,
a5,
la, 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 a4
bishop
is coming.
b5.
No, and you
Yeah,
can't
you
get confident and sacrifice.
You can go queen b7, hitting this, and white has to be clever with like queen. No, you can actually go to a4 because the knight is hanging.
Knight b6 is also not possible.
Right. So
What about knight c?
knight c5?
C5?
No, this time I take and go rook d7.
Oh, that bishop is still.
Yeah, rook d7.
Okay.
Yeah, it's remarkable how well this bishop on a4 is placed, right?
But wait 1 second.
Queen e4 and rook e1. Yeah, queen to e4, hitting the rook, and rook to e1. So tactics in chess is a matter of intermediate moves. That's my theory.
Zwischenzug.
Zwischenzugs. everywhere.
Yeah, but this is actually like the calling card of the young Indian juniors. You attack their piece.
They don't think about retreating or
Exactly.
defending, that they counterattack something that is more valuable, right?
Exactly. Or they find something else and a little in-between move.
In between and in between and in between, yeah.
Quickly, Miro. That's the scary part.
Yeah. All right, so this one is heating up, and
You know,
yeah, this can be.
I remember playing Roman Edouard in the Gibraltar, and like I had actually a very good position, maybe even winning, and he played this really mysterious move on move 41, and I was like, why is he playing this mysterious move? And I sat down, and then I thought about it. It took me half an hour to figure it out. It was because I had actually a dangerous, like a winning move, and his mysterious move, which he'd played instantly,
Was to defend.
was to defend against this.
So
And
you
then
had
I
a
was
threat,
like-
but you didn't realize you had a threat.
It took me half an hour of just like, why? Why is this happening? But I was so impressed yesterday when Abhimanyu came to the studio. And actually, all of our GMs and they've just shared with us their knowledge and how
Yeah, the
far
way
they
they
see.
calculate, yeah, and the sheer amount of variations they process during the game.
Yes.
Absolutely amazing.
Which is really funny because actually with the older generation, I mean, whenever I compared my calculation skills with theirs, it actually wasn't that different. But I would say that the selection that they chose was
kind of
much more refined.
The older generation, which I consider myself to be part of, we would much more rely on quote-unquote understanding, or lack thereof for some people. Yeah, but understanding is a cool thing because it gives you this ability to only calculate one move instead of 3 or 2 moves instead of 5.
Yeah.
But you get lazy very often and you pick one and you calculate and say, okay, that's the best I have, and you miss the better move.
Okay, so this one is incredibly sharp, and White will have to play very precisely with this concept of bishop f1, bishop to b5. But it's a full-blooded fight, and that is exactly what we approve of here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. Let's move down to a game between perhaps old friends, old rivals. Amin Tabatabai against Alireza Firouzja. And look at this.
Okay, so first things first, I see that computer claims that white is better, and white is to move. What happened here? Hang on a second.
Yeah, let's do
G6, remember, G6, and we said you don't want to be doing it because, well. Remember us advertising bishop c2? We were wrong. Rook e1 and bishop f1 is what Tabatabai is doing. So he prepares d4, but in this somewhat strange fashion, I want to say.
But it's
Is
actually
it better to have the bishop on f1?
Yes, because you often see this, I mean, just to compare it with other Rossalimo lines, you often get to go castles, rook e1, and you go all the way back.
Yeah, but bishop f1 in one go, I understand. But here you've spent an extra tempo to go to c2, to d3.
But if you couldn't go bishop to f1 in one go, and you didn't want to go after the bishop got kicked back, it is also possible, originally, like bishop to b5, it is also possible to go bishop a4, but then you get kicked back with b5.
Right.
And that one, actually, I feel like
So
black is doing okay.
something that I'm thinking. So he didn't want to go bishop c2 for a reason, right? Or maybe for no reason. Because the only reason I can think of is like c4. That's what you want to avoid with rook e1, bishop f1, like black's ability to play c4. But c4, you should be able to do this, right?
But I think in general, when I've played these positions, it's been very nice to have the bishop on
f1.
Because sometimes the bishop on c2 it's a bit of a target and doesn't do that much, whereas on f1, out of harm's way, allows the rook to come to c1, and there's no traffic jam.
I guess especially with black having the pawn on b5 now, anytime like you go a4, the bishop on f1 is very well placed. Bishop b7, and you can't go knight c3, right? So knight d2 is an option, but then the knight is like misplaced on d2. e5. de5, it's knight to, well, which by the way was not played. So there's knight d3, bishop d3, knight d3, this one's hanging. Knight d6 check.
Wow.
That's a crazy, crazy line. Knight d6 check, e d6. Now, if you wanted to go bishop g5, you're saying, I go bishop g5, I win the, the piece back, and I'm better. Apparently, black sacrifices the queen, so it's knight e1, bishop d8, knight f3 check, gf3, and rook takes d8. And it's such a messy position. Like, again, now if black developed, basically, black is one move away from winning the game, castle shorts, right? So you have to go check, king f8, and I don't know, queen a5, and computer gives equal, so I imagine it wants to repeat with queen a5, queen a4. And now if you leave the d file, white's going to take, have a strong passed pawn. If you go king e7, you just don't want to do it.
Yeah, because the rook, I guess you could take on d6.
It'll just take.
Rook e1.
Right, so that was perhaps the idea. And then the other option for white would be to take on d6 with a check, and it's once again, it's a mad, mad position. Knight e1, queen a4. Now queen d7 loses to rook e1, so you have to go king f8. And believe it or not, computer likes this position, white being rook down. Likes as in 0.4, so it doesn't say it's winning, it says it's enough compensation, but how do you go for it in a practical game? It's very, very scary. Too much tension.
Many moving objects, you know, because you had to, first up you have to spot knight to d6, then you also have to work out this and assess what's happening after knight takes rook, and it's too long, too complicated, and I can understand why he just went, okay, knight.
So instead he went knight e4, and this is much simpler, I want to say. So black gonna capture, white takes the knight back, and it's equalish, sort of. Yeah, queen, well, maybe not equalish, but maybe black still has to be precise. Queen b6, queen to e2, and castle short is the only sequence to keep it equal, sacrificing the e7 pawn, but I guess winning the pawn back in some fashion.
Yeah. You can even just, but even then, this is still not entirely comfortable for black, because
yeah, but you don't take e5 yet. You go rook c8, and it's like yeah, you've sacrificed the pawn, but it's quite awkward with, like, you know, queen on e2, bishop on f1. It's hard to untangle, and I believe eventually black somehow wins this pawn. Right, so that's the position, and I think we made it through the second hour of our broadcast.
Well, yeah, I mean, but we've had so many critical games with very key moments. And we have Angelica here with us, ready to share with us another key moment from one of the other games.
Ivanka, you know, I love how ambitious players are getting today at the round 6, just before the rest day. And the example which I want to show has been played, I mean, still been playing by Grandmaster from India, Aditya Mittal, against the legend Grandmaster Boris Gelfand. And what we see right now is a position which came out of Sicilian Alapin. And in this position, rook g3 was played. The idea of white is just to keep pressure on g7, that the bishop cannot yet be developed. So the trade on b3 has been happened. And in this position, Boris played h5. And we can see that some at h4 can be played. So what white did, white is playing c4, targeting the knight. So now the knight is under attack, and after white takes the knight, the bishop is under attack. So assuming you have to leave with the knight from d5, but no, for Boris, you don't leave the knight, you just leave the knight hanging there, and you push h4, attacking the rook. So now, this is a current position. Let's follow the lines, because now the big problem is what to do with the rook. The problem is the rook cannot go to e3, it cannot go to c3. If the rook goes to d3, there will be knight f4 jump, you don't want to allow that. And if rook goes to f3, there's going to be knight f6, again targeting the rook. And if you go one more time to h3, similar to the rook d3 line, knight is jumping to f4. So what to do? Let's see the lines if you want to take the knight on d5. The problem here is that even though you're getting those two pieces for the rook, there is pawn takes f2, and the position of the king is getting open, and there is no good take, and it's forcing white to take because it's a fork still. If king takes, queen is suddenly coming out, king cannot step back, there is going to be bishop c5 and checkmate, so king has to go to d4, and in this position there is just rook h2 and huge attack on the king, while whole queen side is doing nothing. What happens if in this position queen takes on f2? Well, then similar, we have queen h2 check, king is stepping away to f1, and beautiful queen e5, double threat, checkmate, not a checkmate, but winning a queen on h1, and also attack on a rook on a1. This is such a beautiful line, and the position is here with h4 being played. Yeah, big moment for Boris Gelfand, and also we can see also computer confirms white is in trouble. There is no place to put the rook.
Yeah, I mean, just goes to show the rook was in the wrong neighborhood. I mean, what's it doing out there?
That's
on
wild,
G3?
right?
Yeah, I mean, you should be developing your dark square bishop. Yeah. I mean, it's just insane lines as well. And I love this whole idea of the queen coming to h2 and then stepping back to e5 and how the white king gets into trouble. I mean, what a game. I mean, this round, the minutes have just flown by. You know, the games have been super critical. And I reckon it's that magic, you know, it's the round before the free day.
Exactly, and the players want to score points, and that's what we can see also here. So I think we're going to also keep a close eye on this game later. Maybe I'll come back with an update.
It might be our, you know, game of the day. You know, Boris Gelfand might be our player of the day. But wow, what a start it has been already for day 6 here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. Well, I was going to say that there are fights on every single board. The fights are getting sharper and sharper. We're going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to dive in and just fully explore the action. So stick with us.
I'm here with Matthias Bluebaum, who just beat Pragnananda, top seed of the event. Tell us about what went down.
Yeah, I mean, like it was already like kind of freestyling in the opening. I didn't expect his Bogu Indian, and I played this knight c3, which is quite rare and for certainly not the best move. And yeah, he played something sharp with takes on f5, and I felt e4 was principled, but yeah, game was very complicated. I thought after I achieved f4 I should be slightly better without too much risk, but then for some reason I decided to play d5, which, I mean, I know it's positionally a horrible move, but somehow I wanted to block his bishop and I just didn't see any piece I can move after queen f5. So I went for this d5, but yeah, afterwards I was trying to hold, like he was certainly pressing. But yeah, then suddenly he blundered some tactic in this endgame, like he blundered this bishop e4, I guess, and he's losing a pawn because if he goes knight e7 I can take on b5. And yeah, he's just losing a pawn everywhere, and he suddenly had to defend. And I mean, it was such a nice break because yeah, I was trying to defend, and suddenly I can play for a win without any risk. I still have no clue like whether it was winning all the time or not, but it's very, very tough to defend for him. And yeah, luckily I found this like nice tactic with king e6 in the end, and that was it.
When your opponent at such a high level blunders, do you get really suspicious about it? Like, what goes through your mind when that happens on the board?
Yeah, of course. I felt like I'm probably missing something and probably just having trapped my knight on a7. But yeah, it was actually hard to miss anything after bishop e4. Like there are just no moves for him. But yeah, normally I'm like a bit suspicious. I might miss something, but I also had no time. Like we were both in time trouble at that phase. So yeah, I just had to move.
And this is a very strong open event, but you're quite used to that, having won the European individuals. Tell us what it takes to get on top of a field as strong.
I mean, this tournament is even much stronger than European Championships. Like here it's even tough to get past 50% because like while you're on 50%, you get some 2600s who are like insanely good at this game. So it's like tough to get any win. But I'm not sure like what exactly I've done. But yeah, like just starting in round 3, I got like a very nice win. And yeah, like since then it's just like going well. But I don't think I do anything special. I mean, I just try to take my chances when they come. And yeah, today I was certainly lucky.
So you're on some kind of momentum, you think?
I mean, with 3 wins in a row, I guess it's safe to say, yeah.
And will you do anything special to maintain that momentum?
I'll just try to play as well as I can. And I mean, I know it's like going to be very, very tough rounds coming up. But I mean, my result is already much better than I would have ever dreamed of. So yeah, like I'll just see what happens.
And tell us a bit about your chess career, how it's going outside of the Grand Swiss and your plans for the future.
I mean, I'm like stuck at 2650 for like a long time. Now I'm actually like increasing rating a bit. But yeah, like I studied, but ever since I finished my studies, I'm like chess professional since end of 2022. And yeah, like right now it's going well, so I'm not complaining.
What did you study, and do you ever plan on using that in life?
I studied mathematics, and yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe at some point it's just basically some kind of safe way. If I don't want to play chess for the rest of my life, I can maybe try to find a job.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Matthias. Congrats for the great game today, and good luck for the rest of your event.
Sure, thank you.
I'm here with Parham Maghsoodloo, who just beat Richard Rapport to extend his incredible lead here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. Parham, tell us about this amazing form you're in.
I mean, somehow everything goes very well for me. Actually, I didn't prepare in London for today's game, but he played the line. I mean, he played the only line which I remembered, that after bishop e2 there is h6, because if you play bishop e7 there is some g4, knight h4. But I knew that after bishop e2 there is h6 and it's easy to play as black, and he played the only thing which I remembered. So yeah, I mean, I feel like everything is going on my way. So it looks like if I just manage to play well and just don't miss anything in the game, I get good results. Yeah, for now it's like this, but the tournament is very long. And it's very good that after tomorrow's game we have break, because I feel a bit tired. Because playing in such a high level chess with so many strong opponents is very difficult. So it's good that we have break after tomorrow's game.
And you've started the tournament very strong. You had 3 wins in the first rounds. And we've seen some upsets in the top players. How important do you think it is for an event like this to start off well?
Actually, I think it doesn't really matter to start well, but it's you just need to keep the track. Like you just have to like get good results in the most important moment. Let's say like how we did won the tournament 2 years ago. So yeah, I think you just need to play good and just hope for good preparation and get a good game over the board. And otherwise, I mean, you don't really have to put so much pressure on yourself, because I mean sometimes draw is also okay. Even with white pieces, you can make draw and just hope for the next game. It's not like you have to win every game. I think most of the guys I see, they just try to win very hard and it bounces back and they lose. So yeah, I think it's not the tournament to risk it all for one game.
You do seem to be one of the players who are in a better mood, taking it, being more relaxed. We've also seen you around the hotel with your wife. You know, seems like you're not just sitting at a computer preparing all the time, but you're enjoying yourself and you're happy. How important is it to be in a good mood in an event like this?
I think it's very important. Actually, I was coming alone all the time to Grand Swiss, but this time I bring my coach and my wife, because I knew that their support will really help me, and they really motivate me every time, every day, and I just try to show up my best because of them, to make them happy. Yes, and I think it's also a great motivation for me.
Is there anything special, a routine or something that you're going to be doing to keep up this momentum that you're on?
I I think I prepare well, like 4 or 5 hours for each game, which is I think more than enough. So at least for like these 5 rounds, I did never got into trouble after the opening. I was well prepared all the games, and also I try to not have lunch before the game, because it just make me a bit heavy and I cannot play good. I just try to have breakfast, have a very good breakfast, and then skip lunch, and then have a good dinner also.
It's interesting that you say you're preparing 4 to 5 hours, which is a long time, because other players are telling us they don't have that much time to prepare. So when are you getting these hours in? At night, in the morning?
Yeah, like 2 hours at night and 3 hours at the morning. But okay, thanks to my second, I don't have to prepare everything myself. I just have to check the lines, like and remember the lines, because he does the preparation himself. Okay, with like some advice from me, but he does it himself. So at least it's very good. It's very. I'm very happy to come with second here.
And final question, is there anything you're doing outside of chess that is helping with this great performance? Going for walks, seeing some of Samarkand?
Uh, Also, I think listening to like hype musics, it just motivates me a lot, because some musics are just super motivated, and like I just enjoy listening to music and try to beat my opponents. Yes.
So 2 questions on that. Do you get these songs stuck in your head during the game?
Yeah.
Yes.
And no, but everybody can see me during the games. I am just singing them. Yeah, I mean not loudly, of course, but yeah, I like to sing because it motivates me all the time.
Any specific song that is your go-to music to hype yourself up?
There are lots, but okay, probably Kendrick Lamar, TV Off is very nice. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Parham. We got to know you a little bit more today. And hope your momentum keeps going, keep going at it, and good luck.
Okay, good luck. Thank you.
Welcome back, and there seems to be something in the air as day 6 promises to be one of the most exciting rounds yet. It must be, because it's the day before the free day. But let's dash over to the excitement, the entertainment, because we have action happening all round. We're going to begin with the women's section because big news, Tan Zhongyi is in serious trouble against Antoaneta Stefanova.
Yeah, so Stefanova is the one in a time trouble because in move 29 she's left only with 1 minute only. However, her position is completely winning, Yovi. She didn't go for bishop h4 that we, with the help of an engine, suggested earlier, but over here on move 25, white went, and maybe the final error, but position was already bad. So white went with h5, and now knight h4, quite thematic. So then the knight is getting sacrificed on h4. In view of knight getting to f3, white tries to prevent it. Rook takes c3. And then finally you have to take this knight, rook g3 check, king h1, and then, well, nice maneuver, queen h3 and to g4. So now rook h3 is threatened.
Queen f3.
Queen f3 is threatened. Right, so the only move to stop it, to stop both threats is rook to a3, but then you can take on a3, bishop a3, and queen f3 check.
And
yeah, the bishop is gone. Yeah, I mean, you go queen g2, queen a3, and black is up a pawn, and it's a very, very weak king. Rook e6 would be answered with a check on c1 and check on f4, and this is it.
Yep. This is it. You cannot survive when there's the queen and the rook sniffing around the king, and the king has got no cover whatsoever. So rook a3, only move to survive. And Tan Zhongyi in big, big trouble. Antoaneta Stefanova, if she can hold her nerve in the time trouble, which I'm sure she can, looking set to take the point. And let's just check in and just do a status update on the game between, we'll begin at the top with Katerina Lagno against Dinara Wagner, two of our tournament leaders. And Katerina, now, well, we can just see, there's a knight pointing
Knight
at
f7. Knight f7 is a very attractive move to play. By the way, after f7, f6, remember we were checking this one. E takes d6 was played. It's a little bit different way. So now if e takes d6, if the pawn was to recapture, then, the knight is passive on e8, the bishop's passive on g7, so white's completely dominant. Therefore, black had to take with the knight, which allows knight e7, queen e7, and queen to d6. Queen d6, rook d6, and black missed a very important resource here. There was a move, bishop h3. Anyway, pawn takes the bishop, rook d7, g4, knight to g5. Rook f2, check, and king h8. So now, knight f7. Well, taking on f7 is hopeless, right? Rook f7, bishop f7, and yeah, just an extra exchange. So you have to go here. And then, I'm not sure what you do. Do you go knight e5? Knight e5 here.
Has to go back to h8, and
now we're thinking knight c6, but that's not much. It's not much.
No. I was thinking. I must say that I kind of wanted to go to e6 with the knight.
So.
Well, does it matter? Or maybe you can.
Yeah. Can you go to e6 here?
Maybe that's not.
You see this evaluation bar drop down because black has bishop h6 check. And then king goes, and there is knight e5. So black is first who gets to start jumping.
So
check is right, and then after king g8, well, this is very complex.
Can you go? Okay, hang on a second. Can you go knight to d?
Knight to d6. Yes, you can, but then the king goes to. Well, any of the two, F8 or F8
Yeah,
or
and now
H8.
can you take on... No, I think H8.
No, this one's also possible. But yeah, let's go H8, whatever.
Just,
And then to take on B7.
Yes. Although there is knight to A5 at the end of that.
Okay, let's see. Knight takes rook takes B7. Yeah, there is knight A5 and black is a K one more time. So I gotta say, I know the answer because computer tells me the answer, but I still don't understand it. Because apparently the move to be played is H4, which, like, what does it even do?
Right. And I mean, okay, it doesn't... Well, one thing, though, it's
Okay, what happens if I take the pawn, right?
H5.
H5, yeah. And if I take this guy,
And
it's knight d6, king
Knight-
goes. No, knight d6. Why
I was
would
thinking
you
knight
go?
G5.
Knight g5, yeah, knight g5, king goes, and can you take h5? Yeah, you take h5, and after
Take
h6, you
rook
take
h6.
h6. Yeah, yeah. So, okay.
Okay, but H4. That's
H4 is not the move.
it's not the move. Okay, so...
Yeah, it's just not the move that crosses your mind, yeah? So knight f7, h4 here is possible, or check here, h4 is, for whatever reason, is even stronger. So now if you were to take, it's rook takes with the same threats, and if h5, you go g4, and you continue kind of
Beautiful.
opening up the king side with black king being exposed to this discovered check.
Yeah. And is this the only way to win?
I do not know.
Because we saw rook takes b7, that gets you into trouble.
Yeah,
Knight
rook
to
b7,
A5,
there's knight
also
a5.
knight E5
There's
in
rook
here.
e1. There's apparently rook e1.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because then you're setting up knight f7, followed by knight to d8.
Check and the check and rook e8. Yeah. And interestingly, if your knight is on g5, black doesn't have bishop h6, which pins the knight and would win the knight, but there is rook h7.
Yeah.
And I always thought that it's unfair that this knight, which is pinned, still protects the rook. You should be able to go king h7, knight h7, bishop g1, and the bishop c1, and the game should continue. Anyway, so rook e1 is one move that is advantageous for white. But then black gets to play rook f8 and stops knight. Does he stop knight f7? No, he doesn't stop knight f7.
No.
Very hard position to play still.
Yep.
Seriously.
I think rook e1 is the most likely move, you know, introducing
Yeah, like
another
rook
piece
e1
into
is
the attack.
logical. I agree.
Okay, well, we're expecting rook e1, although h4 was a computer suggestion. That was
Very cool
constantly
move, yeah.
brilliant. But let's quickly just take an assessment on the game between
Vaishali
Vaishali against Vaishali.
Fatalieva against Vaishali on board 2. Let me switch to this game
And
quickly.
then let's move on to the open.
Wow, a lot of things happen here. After knight d4, Fatalieva decided to go bishop b4, queen to b6, indeed, c5, queen c6, knight takes knight, ed4, castles. And then g5 was computer suggestion. Rook d5 is not bad, of course. h5, c4, d takes, queen takes, f7, f6, and rook e1.
So Fatalieva's fighting. I mean, I would say that she's slightly worse because the bishop on b4 is at the minute just defending. But this, I mean, White's position isn't that bad. I mean, we saw lines where White's position could suddenly collapse. But I'm expecting Black just to centralize the rooks and pile up on the d pawn.
Yeah, so apparently computer doesn't really like f6, even though it is very natural, kind of covering the dark squares, but rook g8 was suggested, and then I guess you keep the bishop anchored on e6, so white doesn't have that much of a counterplay, and you are planning for g5, g4, and that would have been a better version of the same. 'Cause
Okay.
now rook e1, and I guess rook e3, other rook to e1, black will have to, you know, think about like what do you do with the e file.
Okay, well, things are looking very promising for Black because they do have the initiative. But let's cast our eyes to the open section, and I'm going to direct us to board 3, to a game that we looked at. But things are getting very critical here. You see the evaluation bar is all over on the Black side, and
So
As you can
Anish
see,
Giri, right.
A4, A5 was allowed.
Anish Giri against Maurizzi. Bishop b3, a b3, queen c7 is what Anish chose, and we knew that bishop d4 with a tempo was necessary, and after bishop e3, black is simply faster. a5, f5, a4, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, ba4, rook a4, bishop h3, b3, c3, and rook f8 was the move the computer liked the most. Anish's knight c5 is still very, very good, for the simple reason that white's king is in constant danger.
Yeah, and is there a threat with knight to c5, or is it just that?
Check and a check, right? I mean, that's a very straightforward threat.
Okay, so let's defend.
How do we, king b1, I don't think we're defending with king
No,
b1.
no. I'm just thinking about defending e4. I think
Bishop back to g2.
2 or, yeah.
But it's such a terrible position,
And
this
king to
rook
d2.
a2, right?
Back to c1. There's nothing to do.
Well, it's knight a4, right?
And then that's
b2,
gonna cement.
c3, yeah.
Okay, so that's already a very, very nice. Okay, so what
I
happens?
think
Bishop takes knight then.
capturing on c5 could be an idea. I guess no point for black to trade the queen, so the pawn takes pawn. This loses to bishop g5 check, right? And after king b1, you go check, check, and a checkmate on a2.
Yep.
I mean, you probably could have gone like, no, not easy. Yeah, I thought queen a7, but then bishop d7 check, and you would still have to prove it. Yeah, rook a1. If you see a forced checkmate, it's much better to go for a forced checkmate.
Yeah.
So takes, and then I guess you have to guard. You have to guard this. Rook to g1. There's no question. Black is much better, right?
Yeah, no, black is better, but then if there's no immediate win.
Yeah, there is an immediate. Bishop g5, rook g5, and the check. And
then rook
check
takes rook,
from.
and then you give a check
I was
on
thinking
d8.
from d8. Yeah. Well, computer actually says d6 is also a move because d1 rook is hanging. Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
it's terminal
yeah.
then.
It's winning. Yeah, it's winning. Maybe d6 is even better because queen on d6 is simply better than on d8. Rook d5, rook takes rook, pawn takes rook, and it's extra exchange. And what's funny, black still can castle later on in this game. The king didn't move, the rook didn't move.
No. Okay, well, if that's the best that white can do, then white is in serious trouble. So let's move on down. And just a reminder that if you want to follow your favorite players, there are dedicated cameras where you can follow each of their moves and investigate, do your deep dives. But we have several streams, and you can find them mentioned. They're mentioned in the description of our broadcast below this particular one. So if you want to keep your eyes on this game, then that is the stream to follow.
Yeah, and let's not forget we have a poll of the day, right?
Yes. And of course, also a reminder, we are asking for our poll of the day, and Mira and I have opinions on this poll. Who is the best player who never became world champion? Because they are fighting for 2 tickets to the candidates, and the winner of the candidates challenges for the crown. Well, we have some options for you. Paul Morphy, Viktor Korchnoi, Vasil Ivanchuk, and A.N. Other.
So ours was, yeah, we thought of Paul Morphy, I think. But then again,
We'll discuss this.
He did not become the world champion because he could not possibly become the world champion because there was no
such
world
title.
championship.
We have opinions, and I'm sure you guys in chat also have ideas on this question. So let's actually head down, and of course we have a lot of stars. Yesterday they took a tumble as they lost, so we're going to go down a little bit in these boards and have a look at some of the big names. And maybe we check in on Pragnananda against Mamedov, or do you want to go somewhere else?
Well, let's see quickly Prague against Mamedov on board 9, and maybe we take a bit of a dive and check, like, boards 10 to 15. Right, so Prague with Mamedov. Mamedov, despite being a pawn down still, I like his position, at least optically. Looks like black has quite a nice compensation. The white king being stuck on f1. Right, the d5 pawn is safely blocked for now with the knight on d6. And there's always a question what you do after b4, though, because the knight is almost trapped, if not trapped. So I guess you'll have to jump to d3. Very tense position, this.
But I remember Prague doing this back on the Champions Chess Tour. He was always going h5, h6. Not because he had ideas of checkmating immediately. It was actually later on in the endgame where it would just be a clamp.
Yeah, so like go h6 and then keep the pawn on h6. And right. Okay, but very, very complex. And because we want to cover as many games as possible, that's not like kind of stop here for too long. Gukash on board 10, it's different. It's already the endgame. And Nicholas Theodorou seemingly was aware of this sideline, I want to say. Remember this very early tricky idea from Gukash in the Petrov, and g4 indeed was played, queen to g6. But yeah, Theodorou knew how to play this endgame. And yeah, that's what we've gotten. Bishop d8, king f8. All of those moves are approved or half approved by the engine, including the bishop f6 move.
You had to play bishop f6.
Yeah. So now white gets to take on f7, you go to e8, and then bishop e5 is the threat, so rook has to move, and this is where you take on c3, rook c6, you take cd4, and yeah, a lot of pawns getting traded. You probably eliminate the remaining pawn. Rook e6 check, king f8 or d8.
Still,
it's a funny pawn structure black has, right? Even then, it is quite tricky.
It's very dangerous though as well for Gukash, because if the d pawns get motoring, they're not going to be easy to stop.
Yeah. So your knight's kind of hanging in there. Yeah, fair point. It's quite a tricky position. Rook f7 was played, by the way. Not both. Yeah, Gukash on 36 minutes, Theodorou on 26 minutes.
Is there room for error, for instance?
King g8. How bad is king?
G8.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, rook c7 and
then you do the same thing again?
Yeah. Well, one thing is that I guess you could take on e5 and c3. It's getting very sharp, though. Because black currently has, 3, or after rook c6, d4, 2 connected passed pawns. White has the a pawn, the e pawn. So computer's evaluation of this being equal doesn't really help. It's a race. It's either black gets to promote the pawns or like the sheer numbers win. And having said that, I just realized that, yeah, white only has like one extra pawn. So it felt like white had more.
Yeah, but it's the quality, not the quantity. And the pawns on c4 and so c5 and d4
are very threatening.
And they're quite far advanced up the board.
Yeah, so there's some big names playing on lower boards.
Okay, well, let's head there, because there's also big names playing on those boards.
13, board 13. Wow, it changed again. Wow, it's amazing. So that's Nepo playing against Alexei Sherov. And it was very, very theory-heavy line where on move 19, believe it or not, Nepo had 1 hour 40 on his clock. By the way, these two played only 2 times, both games finishing in a draw. So that was, yeah, absolutely in a very, very hard to comprehend position on move 19, rook b to e7, and then Nepo went with bishop g5. So here, Shirov had a chance to sacrifice an exchange. Knight takes d5, and you cannot recapture on d5 because rook e1, and then if queen takes, you take again, and then you take on g5. So this would lose. White would have to take on e7, and then knight takes e7. And then later on you play c4, you open the bishop, and this looks quite interesting for black. Shirov went with c4, when Nepo eliminates this knight, goes knight f1, knight g3, and now seemingly has full control. Queen d2, knight d5, queen d5, queen knight d5, a nice piece sacrifice, or rather exchange of two minor pieces against the rook. Right, queen a5, rook e3, computer claims white's winning here, so later on apparently Nepo made a mistake. Knight h5, white was completely winning. Rook e6, knight f4, still good. Queen c5. And Nepo's queen d2 is something computer does not approve on. So taking on e6 is what computer wants it to be. And over here, rook takes, knight d5, king g7, and that's a current, rook c3, a5, rook c1. That's the current position where already black kind of slightly preferred by the engine after this move b4, which Shirov just played. And the way it works is a4, knight b4. You can't really tolerate these pawns for too long. Knight b4, and then black plays c3. And you capture on c3. Queen takes b4, queen takes c3, which is,
and that probably,
I guess, the same, and it should be a draw, right?
It should be a draw, that's what I was going to say. It looked very exciting, very unconventional, but it will probably fizzle out.
Yeah, very likely, because I believe like if white insists on playing on, he would be playing with fire.
Yeah.
If these pawns get to move further, it does look very scary.
Definitely. And someone who, on a visual scale, also seems to be playing with fire is Robert of Ancien. Against Vincent Keimer on board 11. I just wanted to draw attention to the last move that he played. White had just played e6. Take it back.
This one?
Yeah.
E6.
So White just played e6. What move would you expect from black? Well, now you know. You would not expect rook a to d8.
Yeah, rook a to d8 is a bit surprising.
And I thought that was it. That was the whole point. I mean, the whole fundamental idea, though, is that black is saying, if you take on f7, obviously he's not going to capture with the rook. He's just going to step up with the king.
King g7.
Yep. And there are no checks.
Yeah, somehow you cannot really get this queen to any of those dangerous squares. Can I go queen e6? What's the problem with queen e6? And then apparently black goes rook to d2, or maybe starts with rook f7, which is similarly the version of the same. No. Rook d2 is more precise. Again, I changed my mind. Rook d2 is more precise. Queen takes pawn. Rook takes pawn. Rook f1 is you have to play. Yeah, the move you have to play. Rook f1. White two pawns up, but computer's not impressed, and black's activity perhaps compensates for the lack of material. Yeah. Even though I wouldn't be so sure. In the game, I wouldn't be so sure. Like the a pawn's moving.
It is, because white will just stand still on the king side and agree, move the a pawn. But okay, well, I just like this rook a to d8 because it literally was very unexpected. And also in other big news, I mean, on 14 and 15, the drama is there because Maxime Vaishali with the black pieces, according to the evaluation bar, in big trouble, my evaluation bar at least, in big trouble against
Sean Sarkisian.
Exactly.
That's a player who made the draw against Aronian yesterday, right? Wow, and MBL's last move, rook a5, might actually add to his problems, because white has check, white has queen e3, so basically white's pawn, 2 pawns up. I just realized what 2 pawns up, and you can't really take a2 after say queen e3, right? If you were to take knight takes, then rook c2 to c7.
It's just a question of extra material, you know.
Right.
White has those extra pawns and also the ability to attack the unsafe king. Well, we're going to be perhaps seeing an upset here.
Yeah,
as,
something went terribly wrong for MBL, it seems.
And talking about something that's gone terribly wrong for White, we also moved down to the game between Vohidov against Hans Niemann. Because this one is crazy. I mean, we have a black pawn on f2, and black is exchanged down.
Black is exchanged down, not even a pawn for an exchange, but a very strong knight on e5. Pawn on f2, and I think the question is if pawn survives, right? Because now black's the move, white is threatening to capture the pawn on f2. So what do we do? Do we go knight g4? No, knight g4 blunders a pawn.
Not so
Queen, no, queen f4.
Can we start like harassing the queen? Is that something to be?
So there's that. And I think I shouldn't allow queen f4, so queen to g5.
Yeah.
Wow, and now I see that the valuation bar goes down because apparently knight g4 is strong.
He's played rook f3.
He's played rook f3, right. He's played rook f3.
Okay, so the whole thing is that the knight is going to come in and go to
g4 and e3.
And
you win back the exchange, and you don't drop the pawn.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you don't drop the pawn. So f2 pawn stays, and it'll be material equal, and the f2 very dangerous pass.
But if white just holds tight,
maybe
it's going to be some
can
work
survive,
to
yeah.
crack.
So queen g5. Then computer says knight g4. I don't quite pick on why can't you go after the d6 pawn? Because apparently after knight e3, white can resign. Queen e5, queen c2 checkmate. Yeah, I was relying on this queen e5 with the perpetual check ideas or double attacks ideas. Knight e3 not only threatens both rooks, but also queen c2 checkmate.
Yeah. Yes, yes, yes.
Queen g5 played, so now knight g4, critical moment, and
It's been very interesting.
Niemann might be winning if he finds knight g4.
Yeah, and since he played rook f3, and you are looking
You
to,
would guess, yeah, you would
guess knight to g4. And the main thing to think about is whether there is any potential perpetual. So for instance, knight to g4, maybe can you go
queen g6,
G6,
but then the
allow-
queen, the queen covers covers e8. So even then, you don't really have the mechanism for perpetual check.
If you go queen to h5,
Queen to h5 to pin the rook
Yes.
down to the knight, then okay, this is tricky. This is tricky. Black can go knight h2. But that's not the strong. The strongest would be to go queen e4, and that's beautiful centralization, because the queen covers every possible light square you need, and white has no way to get the rook to the e file, right?
yeah. Wow, crazy.
Quite impressive. Yep.
Crazy, crazy, crazy games all around here in day 6. It does feel like someone let off some fireworks in the playing hall, and we have spectacular games. And we're very lucky to have here with us Angelica, who is ready to show us another one of these fantastic moments.
We have a big result in the women's section. It's a game you touched briefly, but the way how it resolved, I mean, just beautiful. It's a game between Tan Zhengyi, and by the way, she's already in the candidates tournament for the next year, and Antoneta Stefanova, the grandmaster from Bulgaria. And here we have a position. You already were discussing this position that at some moment there might be sacrifices on h4. So here, Antoneta is playing rook c4, putting pressure on the pawn on h4. Knight h4 is a threat. So what Tan is doing, she's going for h5, apparently just kicking the knight away, But Antoaneta, she is just playing knight h4, even if the pawn is not there, sacrificing the knight. And in case white would take on g4, on h4, there will be rook g4, king f1, and just all the pieces are entering. There is a huge pressure on the f file. Rook h1 is a threat. Unfortunately, full domination. And that's why in this position she played f4, trying to stop rook coming to g4. But then rook is entering on the third rank. Rook takes on c3. Now rook g3 is a threat. After pawn takes on h4, rook g3, check, king h1, and all the pieces are entering the position. The extra piece which white takes, it doesn't matter. Queen h3 check. Oops, I'm sorry, I spoiled a little bit, but let's see here. A queen h3 check, queen h2 trying to defend, and now queen g4. There is a threat of queen f3 forcing checkmate, as well as rook h3. The only way to stop is rook h3, but then here Stefanova is finding the way to transfer the position into the winning endgame, winning back the piece she sacrificed earlier. And here, after a couple of moves, we can see that queen f4, there was a forced trade of the queens, and basically this rook endgame is completely winning. Here Tan Zhongyi resigns, bringing a huge victory for Antoaneta. Joanka, wasn't this beautiful sacrifice of the night?
Absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's been a very impressive game. And I gotta say, I'm impressed by the whole vibe of today's play. I mean, we've seen such fighting chess, and the fact that knight h4, sacrifice, and rook takes c3. I mean, this has just been sheer domination. I mean, what have the players been breathing, guys? Yesterday was kind of solid with some amazing moments, but today it feels like there's pandemonium. Exactly, everybody wants to win.
What everyone is having for breakfast today, I mean, there was some extra energy there for sure. And by the way, for Tan Zhongyi, we remember she lost in the first round, surprisingly. Now she's losing again. It shows how unpredictable the Grand Swiss is.
Exactly. When you have the best players, you know, it just shows everyone can rise to the occasion. Wow, wow. Wow, thank you very much, Angelica. And what can I say? I mean, we've had so much fun, so much action, and it's already only halfway through. And well, before I was going to go to a break, but let's not go to a break because we actually have some breaking news. We have some results there.
A lot of results at once. So board 1 and board 2 are both draws.
Okay, some smiles there for Maghsoodloo, and maybe we can break down exactly what happened.
We've missed such a chunk. Remember, we were looking at some position after the opening.
Yes.
If I get a chance to bring, you know, the position that the game finished, it's a pawn endgame, 3 pawns each. So there've been a lot of trades over there in this game. Mishra and Bluebaum also fizzled out, petered out to a draw.
I see there's also a result as well.
As a result, Nihal Sarin wins against Gumulash with black.
So let's have a quick look at what's happened, or should we save it as a cliffhanger?
Yeah, I think, yeah, but we'll get the time. After the time control, we'll get a couple of games going, and we will have to save this one.
Okay,
right?
Well, you heard it here first.
Yeah, so that's the fun. Now, I wanted to show that one. Remember Gumulash against Nihal Sarin, where we were doubting this position for black. Remember, if knight g5 would be played, then white would, in our opinion, be better. And imagine black won this after 9 more moves.
Wow.
Bishop g5, knight d7, a3, bishop takes knight, rook takes bishop, rook c8, rook ce3, white similarly keeps the pieces on the board, like, you know, makes it complex. Queen c7, knight e5, and then knight takes, pawn takes, queen c6 is very standard way of going about this position, because if you go f3, that means you're crossing closing the third rank, and your rooks are not getting there. Rook f3 was played, knight jumps to e4, h7, h6. Now black is already better according to an engine, but next move was a blunder. Rook f4, black gets to play knight c3, attacking the queen and threatening queen takes g2. White went with queen f3, and guess what? Knight e2 is a beautiful, beautiful trick. You can take with the queen because the queen is pinned,
Just
and
show
you
that
can take,
checkmate.
queen takes queen g2, or rook takes queen c1. Queen c1, and then you take everything that white puts on the first rank until it's a checkmate.
Yeah.
Right, so knight e2, and there is absolutely no way out, because if you move the king, it's not the exchange you're losing the full rook.
Because you cannot take.
You cannot take back,
because
it's
of
once
the
again queen
pawn on
g2, and everything collapses.
Everything just completely imploded there for Gumelaj.
Simon Gumelaj, yeah.
It's been a stunning, stunning day, full of thrills, spills, surprises, and I think it's only fitting that we almost saw a checkmate there. But lots and lots of action ahead as we are ticking down to 3 hours of play. I think it's the perfect moment for us to go on a break. But when we return, we're going to break down every bit of detail that has happened. We'll show you all of the draws that have progressed. But in the meantime, during the break, we are going to be showing you some funny videos from our FIDE social media. So enjoy.
What's one lie you always tell in the interviews?
That I like doing interviews.
Top 3 things that come to your mind when you hear Uzbekistan.
I guess all the chess players' names. Nazarbek, Sindarov, and the Yakuboev Nazarbek.
Architecture, chess, greenery.
The Olympiad, which will be here next year, then of course the many strong players, and also we had the FIDE World Rapid Athletes.
World Rapid Blitz, Samarkand, Indian movies.
Well, Samarkand, because it's the only city I have been to in Uzbekistan. Then plov, Uzbek plov. And the third one, Uzbek chess players, especially men's team, as they won Olympiad recently.
Food, strong players, and I don't know. That's all.
Probably Samarkand. I played World Rapid and Blitz here, so that might be the second thing. And I had great memories, so I'll say great memories.
Uzbek plov, that's for sure. These hats and chess. New generation is just wow.
Hello, we are back. It's the middle game portion, and things, as we discussed just before the break, are turning wild. And during that break, we also had an extra set of results, as Anish Giri did win against Marcandria Maurizzi. It was a dream night off. Maybe we can just replay the
cover
finish.
those last few moves that we've missed.
Yeah, and also we had some draws. Should we take a look at how those games concluded, and then let's dive into all of the action.
Right, so Anish's position. Remember knight c5, and our conclusion was that perhaps you have to take this knight, even though the position it would still be bad. Queen e2 was played instead, kind of a bit of a tricky move, maybe hoping for this check on b5. Queen c6, king to d2, a runner attempt. Castle short, Castle short on move 25. If you can castle short and move 25 in the Sicilian, that usually means it's good, right?
Yes, yes.
You either castle earlier or you lose your castle right by move 25.
Yeah.
Castle short, king is safe, rook on f8 joins the action, rook f1, rook takes, queen takes e4, and this is where Maurizzi resigned.
Well, it's
too many threads, and if you take c5, then bishop g5 would be your checkmate in 3.
Right, I mean, the rook is coming down to a2, the b2 pawn is sensitive.
That is.
Queen is coming to c2.
Yeah, queen c2 is the threat, right? Yeah, everything falls apart. What do we have? Shirov and Nepom did make a draw. Remember this wild game where Shirov sacrificed?
We saw on camera that it was a draw between Parham, Maghsoodloo and Arjun Erigaisi.
Let's kind of click through this one.
Click through this one and show everyone. So
F5 was played. Knight to G5, and we've guessed the entire variation, I believe.
Oh, fantastic!
And not exactly. We were taking the knight on D5, on G5. So this was a check, Queen F3, and they've traded like that, and they've traded like that. And guess what? It looks fairly symmetrical to me. Bishop F6, Bishop to G5 castles, FD1, AD8. Trades, more trades, and even more trades.
Mm-hmm. So the players
I think
racing to that.
Somewhere around this moment, I think they've given each other this nod of understanding. So probably.
It's very important, right, before you embark on this type of thing, is to make eye contact with your opponent.
Is it?
Kind of like nod in agreement, and then on you go. And there, here we
H5, A5, A4, King E6, King F6, and it turns out you cannot really put black into a 6-1. He can wait forever with King E6, King F6, G4, G6, and the draw was agreed.
Okay, well, the big question is, Parham Maghsoodloo on 5 out of 6. Will he be caught up by someone else? And no, he cannot, because
Giri had half a point less. Giri had half a point less, and Mishra and Bluebaum made the draw as well.
Maybe we can show that as well.
Yeah, Mishra and Bluebaum, we've seen it here, I believe, after H4. And Mishra, after spending some time, went for what you, Jovi, described as a mysterious King H8. And indeed, it is mysterious. Now, White went G3, Bishop D2. And isn't it ironic that at some point we had White bishop on D7 blocking the D file for Black. So now it's bishop D2 and Black bishop on D2 blocks the D file for White. White finds knight to D4, takes on D2, and set of exchanges, Queen C5, Queen to D7, Queen E5, Queen to A7, and that was it. Queen A2, Queen B6, even less pawns, and after Queen E2, they've reached move 30.
So they can
they were allowed to offer a draw, and they've immediately did.
Okay, so
what are we left with in the open section? Firouzja and Tabatabai are playing, Rothstein against Abdusattorov are playing. And speaking of the top boards, Yakuboyev, Pranav.
That's the crazy game.
Craziest game. So let's jump right here.
Because, I mean, how does one assess this? You know, White is a rook up, but the king is on D2. Ain't that safe?
Yeah, well, doesn't look safe at all. Doesn't look safe at all. I believe the line that we were speculating could have happened in this like very early stage, similarly calm position. We were looking at crazy stuff with h5, h6, g4, and guess what? All of that was played. Queen to d6, knight to f4, rook e8, preventing e3. Yeah. Rook here, bishop e6. How did white won a rook? Queen c5, e3, knight to b4, knight to d4, and black went to sack the exchange, but then the queen is hanging, and so does the bishop on e6. Knight c2 check, king e2, queen b5 check, queen d3, knight d4 check, king to e1. Well, rook e8. Rook e8. White captures the knight, bishop d5, king d2. Doesn't look safe, but apparently it is. Computer likes white's chances. King h7. King h7 kind of indicates that there was nothing with an immediate check on e2, right? Because black could have gone rook e2, but chose to play king h7. But still, objectively, like I would consider f3, and then after c5, apparently I'm in trouble. f3 doesn't look like a bad move, because knight e3, I was actually quite cheeky. I wanted to get knight f8, queen g7 checkmate, so it's not like I'm blundering the fork, but what I did blunder was c5. Apparently f3 is winning, if not for c5, and after c5, I don't have enough squares on this diagonal, I guess, because after queen c3, you go rook d8, and then after...
Well, this is the problem.
I mean, yeah, it is.
Step
because
back.
if you go there, it's just rook takes rook and queen f1 check. Right. Right, so there is no f3.
I was thinking king c1.
Yeah, well, let's just walk away. Queen c1, brilliant.
Oh.
We both thought the same way, so that's a second double attack we've blundered.
Okay, so this is not easy. Okay, what about rook to...
Rook g1 is what computers say, but that you really have to be cold-blooded to get rook g1.
I was thinking rook g3. Is rook g3?
Rook g3 is not great because of rook e4. And then, no, wait. Is it rook e4?
Yeah,
something's off with this computer, because it was saying rook e4, queen c3, rook c4, queen b3.
Isn't there queen e2 and then rook c4?
Yeah, that's over here.
Yeah.
Queen e2, king c1, rook c4, fails to rook d8. You win the queen, but apparently you run out of checks. You'll have a lot of checks now, but you'll run out of checks. Let's see how you run out of checks. So check here, and say check here.
You tuck your king on
b1. You simply go to b1, you block with the rook, and this little pattern is well known. So the moment you run out of checks, you do get checkmated on h8.
And this checkmate, I know the name
this checkmate is called?
The hookmate.
The hookmate.
Yeah.
What's the hook? The knight.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, makes sense. The hook checkmate.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Yes, after king h7, you have two winning moves, apparently. Oh, well, rook g3 happens to be winning as well, but can you really see this? It's not easy at all, right?
No, to see
to comprehend that, like there is nothing, there is no perpetual check. There is also like queen e1 check here. It's very confusing.
Also, this is the kind of position, let's face it, let's be super honest here, that if you have the assessment of the computer evaluation, you see the evaluation, but you see you're completely winning, you're like, aha, everything is good. But Yakubov will not have that knowledge. Right. And so instead he'll be like processing all of the checks, the captures, the attacks. And we saw, like, I think f3 is also a supernatural move. Like you almost think that it's
he's launching the knight cannot go, right?
Exactly.
By the way, if instead of king h7, rook e2 would have been played, king to c1, and here the double attack with queen c6 doesn't really work, because you simply go to b1, and if the rook is taken, then queen d8, king f7, queen f8, and queen e7 checkmate.
Okay. Well, Looking good for Yakuboev, but he has to walk carefully in this position because it's filled with venom. A position that I'm going to ask your opinion on, and then we can just quickly move on, is the game on board 4 between Tabatabai
And Firouzja.
Yes. So
Wait, yeah, that's the one.
this is the
That's
one.
the one.
It's as level looking as it gets.
Yeah, this looks absolutely. Well, I think we are just about in time to see draw being agreed.
Okay.
Right. So this is yet another one which is finished.
Yes.
Tabatabai with Firouzja. And I think for most of the game it was, Tabatabai was a pawn up at some point, but Firouzja seemingly always had enough compensation. So I think it's
Yeah, and you can tell
Quite
actually by the
fair.
way that they analyze that these are old friends. It's very nice
right.
to see the players analyze, just share their thoughts on the moves. And by the smiles and the laughter, you know that they're a good relations.
right.
Yeah. Okay, so talking about draws and equality, let's go down to board 5 because we have Maxim Rothstein against Nordebek Adustorov. And here, well, we saw it right in the beginning. It was the Catalan. It was one of these trendy ideas where white goes h4. Knight came out to attack the bishop on f4. How equal is this? I mean, it looks like white is pressing.
So this one, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Knight f3, knight to e5 maybe?
Well, Mira, we're going to hold that thought because we're going to go straight to Charlie's where we have Hans Niemann ready to share with us his thoughts on the game.
We are here at the FIDE Grand Swiss catching up with Hans Niemann again. Hans, we're at the middle of the tournament, tomorrow's a rest day. How do you assess your performance so far?
Yeah, the beginning was quite miserable because I felt like I was playing really well and then my opponents would just defend quite tenaciously and the time control certainly didn't help. So today I really wanted to win before the rest day, but I actually lost to him once when I had a very high fever and I overpushed with the black pieces. So I had quite bad memories about overpushing with black against him, so I didn't want to repeat that, but thankfully I got quite a nice opening, something that I had used to beat Ivic when I won the Grenke. I needed to win on demand, so the opening went well and I was able to get a good fight, but it reminded me of the good old days when I just would go all in with both color and be, let's say, ignorant to any risk, so I'm just glad it paid off, but certainly at the end it was probably time pressure and very hard position to play for both colors.
What has changed since then? Maturity or something specifically you worked on in your chess?
Well, the line that I played against him the last time was a bit more risky. The Najdorf was certainly more principled. But I guess after he won that game, he was ambitious. So usually when you're black and you're playing against an opponent that lacks ambition, it's quite hard to win. But he was quite ambitious. We took our chances, but even at the last moment when I played knight g4, I was quite concerned. I could have bailed out with the draw with actually rook takes a3, which is quite a funny idea because if he takes queen takes a3, he can't go to d2 because knight f3 check. And if he includes queen d8, I just play king h7, he can't go to d2 because knight c4. So I almost bailed out, but after knight g4, I calculated everything and it seemed very difficult for him to defend.
What about your overall performance over these 6 rounds? How do you assess that and how do you feel for the next half of the event?
I think other than the blunder in the first game against Ergaisi, which was quite insane, but other than that I've played very solid chess. Like I haven't had any losing positions, I haven't really had a much worse position in any game, so I think I've been very stable, which is good. I remember the last Grand Swiss I played, I was incredibly unstable. I started with a win, I lost, and then I won 2 games in a row, and then I lost in 2 games. So I think stability in this type of long tournament is important to sort of maintain stamina towards the end because a loss can tilt you. So I think the performance is very good. +2, 5 games, 3 whites. I think it's a decent position.
And outside of chess, I want to talk about you have a camera guy here following you around. Are you making content? Tell us what is going on.
I just realized that Chess-Based India is so great that I think I need to create my own version, Endgame Chess-Based India, because I think it's important to document. I want to document the journey and help show my perspective more. I have to fight against the chess mafia's media empire.
And speaking about cameras, our cameras have seen you speaking during the rounds, not during the games, but before and after, with some other players about Hikaru Nakamura, we think. Would you like to share your thoughts on that?
Yeah, but if you don't know, you should check out his collage videos on his YouTube channel about me. It's quite extensive. But no, in general, I think that if you look at the changes in the chess time control, the rating system, historically relative to how the world has advanced, I think it's time for. I think first of all you need rating decay. I think the rating system, which allows, for example, Vishy Anand, who's an amazing player, but for him to maintain his rating playing 5-10 games a year, I don't think that's appropriate. I think we should adopt a similar system to tennis because, I don't know, the fact that you can qualify to the candidates without playing the Grand Swiss, without playing the World Cup, without, he doesn't really play against, he barely plays classical chess. And when he does, he's quite timid and solid, not really that ambitious. So I think that chess needs to change the system because the current state of classical chess, when we're playing 8-hour games, it's dreadful, to be honest. Like I'm kind of miserable here. Of course, it's a great tournament with prize money, great conditions, but I don't know. I just can't really. It's just miserable because I don't know. I don't think like if you look at the time control has gotten longer when the game is. When we've started to understand the game more. So logical, like if people were playing faster than us 100 years ago, and they knew a fraction of what we know, it only makes sense to balance the scales, to ensure enough margin for error and creativity on the board.
Well, you have a rest day tomorrow at least that you can do recover a bit and come back for the second half strong again. Good luck, Hans. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear the opinions of Hans Niemann. So we were discussing this 100 years ago, and it's true. I mean, they would stop for Germans 100 years ago.
Yeah.
But they would be playing super long time controls. I do remember it was sometimes, especially past 100 years, it would take days.
Days to finish the game, yeah.
Thankfully.
Right, but that was opinion and a half from Hans Niemann.
Yeah, and whilst we saw him there on the camera, he did have a very nice finish in his game against Shamsuddin Vohidov. So let's show the end of that one.
Yep,
because
the
he won very nicely with the black pieces.
Right, so after rook f3, and I believe that's the last move we've seen. Yes. Queen g5 was something we would be analyzing. Knight g4 and rook to d allows black to go queen e4. And now if you were to take on f3, there's a bit of a problem. Queen e1.
Beautiful.
Rook takes queen and then another queen and black is checkmating. So queen e4 perhaps was blundered, I believe, because after that, black gets to keep the rook and queen g2 is a very serious threat. So rook h3, one final mistake, queen g3 would still, rather rook g3 would still keep the game going. Queen g2, rook to h1 and queen takes h1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Really
nice finish from Hans Niemann.
And at the end of that one, you know, black will promote and they'll be ending up a knight up. So a very nice finish. And also just to update you more results, it was a win for Shant Sargsyan against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Wow.
So we have a whole load of results. But of course, action all throughout the tournament. So we have here with us Angelica, ready to show us some more of her special gems that are on offer in the event.
We are in the equator of the event. Here is the game between Bulmaga Irina with the black pieces against Anna Schuchmann. And it's being the position which we see right now, by the way, white already sacrificed an exchange. No. Oops.
Yes, he's...
Yes, exactly. The rook was sacrificed.
It's rook down.
Yeah, I wanted to say an exchange there. Exactly. And at this position, we still see, okay, the black is better, but not for a full rook, because we know rook is a +5 points, computer says just -1. And in this moment, I wanted to show, after knight c6, what Anna is doing, she's not removing her rook, she's playing knight c4, she's giving up a second rook, and she's getting this beautiful pawn chain. And now basically for 2 rooks, there is just only 1 bishop. Computer still says, of course, it's much better winning for black, but just look at what she's doing with her pawns. She's just marching forward with them. Wouldn't you be afraid to play this position? I mean, of course, pawn now for black is only 4. Computer says, okay, it's already almost -3. But this pawn chain is blocking these 2 rooks in the position. And I find it also very instructive. And in some moments, the piece value is very relative. In this case, I don't think the rook is worth 5 points, because as we can see, the pawn for a moment still taking care of those 2 rooks. Computer says black will win, but I think it's still tough to find a way to get
It's
out.
quite tense, yeah?
It really is very tense. It reminds me of that game Horde, you know, where one person starts up with an army of pawns. I don't know how many pawns. And the other one has a full
3 rows of pawns or 4 rows of pawns.
I can't remember
4
the
rows of
amount.
pawns.
That
yeah.
is like one of the weirdest things ever. Well, we'll keep an eye on that one, and I can't wait to hear what happens there, because it's certainly very, very tense. Thank you very much, Angelica, for sharing that with us. But talking about tense, it's also time travel stage in the women's section. So let's dash over there. I also see the result between
we've got more results.
Matthias against Vaishali.
So Vaishali did win. Vaishali wins. So she's, for the time being, the sole leader. And she's likely, as of now, she's likely to remain one, because the game between Lagno and Dinara Wagner is level, or almost level, anyway.
Yes, so let's check in on our leaders.
Well, they're playing on seconds, and Dinara needed to go. Yeah, so Katerina Lagno with her last move, bishop to c6, covers e8, right? And she wanted to go rook f7, force the king to g8, and go bishop d5. So rook f1, the move Dinara played, was absolutely vital, covering f7. And now Katerina captures the pawn on h5. And, well, I believe this can be one of those very, very long games. If white somehow, somehow, white is already a pawn up. So white keeps his extra pawn, let's say, and the rooks are still on the board. That can go for a very, very long time. Yep. Right, king h5, I guess you go
I think you have to go g3, because if you lose that one, I don't even think an opposite color endgame.
King g4, and what do? You go rook f2, I'm guessing.
She's reaching for the rook. She's probably going to go
for the
rook
rook
f2.
immediately. She can play rook f2 immediately, I'm guessing. Like you go rook f2, say king g4, rook c2, bishop d5. And while objectively it has to be a draw, you can play for a very long time, and white always has the ways to try.
Yeah, and here actually, if the rooks were exchanged off,
easy draw. Immediately. Yeah, right.
Okay, well, they are on move 38.
38, so they will make it to the time control. Board 4 is also one of the few in progress in women's top 10. Hamdamova against Asabayeva. I don't know if we've checked this position. Well, this one, they've already passed the time control, board 4.
Very blocked.
And it's very blocked, and it's, I guess, close to level. Maybe black eventually will try with like g5 or f5 to open the position up.
Interestingly enough, actually the game that Angelica showed us between Anna Shukman and Irina Bulmaga, that is the one with quite the time trouble. They're on move 36, and white's clock is ticking down to 14 seconds. Do we stay with it until they make the time control? This is on board 9.
They're on board 9. That one.
This one. This is the kind where anything can happen, and it's such a random position.
Well, it's 2 rooks, you know. It's 2 rooks. Now, black gets to play b6 at the very least, right?
You'd think, though, that there would be some way for black to kind of capture on d6.
In the right moment, yeah.
With a knight or something.
Yeah, what you don't want to be doing, you don't want to be losing your b7 pawn, right?
No, but then another
e6,
one.
well, she does give away the b7 pawn, but now white can capture bishop b7, right?
Yeah.
White can capture bishop b7.
And will the a6 pawn fall? And then we'll have 5 pawns.
That's like one fun position. Black goes knight d5, let's say, hits this one. And you can even try king b3. Or you go b5. Yeah, here I believe it could be, yeah, it could, I mean, it looks like black should be winning anyway, but I might be wrong. Yeah, and especially being low on time, anything can happen. Yeah, so bishop takes b7. What did she do? She captures the bishop. Knight takes c6. And now, computer says it's objectively a draw, Ivanka, after knight b7. Because the pawn's going to go to c6. Doesn't matter where the rook goes. Say you go rook b or you go rook h8.
Yeah, and then
the
c6.
pawn's going to go to c6. And if you were to tackle this pawn with king d5, it's actually very, very dangerous because then d7 and d8 is unstoppable. So king d5 is bad. And that means you cannot approach those pawns. If you move the knight, once again, d7. So I guess that's what you have to do. You go knight d5, you threaten this. White goes b5. You have no pawns left, and then white's going to go d7, and you better prepare to sacrifice the knight here.
Yeah, okay. Well, the players, they're move 39, so they will be making the time control.
Well, rook c8 was played, stopping c6 for now, but then white goes in with the king.
Exactly, comes in with the king, and then, well, you have b5 and advancing the pawns.
Well, so finally I have it, because when Angelika was showing us this, I felt like it reminds me of one classical game, and apparently it's Spassky versus Holmov. I wouldn't remember the year, but it was Leningrad variation of the Nimzo, and then Spassky sacrificed an exchange and later on a piece, and it was like 2 bishops and a bunch of pawns against rooks, and eventually, a draw with 4 pawns against the rook, something like that.
White is hoping to use the pawns to get that draw. Someone back in the open section who has already agreed a draw. It is Maxime Rothstein against Nordebek Abdustorov.
Wow. So we've got a lot of results early, even before the time control. We are done on our first 7 boards in the open. Yakuboyev with Pranav. Remember this crazy game?
That crazy game,
the crazy game is still going.
Still
and that's board 8.
And,
that's board 8, and the advantage is gone. The advantage is
an extra
gone.
knight.
Well, 0.7 instead. Like I'm just looking at sheer numbers. It was plus 3.3 here, and he couldn't find anything better than capturing on g4. FG4 and knight f4. So now, apparently, black has to go queen to g5. Otherwise, it's quite bad. So queen g5, and computer only gives like 0.6, 0.7 advantage. You pin the knight. You threaten to pin the queen. So white has to move, and...
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this one is still very complicated despite white having an advantage, and we have to race over to Gukesh's game because following the evaluation bar, Gukesh could be in serious trouble. He is playing white against Nicholas Theodore.
On board 10.
On board 10.
Wow.
Look at the evaluation bar. I'm not even looking at the engine assessment or anything. Those 2 pawns, they can
the pawns are moving.
Fall up the board.
Wow. But how did he do it? How did he do it? Remember, rook f7 check was okay. King e8. Rook a7 instead of rook c7. Instead of rook c7. Black captures this. Check. King e7. Check on c6. King d7, attacking the knight. Rook a6 apparently was stronger. Knight e5, black captures. Still a draw according to the machine. f4, slower.
And now you have to come in with your
d3, rook a6, still fine. c4, rook a7 check. And this is where it went down. But hang on a second. Black goes king e8. And then a check here, and black goes king e7. And a check here, and goes to e8, check here and goes to e7, and check here. So apparently it's a lost position for Gukesh, but we might see a draw.
Okay, let's find out why. This is in principle
I imagine with the king on d7, you have to go to c6.
Yeah.
And then But yeah, but like I don't see the reason not to go to because yeah, what do you do? E6? Do you go E6?
Okay, hang on. Okay, let's try. I don't know. I feel like you should be going king to F2.
F2, D2.
Yeah, this is the problem. And then you have
E2,
and then
rook D3,
and then you're
king
going
D1 and C3, and you can't stop C2. You can't stop C2.
not.
You
No, I
have
need
a
a
few
rook on
checks,
C8.
but huh?
I need a rook on C8.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah. So
And if you go for the other one,
and the other one we had was king C6, E6. And if you go E6, guess what? Black goes D2.
and now if you go,
Yeah, now you're torn apart because if you go E7, you no longer have rook D7, and then Black has rook E3.
okay, but we're seeing some repetition.
King D8. Check. And now again, king C7, and after this check, king C6 would lead to the same position.
Well, hang on a second. So have they repeated?
No, because he went, hang on a second, let me check. So king E8, that once.
Yeah.
King E8 again, that position repeated twice. Position after king E7, rook A7 also repeated twice. And after this rook A7, he went to D8. No, it's not a threefold repetition.
Okay.
It's not a threefold repetition.
And now this is the question.
Check.
Now he goes up to
King
D7.
to D7, and that move 39.
This is, and then rook
He
A7.
will have to, after this check, he'll have to decide. So now apparently king D8, he can still play king D8, that's fantastic. And it still won't be a threefold, it's just that after this check you will have to go to C7. And you'll pass the time control, you'll get 15 minutes, and then after rook A7 check, you will have enough time to calculate that king C6 wins you the game against the world champion.
Yeah. But he's looking at the score sheet, perhaps just checking to make sure that he's made the move 40.
He needs move 40. That's his move 40 right now. That's his move 40 right now.
Well.
And the king goes to D8, still not a threefold.
No.
Still not a threefold.
And now he has all the time in the world
to figure it out.
Yeah, and Gukesh checking the score sheet to see if the position is repeated 3 times. No, this is... Wow. Okay, let's just repeat one more time.
So if we were to go with a check, it's king to C7. King D7 would have won, but it'd be a threefold, so king to C7. And after this check, you want to go to C6.
But wait 1 second. Is there any business with now? Okay, let's repeat that line, and then let's have a look at the variables.
Right,
Yeah.
and
then here, if you try to approach with your king, so he throws in the check.
well, we've tried it. It's the same thing, right?
You know, I just want to kind of clarify it.
Well, if anything, I'm thinking, can I give a check and say go to D6?
Yeah.
And then it's a check.
But then the caterpillar
but then you have enough time to go D2, C3, rook C1, because I'm stuck. I can't move my E-pawn.
That's what I call the caterpillar. I saw it being described like that by Jakob Aagaard.
Right. Whoa. So there is that. Gukesh might be losing here. Then we have Prague with Mamedov just quickly checking. It's an equal position here. Pranav with Yakuboyev. It's anybody's game. Now, once again, looks like Pranav will be winning here. And we have... Yeah, and this is it. This makes it our top 10 boards.
Yep. Well, Vincent Keimer is still going to be pressing against Robert of
Vanisan on board 11. Wow, this one.
This is going to go on for a long time. This one.
Let's agree not to cover this one. Yeah.
Well, we'll find out whether Black manages to get the desired perpetual check.
Right, but other than that, we have like a lot of results already.
But okay, well, let's stick with the Yakuboyev game because that one is
with
only...
Gukesh.
Yeah. No? Well...
Which one?
The Yakuboyev.
Just tell me,
Sorry, board number 8.
Is move 32, so we want to stick with this one because it's a time trouble.
Yep.
And it's a time trouble mainly for Nordebek Yakuboyev with the white pieces. So now white could achieve something that a few moves ago you want would be your dream, trade the queens, right? But now it's no longer an extra rook, and black has managed to collect quite a few pawns.
Yeah.
Right, so queen to d7. And black has to capture, I believe. Well, theoretically, you can... Yeah, you don't want to go here. It's a beautiful, beautiful refutation. So you take, give a check. King h7, we've already seen it. What's the name for this checkmate?
The hook.
The hook again. Yeah, that's the hook again. So queen d7, one needs to trade, rook takes, king f6, I believe. White starts collecting those pawns, but black goes rook e2 check. It's still very, very sharp, this one.
Yeah, it's super, super sharp. Yeah, well, anything can happen with that, especially with the clocks ticking down and with black having accrued so many pawns. But we did see earlier on in the women's section that Vaishali won her game, and she is now currently the sole leader in the women's section. We have her right here in the studio with Angelica, so I'll hand it over to you guys.
Well, I have a pleasure to have Vaishali Ramesh Babu here with us, the player in the women's section who has been leading. You has been leading the whole tournament from the start, winning the games, and now you're also, in case one of the players winning in the first board, you will be also co-leading or maybe sole leader. Congratulations on the victory, Vaishali.
Thank you.
Would you mind showing some key moments from the game? I believe from the opening was already clear that you got equalized.
Yeah, I didn't really expect her to go for this knight 3 bishop c4 Vienna, but anyway, I was ready for it. Yeah, she played a3, which is quite surprising because knight e2 and knight f3 are the main moves, and black anyway with bishop b4 eventually go d5 and take bishop c3. Here she played a3 and forced me to take, so I was happy with this. Yeah, then it was just a... Here bishop g4 was another interesting point, like f3, bishop e6. Here she can't go castle because of knight c3, queen d4. I just stopped castle with this bishop g4, bishop e6. She took bishop d5, queen d5.
Maybe just very briefly, just to show this, knight c3.
If castle.
If castle. Very nice. Yeah, knight c3, queen d4. Okay, so queen d5.
She went bishop d5, queen d5, c4. Queen c5. Yeah, again I was like stopping castle, and my pieces were always active. Bishop d2. Yeah, here I thought it was a critical moment, like how I continue the game. Yeah, like she's planning to play queen b5 or bishop b4, and I was planning to go h5, but I think I didn't like after queen b5, so I went knight d4. I spent a lot of time here. I was not sure whether to exchange this knight or not because anyway e2 knight was not doing good. So
and she has to make you move with your queen so that she can finally castle.
Yeah, if knight d4, queen d4, again my queen is very strong, and this rook is also tied, and it's not clear because I play queen h4 and provoke g3, and yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, queen h4.
She played bishop b4, queen b6. Yeah, I was not sure if this really helped her, but okay, she got to castle, but this anyway I thought black was doing fine, like more than fine. Yeah, black should be better here because this bishop is doing nothing. And I get a free play on the king side. Yeah, maybe I should have started with g5. I thought maybe I should have started with h5. But rook d5, I also have sometimes like a5, bishop a5, rook c5, like attacking both pieces. So she played queen e1. Earlier I was intending a5, but ba5, rook c5, and bishop b4, rook c2, and queen e5. Yeah, this I was not sure, so I continued with h5, c4. I think this was not so good. Yeah, always this dark square bishop is the problem. Her pieces are not active, and played h4.
In here h3.
She should have played h3.
Just stopping.
Yeah, just stop. Maybe I'd play rook d8 or rook g5. I had not decided this.
That was final try for her to stay the game.
Just keep the game going, and yeah, I should be better, but okay, the game goes on. Yeah, rook e3 surprised me. She allowed me to play h3, g3, and yeah, this king will always be in trouble in whatever position we get. Rook d8, and yeah, I got a5 also. I think this was very clean. Bishop a5 rook.
And here was already.
Yeah, I got bishop g4. Bishop b3. Yeah, bishop b3. I think I saw some rook b1, and I could not.
But bishop g4 is just beautiful.
Yeah,
it's so beautiful not to play it.
Yeah, I think maybe there were some better ways to convert it, but what I did not spoil it either. So yeah, she had to play queen e6, and
it was practical decision just
to exchange queens, and yeah.
Oh, wow, what a game. Congratulations. I mean, Vaishali, you have won the previous Grand Swiss. Now, how does it feel coming in this year's FIDE Grand Swiss, also considering your success so far in the first 6 rounds?
I'm happy with the way so far I'm playing, and yeah, I won the previous Grand Swiss, but it already feels like long ago,
Yes.
2 years back, and a lot of things happened in between, of course,
And you improved a lot?
I also lost a lot of rating this year, but of course,
But you learned more.
I learned a lot, and all the experience I think is helping me here.
And now 5 more rounds to go. Tomorrow is going to be a rest day. How are you going to spend it? Will you focus on preparing for the next games, or you will just try to rest and just take it off, a day off from chessboard?
No, I'll rest for some time, of course, and then we'll prepare a bit also. We'll go for a walk, and yeah.
And what is your motivation this year? Is it still the win of the Grand Swiss, or top 2 places at least?
Yeah, of course, to win the tournament and qualify for the candidates.
Thank you so much, Vaishali. Yaman Kamira, do you have any question to our
I just
leader?
wanted to say congratulations, and we wish you the best of luck. And hopefully, if you win, you'll join us more in the studio and share us.
Thank you. I hope to join soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Wow, what a game that was from Vaishali, currently the sole leader in the women's section. But the clock is ticking down, and the complications, they keep on occurring. Well, should we go to the game between Pragnananda? We saw Vaishali. She won her game. Will her brother Pragnananda be as happy? It's looking... He's a pawn up in that particular position, so let's dive in.
On board 9,
This is
right?
board 9, sorry, yeah.
It's board 9, and it's move 38. Prag just made his last move on 13 seconds, it seems. Mamedov's the move, and he can take that extra pawn that Pragnananda has. Rook a4 apparently is the strongest move in the position, where I imagine white doesn't have much, but if there's anything to try, it'd be bishop to e7, and then maybe somehow, lock this king in. In fact, here, black has strictly only move available. Believe it or not, and the move is rook to e8, so that after knight f6, bishop f6, you can't take with the bishop. Otherwise, black king, and let me show this one.
Absolutely.
If the rook went somewhere else, let's say on the 8th rank, that knight f6, bishop f6, and rook h1 is unstoppable. Rook h1, rook h8, checkmate.
Yeah.
And wait, if you were no, don't listen to Mishra. Rook c8 loses to rook h1 first.
Yes.
It's even cooler because you still got the f8, and then when black would do something, knight f6, bishop f6, and this checkmate pattern we know as.
It has a name.
It has a name.
It has a name, but it has escaped me.
Rook h8. Anyway, knight a4. Yeah, so they went for this line. Rook a4, knight a4. This is bishop e7 was move 40 for Prague. So now
rook e8, only move.
E8 is the only move. Is the only move, right?
Okay.
Because we figured out if rook is moved without any threat, then rook h1 is very strong. If you go to d7, but then knight f6,
Knight f6 is
bishop
incredibly
takes,
dangerous.
and you are threatening rook e8 as well.
Yeah.
And I just put the rook on an awful square, because king f8, white goes rook h1, and you can't run away. You can't run away.
What does he play?
He did play rook e8. He did play rook e8. That was the only move to hold the balance.
Okay. So he's found the correct way to just maintain equality, but maybe we can go with our cameras and check in on the game between Gukesh and Theodore. Theodore? He has beaten Fabiano Caruana, so is a very strong opponent, but I just want to see from the camera work, is Theodore resigning himself to taking a draw, or will he play for more?
No, he's fully concentrated.
Okay.
He's fully concentrated, so now...
No move yet?
Yeah, he needs to go for king c7, because that's the only move which stops the threefold repetition.
Yeah.
So in theory, like all of those three would be winning, but the king has been 2 times on e7, it has been 2 times on d7, so rook a7 in both cases would be, yeah, claiming a threefold repetition, so the only move is king to c7, and after this check, I was wondering if king b7 wins, or if king b6 wins. It's trickier. It's minus 1.3, minus 1.5, so might not be the most precise, but king c6 is. So, and if this check's given, where do you run? You go here, and if I give one more check, king to d4, very logical. And now that I've got my king very active, now if you go e6, I guess, I still go d2.
And now if you run with the rook, I mean, try to...
Yeah, like go here.
Yeah.
I think rook e3 simply, and I stop this pawn, and then it's just I go in with the king. So there's always a problem. Like if black king is left behind, say, where did I go? Yeah, like king somewhere here. No, not king b6, Mira, king c6. If you try to stop the pawn, say going e6, d2, rook d7, then my king is close to the white pawn, right? So it's rook d3 then.
Yeah.
Rook takes rook, pawn takes rook, and this king is in the square of the e-pawn. And if the king is forced forward to d4, now the rook will be stopping this pawn, right?
And is there anything to do
like if
with,
you go
like,
e7, I believe it should be a checkmate, right? e8 queen and...
No, I was thinking...
Queen f3.
Improving the rook. So instead of advancing the e-pawn, you just throw in rook a8.
Rook e8 immediately.
Yeah.
Here, rook c2 check.
Is that the only
rook
move?
c1. No, rook c1, rook e1, or rook c2 check, king, whatever it goes, and you go rook e2, and again do your caterpillar thing.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, yeah, that's -5, which is a lot.
Okay, well, if Theodora decides to play for the win, it will be moving the king to c7, and the world champion Gukesh will be in serious trouble.
For the second game in a row.
Exactly, he would have lost. If he loses, it'll be his second loss in a row. And
Before the free day also.
Just checking, everybody has made the first time control.
And right, Yakuboyev with Pranov still there.
Let's head there.
No, they just played their move 40. They played their move 40, and computer claims the position to be equal. It's white to move, and plain and simple, white is not better at all, because f2 is about to fall, and then, yeah, white has problems coordinating his pieces. In fact, I believe if you play a move like knight to d6, which by the way was just played, then after rook f2, pardon me, but I think it could be black who has a bit of a chance.
I mean, could you just take on b7?
Rook takes, and then black goes g3.
Take again on a7.
And g2.
Yeah, and then rook to g7.
Rook to g7. King h4.
Now b4.
Yeah, but you have
Let's it run.
Well, yeah, not b3, sorry.
b3.
b4. But again, b4, king h3. And now I think
and I've already messed
rook
it up.
f1 or rook f3, rook g3 are the threats.
And it just goes to show why it's not
the
in
g pawn
time.
is faster. So the secure way of making a draw would have been knight takes h6, king h6, rook g4. And yes, theoretically, you're in rook endgame pawn down, but there's, 2 versus 1. And
okay, maybe this is actually...
So knight d6. There's still some excitement left, right?
Yeah.
There's still some excitement left, but they've gotten 50 minutes each. And of course, for now...
They've had that, they get to that stage where they have 50 minutes on the clock. They have a time to calm down and just to regather their thoughts and also reassess the position actually in front of them after the complete mania, the mayhem of time trouble. Mira, I think it's time for us to catch our breaths, and we are going to go on a short break. When we return, we are going to be breaking down every single position that we have in front of us, and we'll find out whether Theodoro will be pressing against Gukesh. Will Gukesh lose, or will he manage to save the day? That is the big question. We'll find out after the break. And we are back, and the first time control has been reached. That means time trouble has passed. The players have managed to settle themselves down. We've had a flurry of results, and we have here with us Angelica, ready to share with us one of her favorite moments.
I would like to show the victory of Andrei Sipenko in the open section of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Here we have the position which arises from the Sicilian Najdorf. And at this moment, there was a stunning sacrifice found. Knight takes e6. After pawn takes on c6, g5. Another strike. Now suddenly the knight is under attack on f6. The pawn is under attack on e6 as well. d4 was tried from Andrei Volokitin, attacking the knight on c3, but after taking on f6, rook takes f6, bishop is coming to g4, and now the pawn on e6 is under attack one more time. So pawn takes on c3, we can see that white is already down 2 pieces in this position, so after bishop e6, this position, it was time for Andrei Volokitin to give up the rook. In case he would play something like king h8, there will be rook d7 coming in after queen b8, rook takes, queen takes, and then taking the rook on c8. And we can see that there would be an extra material for white already in this case, extra pawn at least. And that's why Andrei took on e6, giving up back some of the material. Queen takes e6, king f8, and in this position, rook d7 isn't coming. Of course, there is no longer this rook b7 attack, but still the pressure is ongoing on the bishop on e7, on the light squares against the king. Rook g1 now is coming in. Now there could be already sacrifices on g7 happening. Rook d8, offering the trade of the rooks, but there is a check, queen f5, king g8. And after queen g6, attacking the pawn, threatening a checkmate, king f8, stepping away, finally winning that pawn against the king. And by the way, here in this position, after king 8, the best move according to computer is crazy. It's rook c7. I just wanted to show it, because after queen c7, queen g6, and if king is escaping to d7, there is queen f5 check, and king e8, there's going to be rook g8, and then after bishop comes here, there's going to be a checkmate in a few moves. But of course, it was so tough to find this rook c7, so Yesipenko played just calm move, rook d back to d1, and this position, bishop f8, I don't think it was played. I think though in this position already, black resigned. There are too many threats to handle. There is queen g8, queen e6 with a checkmate incoming. What a game, what a victory with this beautiful knight sacrifice starting.
Absolutely stunning, absolutely wonderful. And it just goes to show, well, nearly everyone, I would say the majority of people, just woke up in an aggressive mood. And we have gems like this. Thank you, Angelica, for sharing that with us. Thank you. And well, we left you all on a cliffhanger before the break, and that was, would Gukesh's opponent, Nicholas Theodorou, play for the win? And I'm going to reveal the answer right now. I'm going to force Miro. He did.
You want me to switch to this game, right?
Just for a minute, just to kind of show the progress.
No, I think we will be covering Gukesh's game. I just wanted to show something like really briefly, without any analysis, just look at this diagram. That's a game between Bogdan Daniel Diak and Leon-Luc Mendonca. And you would think something happened to a broadcast, right? Because it's an opening position. Believe me, but it's move 50. So sometimes, you know, the structure is such that people like hover around. It's move 50, position after move 50, this one.
Wow.
Imagine.
Wow.
How is it possible? Don't ask me why, but apparently with all 8 pawns on the board, no one can open the position up. And yeah, I really thought like, yeah, something happened, like somebody unplugged the digital board, right? Yeah, that's move 50, after move 50. So this game, once again, it can go on and on and on because it's full of pieces, right? The board's full of pieces. Where we have an endgame indeed, and this endgame looks pretty grim for the world champion, is on board 10, where Nicholas Theodorou, after making it successfully through the time scramble, did decide himself to go king c7, and king comes up the board, rook d6, and here rook c2 was played.
Yeah. Well, things looking dire for the world champion, and we had a poll earlier on in the day where we were asking who is the best player who never became world champion. And we gave you some options. We gave you Paul Morphy, Viktor Korchnoi, Vasil Ivanchuk, and other. And you were advocating for
other being the most popular answer.
Let me tell you, the most popular answer was Paul Morphy at 30%, Viktor Korchnoi 23%, and Vasil Ivanchuk 25%. But they weren't the only people to have an opinion. We also asked the question, and London at the World Rapid and Blitz Team Championship, I'll get there. And we asked the question, and these are what the top players answered. So have a listen.
Who's the best player who never became world champion?
That's a tough question. I would have to go with, if you make me pick someone, I would say Viktor Korchnoi.
Probably Ivanchuk.
I think Caruana.
Very tough question. I don't know. I think it's between Fabi Levan and Korchnoi.
I guess Korchnoi.
You don't count yourself also?
I never count myself.
So I would say Ivanchuk.
Rubinstein, Paul Keres, Viktor Korchnoi.
Korchnoi.
Absolutely Viktor Korchnoi.
I would think about maybe like Fabi and Levon from the previous generations.
Probably Fabiano recently. Caruana, also Levon Aronian. And probably, definitely Korchnoi. Paul Keres.
I think Caruana.
I believe Fabiano Caruana is one, and Nakamura for sure, and Erigaisi is good too, so that's 3 I believe.
I think Aronian will be one of my first options, but there's a lot of players. I mean, Caruana or Nakamura deserves for sure that title.
I'm gonna have to go with my friend Fabiano. I think he's one of the strongest ever.
Morphy.
Yeah, I think it's definitely Korchnoi.
I think maybe Korchnoi.
Ivanchuk maybe?
There are many, of course, but probably Korchnoi.
Oh, I think some of the players cheated. I mean, they were asked who is the best player, and they ended up saying, well, 3. Korchnoi, Caruana.
Don't you find it funny when the younger the player who gave the answer is that the more often they mention the players who I don't think lost their chances? Like Fabi, it would never cross my mind to mention Fabi, because how do we know he did not become the world champion? I mean, he did not become yet.
Exactly.
But he is pretty much in the contention.
He's in the candidates
right?
already.
And then naming Erigaisi was a bit of a troll, I believe.
Well, no, but it was done by a kid.
Yeah.
But I have opinions on this because I think it's actually very difficult, because if you talk about Korchnoi, he had a match against Karpov.
And Karpov was stronger.
Karpov was stronger. Karpov was winning all the tournaments, so Karpov was the stronger player. So Korchnoi was second best player in the world.
Jovi, I have an opinion that reigning world champion will lose in a few moves.
Yeah, okay, let's have that.
That's not a very hot take, to be honest.
No.
E6 and all black has to do, and he's done it, to go rook c1, and basically you can go e7, and then rook e1 ends the game, or you can go any other move, and then d1 ends the game. Okay, I guess after king e2, you will once again have to play rook check.
Oh.
But yeah, basically, there's simply no move for Gukesh.
And
I don't see.
Says it all, right? Look at
I
him.
don't see the way to continue the game.
Resigned.
Yes.
And Theodoro wins, and Gukesh loses for the second time in a row.
So 2 consecutive losses for reigning world champion.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be happy during this rest day, not with his performance in the tournament for sure.
No. I mean, but one of the things, though, he's come into this tournament saying he wants to test himself in one of the world's best Swiss events with the world's best players, people who are highly motivated. And, such things happen. We'll see. The onus now is on Gukesh. How is he going to use the rest day to get back his form? Because, he's had 2 uncharacteristic losses, but they've come as a result of some big, big blunders.
Right, so that's something perhaps alerting, and good thing for him, he doesn't have to. Like, he wouldn't mind to take one of the first places in this tournament, but he doesn't have to. He has already qualified, and not only for the candidates, but for the World Championship match as the reigning world champion, of course.
Yes. Well, some storylines today, you know, as we just saw an upset. Nicholas Theodorou winning against Gukesh with the black pieces, and it all kind of came down to one big moment where Gukesh just gave a fatal check. He should not have checked on a6. Instead, he should just marched his king over.
Yeah. So we are having less and less games left on the top boards. So let's revisit them all in the open section.
Okay,
right. So what we have running is Pranav with Yakuboyev, Mamedov with Pragnananda, both seemingly kind of quiet. Okay, let's start with Yakuboyev and Pranav. And I said quiet, but now that I'm looking at it, it's anything but quiet. So black to move, and black has this rook to, I know, rook g6 will be a relatively easy draw, I believe, right? And it was played. Rook to g6, but then you take, king takes, king f6, king f4, and if you were to play h5, then white takes the pawn on b7. Should be an easy draw, right?
But the king is just going to march
Black has
over.
to run, yeah, black runs, but white's just in time, right? Knight here. Yeah, what can you do? You lose your a pawn, and then you have no business winning with black. Can you lose with black somehow? Like if you were to go here, no, it's an easy draw again. You go here, and then you go here.
Miro, I have to draw attention to the way that Yakuboyev is making these moves. It's like he's resigned to his fate.
He's quite annoyed. Imagine being a rook up in this very sharp, but he knows it was a winning position. He knows it was a winning position.
The fact that he didn't win it means it wasn't a simple task ahead of him. And
all right, king to f6, clever, clever. Trying to somewhat confuse. Okay, is taking on g4 problematic? I don't think it is. No, because if you try to preserve both pawns, if you go b6, there's always knight c8. Well, b6 was a particularly bad one, because now b5, I know this mechanism, and yet I've forgotten. Knight from a7 defends the pawn on b5 very, very nicely.
Yeah, and earlier on we did see Nicholas Theodorou beat the reigning world champion Gukesh, and Nicholas is right there in live with Charlize.
I'm here with Nicholas Theodorou, who just beat world champion Gukesh. It all looked so smooth, and then suddenly everything changed. Tell us about the game.
Yeah, so he surprised me right out of the opening with this weird c5 move, which I think is extremely rare. I had never seen it before in that position, but anyway, I tried to react in a principled way with bishop f5, I guess. I saw that Nepo was playing right next to me, so I'm sure he must have had some prep there in the Petrov, but I don't know if I played the correct line. But anyway, we got an endgame, and it felt like I messed up badly, because I missed that after bishop d8 he could retreat with knight f3. But anyway, I kept fighting, and then I think he missed some of my resources, and I have no idea what happened in the rook endgame. I thought it should be a draw, but he lost some tempi by checking my king, and then I don't think he had any chances to save it after the time control.
You were spending a lot of time, more than him, in the opening middle game, and then it came to right about before move 40, where you were repeating a lot, and you had a few choices to either get the threefold repetition or to continue playing, and you decided to continue playing. Tell us about what went through your mind in that critical moment.
Yeah, so it was good that he kept checking me, because I was getting closer to the time control by repeating. And then at some point he even made an incorrect claim for a threefold, so I got 2 extra minutes, which was nice. So essentially my king was on d7 the first time he checked me, but then the other 2 times it was on e7, so it was a bit different. But it really helped being able to shuffle and gain some extra time.
Yeah. And playing against the world champion is, of course, a game that has a lot of eyes on it. Do you feel this pressure somehow, or do you just are you in the game in the moment? Do you not think about people watching?
Well, I haven't had too many chances to play against top players, and it's my first time playing against a world champion in classical, so it definitely felt special. But I tried to, not think too much about all the people watching.
With this victory, you have now joined the Chigorins club. Do you know what that is?
People who have beaten a world champion.
Yeah, in classical time control.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so you were third person to join Chigorins club against Gukesh.
Oh, okay. I didn't know, but it feels good.
And otherwise, how are you enjoying this event? How do you assess your performance? Tell me how it is here in Samarkand.
It's been quite good so far. I mean, everyone's preparing a lot, I'm sure, and I try not to lose right at the opening in my games. Today I was hoping to be done earlier so I could play title Tuesday, but unfortunately I wasn't able to. But it's good that we have a rest day tomorrow.
Yeah. Anything specific you'll be doing tomorrow?
Just resting.
Yeah. And with this victory, you said that you haven't really played against top players, but now you have and you've beaten them. Do you feel confident for the rest of the event? What are your goals?
Well, actually, I have played several top players, but I guess the number is less than 10, so it's good to be able to challenge myself against such great opposition. And I don't remember if you asked something else. That's a question.
No worries. You had a long game. It was a great game. Congratulations, and enjoy resting on your rest day.
Thank you.
And I think Ralph's going to try.
Nicholas Theodorou, winner against Gukesh, and saying, he's enjoying himself, and it's actually not easy to play the reigning world champion, knowing how many eyes are going to be on that game. And talking about eyes, we had our eyes on the game between Yakubov and Pranav, as expected.
Finished in a draw.
It finished in a draw. Shall we show the ending?
That's a crazy game we had, right? But the end of it wasn't that crazy, so I think this was the one that we've seen. Rook to g6, rooks got swapped, and after king f4, black absolutely accepted.
Yeah, no, we saw on the camera Yakubov.
Yakubov also given up.
Yep.
Yeah, knight takes b7, black goes to eliminate this last pawn. King to b5, knight a7, yeah.
That's it.
This is it.
That was it, and that's how sometimes these amazing, incredible, sharp positions, they fizzle out to draws. And whilst we're talking about endgames, let's also cast our eyes on the top board in the women's section, because there's still a game outstanding there, and that is between Katerina Lagno against Dinara Wagner. Now, you kind of called it. We checked in on this one, and you said this is the kind of game that will go on for
a long time. Yep. So now, what do we have? I mean, first of all, a reminder that in the women's tournament, there is no such thing as time addition after move 60.
Nope.
So the time we have on the clock right now is the final time. Well, 30 seconds increment, of course, but that's it. So bishop e4 played, last move from Katerina Lagno, and well, black is still not entirely out of the woods, right? So if you lose the g4 pawn, I believe it's, like in practical terms, it's impossible to hold. Maybe it's objectively lost, but also it's even if, like somehow you... Yes, so the move has to be either rook g1, or theoretically you do have this one attacking the bishop. Right. And after, wait, that's a very good move. I just come to realize that after bishop d3, you can go rook e5.
And then that would
because without the rooks, this should be, the pawns are too close to one another. This should be an easy draw, right? You just need your king, you just need your king to c7 and bishop on this diagonal, and white cannot make any progress, right? So rook e2, and white would have to play, I'm not sure what white would have to play, to be honest, because rook a4, you allow g3. King f4, right?
Yes.
King f4, and you'd still allow g3.
Right, but okay.
Rook to g5, rook behind the passed pawn.
It's not the end of the world, yeah.
And then g2.
Bishop takes.
And if bishop takes, I take the c2 pawn, and it was one pawn only, I guess, objectively, it's a draw.
Wow.
Yeah,
at
rook
this,
e2
king
was
f4
played,
on the
and
board.
king f4 on the board.
Yeah, this is a disappointing result for Katerina if it ends in a draw, because
She
had an
yeah,
effortlessly
very big advantage
very big
straight from
advantage.
the opening.
Exactly.
Straight from
You
the
can actually
opening.
just rewind.
Yeah, yeah. So
actually
over
see
here
the
on move 9, Jovanka, on move 9, when black castled short and she found this e5, that's for plus 1.4.
Yeah.
On move 10.
Exactly.
Yeah, so she pretty much was presented a very big advantage straight from the opening.
Let's actually just fast forward to the moment that we caught up with the position where it looked visually so impressive for white. You know, the black king was on h8. There was a possibility
yeah,
of going
that's
knight
the
to
one.
f7.
That's the one.
And this one, I mean, this is an incredible position because at first sight you think
White is winning,
just
yeah,
going to
yeah,
be winning. It's
But it was in fact quite tricky because white apparently had to go h4 here, right? I think, yeah, that was, which is, like, it's hard to make sense of this move, to be honest.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually, can we show the h4 move? Because it was actually really beautiful because it involved a lot of checkmating ideas. Sorry, Miro.
Yeah, so h4, and again, like as I said, like it's hard to understand what's going on here, right? And by the way, I did not check what happens after knight a5. I guess bishop d5 happens, right?
Yeah, but okay, let's just show the main idea, which is
what was our main idea? I've
h5.
forgotten already.
It was simply to
yeah,
go
so rook takes
h5.
g2,
Yeah,
for
and then
instance.
you go
rook takes
h5.
g2, and then you go check, and you go h5, and I guess this is it, right?
Yeah, and then there was
no, you don't go check. I mean, once again, I'm with this stupid check. No, you don't go knight g5 check. You have it here, you go h5.
Yeah, and if
then
you
this, and
takes.
then it's a check. And after king f8, there is always, again, rook f7, rook g7 at the very least, on knight e6, rook g7. Yep. So let's pretend the king goes here, rook h5, that's a threat, h6, rook h6, bishop h6, rook h7. Even though the knight is pinned, it still does defend the rook.
Yeah. Beautiful variation. I just thought I'd make you repeat that one again.
Okay, so now, after king f4, g3 is the move, rook e1, strange move, but apparently even this one is kind of good enough. I don't see the reason not to play g3. Yeah, g3 seems good.
Yeah, and looking very good. Can we also? It's a game that's already finished, but it was such an amusing game, and it's down on the women's section, board 9, between Anna Shukman and Irina Bulmaga. This was where two rooks were facing the might of three
Army
pawns.
of pawns, yeah?
Yes. And okay, so this is the final position. But
right, and I think Angelica showed us something somewhere around here where, well, objectively, black is or was winning.
But not easy.
Not easy. And king f7, knight to a5, king e6, bishop takes. Now, rook takes was played, and it's time trouble. It's move 38. So rook takes, knight takes, and black is no longer winning. The position's equal. Rook c8, and all white had to do is connect the king with those pawns to go king c3, king c4, or king d3, king c4. Not the move that white played in the game.
Right.
b5. Yeah. Move 40. Move 40 is always a danger. b5, ab5, ab5, knight e4, and it turns out you drop one of the pawns.
Yes.
c6, knight to d6, and this is it. Knight c5, pawns falling one after the other.
Yeah, and a very sad end to what was a really interesting game. It's so rare to have such an imbalance.
Yeah, it was quite an inspired game, really.
So that's two of the highlights in the women's section. So let's again go back to the open section because we've had a lot of results on the top boards. Parham Maghsoodloo still in the lead, this time with 5 out of 6, still being chased by half a point as Arjun Erigaisi is behind him, also Abhimanyu Mishra and Matthias Bluebaum.
On board 9, we have Pragnananda against Ralph Mamedov, still in progress, even though the material is very, very limited here.
Well, I don't think that this game will continue for too much longer.
Well. So after g5, knight takes f7.
And now you have a choice. You can step up with your king, or
if you go king g6.
And he's played king g6.
King g6. But can white capture this? Nah, come on. Knight g5, you can take on g5, right? Right, question mark?
You try.
f7.
F7, okay.
Knight
Now it's
e6.
6, and then rook
e8.
And now you go knight to f8. Or you can go...
Yeah, you can go rook a7 as well.
Yeah.
You can go rook a7.
That's even...
No, knight f8 is a nice one. Yeah, knight f8, rook takes, and king f6 or king g6. Yeah.
And
so Prague does take on g5.
Okay, well...
So what I wanted to say, you would love to take this knight. I mean, if you take the pawn, I understand it's a draw, but still, you know, there will be some jumping. There's still this one pawn left, and it can drag the game unnecessary. But yeah, taking on g5 with the king, and the maximum white gets is a rook endgame pawn up, which is, you know, which you can't really win.
So I do quite like this. Okay, so Ralph Mamadov, of course, I played him before. And the very first time I played in the Grand Swiss, back in 2019, I lost. It was a really tough event, and I think I made it once out of the end row.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it was quite funny because we had a lot of juniors playing, and I played on the end row. I played Gukesh, I played Yesipenko.
All of those juniors.
Yeah. I even played Maxim Rothstein. I played a lot of the people who are playing here. I mean, it's that seriously strong an event. Knight e6.
Yeah, so he's done knight e6,
and then after rook e8, we're probably expecting rook a7, and the players will be shaking hands. If you promote, you just take that queen. And here, it's the same old thing where you...
Do you go here? Do you go here?
No,
Are you brave enough to go here? Which is a draw.
No.
I paused to make sure that you do get the opposition, but...
Yeah, no, I would never do that because it's...
Yeah, you don't need to. You don't need to after... Yeah, you just go king g7. You have your Philidor thing ready on the 6th rank.
Yeah.
Rook e8, yes. Now, if you're careless and you go king f6, then rook e6 wins.
That would be unfortunate. Put that on the board.
Yeah, king f6 or king f6, and rook e6 just wins.
Yeah. And Ralph is never going to be falling for that one, so I am expecting rook a7 because it's the most clinical.
Yeah, rook a7 is like your normal move.
Could he do knight to
f4 check? Yes, you can.
And then knight to...
The king goes here, right?
Yeah.
And then you go here. And then they go here. Not to g3, because rook h3 checkmate.
Yeah.
And this would have a name as well, Jovi, right? Again, the hook.
Yeah, it's probably the hook.
And then knight g6 and rook e8 and...
But how do you defend this one? Because
rook h8.
If you go rook g8 as opposed to...
Rook g8, I dare to claim black is not losing after king f6.
Yeah, okay.
Rook g6 check is answered with rook g6 check.
Okay, yeah. But yeah.
No, nothing. Yeah, you can go knight f4.
King f1 is going to be check.
King f1 will be a check.
Don't do that. Well, you can do that actually.
King f1, yeah, you can do that. And check rook e1, but then black just trades.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so this one going to be a draw. I feel like we've had so much action happening that even the draws, I mean, they've come very quickly. So it's been bursts of excitement. And then let's check in on board number 11 between Vincent Keimer and Robert
Hofanissen.
Yes.
Well, that's a draw, but also it's not a draw. That's one of those yesterday's positions.
Which occasion?
And you know which one.
Yeah, I know which one.
You know which one.
8 hours and a half. No,
the 190 moves one.
I actually had one game that was very similar. Who did I draw with? I think it might have been Jonathan Levitt, but I'm not sure. Queen and 2 rooks. I had the queen.
Right. I guess the king is so exposed that you have really a lot of checks, right? Attacking the rooks. So now, how do we stop the A pawn from advancing?
By checking.
By checking.
That's it.
Check.
That's the
Or
only
maybe
goal.
B8 check. I don't know. Yeah. Check here, rook E3.
And check on the diagonal.
Check on B8, rook E5, right? And then this pawn, you ran out of checks. The pawn's going to go to A5.
Okay, I would actually really, instead of checking on the diagonal, I'd like to check from behind. I'd like to get the king out into the open. So when the queen was on B1, let's...
Just get Queen G1.
Queen G1.
Right, Queen G1. Yeah, exactly. It's been the case already. Yeah, it was the rook on D2. It doesn't really matter, right? G2, you can still go check on G1. I don't quite get it, where the king's hiding. I mean, if you go rook G2, I don't mind you hiding.
There's queen.
Queen F3, right, or D3 for this matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But if the king can it run to E3? This is the issue.
That's a good question.
Can it
so we go check, King
get on its
F3,
shoes?
check here, King E3.
That's it. Keep it going.
So if I give this check, he go to D2. For now, there are no checks. But then again, I go here. How are you going to hide this king? That's a big question. Yeah, I guess it could be that there is just no win.
Hang on. I mean, do you have...
H5?
Yeah, I was thinking about H5. I mean, but then I thought, hang on a
Probably
second.
not a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea, but I also was thinking that maybe the rook on E2 could step up to E3 just to provide some kind of cover. And again, pass the move to you. Okay, obviously I can't cover now, so now king steps up.
Mm-hmm. Maybe check again.
Then now go
King
to
B3. And check again.
And now we can block with the rook.
C4. But yeah, but then, I mean, first of all, there are checks from behind, but also if I'm just like hovering around, then apparently deviation grows. I don't know for what reason, to be honest. Yeah, I believe it should be hard/impossible, but this will take another, moves and moves and moves. So how long this is going to be? Let's bet. 100 moves plus or
100, yeah,
more
absolutely.
than yeah.
Vincent is not the
That's
kind
49.
to give
Move
up.
49 now.
Yeah.
Move 49 now. We are 11 moves since the pawn went to A4.
Yeah. So, do you, as a chess player, like the idea of revenge and karma? Do you believe in karma? No. So if someone forces you to play out for 7 hours and it's a draw, you get the draw.
So you mean if I get it kind of on the other end, I will make.
Would you? Would you
that's
be
stupid.
Would you?
Like, he already wasted my time. Why would I waste my time once again?
No. What I'm saying is, okay, so you played someone, they've made you play on for 7 hours, you get the draw, and now you are watching that person that made you play for 7 hours to get the draw, suffer for 7 hours to get their draw.
Would I be like?
Would you be happy?
Happy? I don't know. No, not really.
Not really.
Don't care much.
Okay, because I just say this because I had a game against Robert, if you can help me out, of
Hovanesson?
Yes. Back in 2011.
Got it.
And he made me show. He made me prove that I knew how to draw against him. I bear no grudge.
What was the?
It was a draw.
I mean, what was the kind of the final material balance like? Was it like a queen endgame extra pawn, or what was it?
No. It was a rook component game with maybe some bishops. I think there was a choice actually. It started with the rook and bishop endgame, and then I think became a rook component. And it was, but he kept on trying, and we were one of the last games to finish, and I drew. And now I'm watching Robert.
So you getting your little revenge?
No, not really, because
Pragnananda made the draw, or rather, Ralph Mamedov made the draw against Pragnananda. That's the final position they've gotten. So F7 was met with knight to E6, rook to E8, rook A7. Yes, this check, King F4, rook E3, check, rook G3, trade, King G5.
And by the way, so this That
this
was
is
a draw.
G4, king takes G4.
But let's go back to the women's section because they are on the verge of drawing.
Ah,
Is it this
that
winning,
one.
or is this a win?
No, no.
What do we think?
No, I don't think it is. Or wait. She did not. What happened?
It says it's
Sorry.
losing.
What happened? It is losing. So, king f4, G3, correct. Rook G5, G2, bishop to D3, and you'd be surprised, but bishop C3 was possible. Rook D2 was possible. Black went with bishop E5. No, bishop E5 is still fine. King F5, bishop D4, and bishop D4 loses because now white king is very, very active. King E5, king here, bishop G4. And your problem is, remember I was telling that your only task is, you go here, and let's pretend white goes here. King C7 is just a fortress.
Yes.
Just a fortress. You shuffle with the bishop all the time. Nothing white can do. But after king E5, king E7, bishop G4, if king D8 happens, you go here, you go here.
And you can't.
You get the pawn to C5, you get the pawn to A6, and this will be
And this is happening. It's happening, Miro.
Yep, king D8, king D6. But once again, bishop D4 was perhaps the only, well, not the only move to lose, of course. Your rook is hanging, but like any rook move would make a draw. Rook E1, rook E3.
But why would
before that, right?
But why would the rook move E1? Because you can just take the pawn. Like somehow.
Yeah, the rook is hanging, right?
Yeah, so you have to.
Ah, well, so it's draw, but not a draw because it's like 2 pawns, right?
Exactly.
Right. So, in reality, what is like? Yeah, you either keep the rook on the second, I think, or
Bishop C3 is a.
Clearest is bishop C3, of course.
Because
yeah.
that only
bishop
works.
C3, and then if you happen to take the rook, it's a check. Now you have to go to F3, and you have to take on G2, and then of course, black is
in time.
You know, you can block it on C5 if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Right. You don't have to go to C7. You can block it on C5.
Yeah.
Well. So bishop goes to F2.
This means.
Are there any pitfalls anymore? Wait. So here, you don't even need the C pawn.
I was going to say that because
you are going to go to C6, and then you are going to go to. Oh, okay. Probably you'll move the pawns first a little bit, right? You'll move it here. You'll move it here, and then you are going to go to B7, and this is it, because either you allow, as black, you allow A5, and then you lose the bishop to this pawn, or you allow C5, and then, how do we win?
No.
Then how do we win? Wait a second. How do we win? No, we do win. We do win, I'm sure. C6, C6, bishop C7, and we wait one move. So now you go to A5, otherwise I go A5, A6, and then it's king A6, bishop. Where the bishops go?
The bishop will keep.
Yeah, if you go on this angle, it's king B6. There's the trick.
Yeah, and then you give it.
B6 here, and then you go A5.
Yep.
If you were to go back to C7 over there, then I have, I actually have A5, right? And then once again, you're in Zugzwang. If you leave, I go to B7. If you leave with the king, I go to B5 because king is too far away.
And can you do it in a simpler way? Because
I guess you can, yeah.
So I liked your plan of just going.
King to B7 and forward,
king C6,
right?
And then.
Yeah.
The king is cut off.
Well, if I stop the A pawn right here.
Yeah. So okay. So go C4. Let's
well, actually, C4 is the only way to win now.
Yeah, and I was going to say I was going to go C4 because I didn't want the bishop to go to
land on C3, right.
Block it.
Right. Okay, if I'm waiting. C5.
And then this is one of the things
you
as well, because it's the right rook pawn, because it's on a light square, and you have a light square bishop, so it's not like you can go bishop takes.
Yep,
C5.
you can't take bishop take the C pawn and make a draw this way. You absolutely can't. And Dinara Wagner is on her last couple of minutes. Yes, there is increment, but well, critical moment. After bishop e1, you have to go c4. If you thought king c6 is the better move, then after bishop c3, you can't go with a pawn. You can't move the c pawn. And if you wanted to help the a pawn move, then black once again establishes this draw mechanism. So after a5, black would be waiting. When you put the pawn on a6, it's bishop here, and you just wait. c4 played.
And
c4 played, of course.
Victory, Katerina will join Vaishali in the lead.
She'll catch up with Vaishali, and moreover, she has already played Vaishali. Is that right?
That is right.
Yeah, she did play Vaishali. It was a draw yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a draw yesterday.
Yeah.
So, after c4, yeah, black is waiting with bishop d2. So now king c6 wins, c5 wins. So what's important, he always control the c7 square to make sure that the king is not getting, black king is not getting on c7. It's black king is not getting on c7. Yeah, well, actually, I just realized bishop d2, c5, and if I'm waiting, don't play c6, because all of a sudden bishop g3, right? Or bishop b4, and king just goes to c7.
The key is to stand with the king on a light square and
I guess
use your pawns.
Here.
b7 is such a critical square.
So king c6, bishop b4.
And
you can
even go
to
b6.
b6, right? And then you guarantee that both of your pawns can move. Both of your pawns can move. I think bishop d6 is what you have to do.
King b6.
Now bishop d6 is what you have to do. So that after a5 you have bishop c7 check.
Yeah.
Still a little bit tricky, but yeah, absolutely winning.
Yeah, nice technique there from Katerina Lagno, and very unfortunate that...
Very unfortunate. So Dinara, she was doing everything right, but she did not recognize the danger of this seemingly... I mean, you look at just like at the pawns, that it's A and C pawns close to each other, and you'd think, okay, any time I exchange the rooks, it must be a draw, right? And then this one time, you are not in time with the king.
Yeah, that's a problem, right? And it's to do with establishing a fortress and the white king being able to shoulder the black king away. And this is no way the king can approach. If we change rules and said allow the king to...
Once can jump to b8, yeah.
Then it would be a different matter.
Yeah, well, bishop to d6, clever.
So do we stick with this game? But we're expecting Katerina Lagno to win this one, because I have a really exciting game that's happening on board 16 in the open, and that's between Demchenko and Vidit. So Katerina, we're expecting to win because she can just simply advance the pass pawns that she has, and there's no way the black king can approach. So let's go to board 16 in the open. Demchenko with the white pieces against Vidit. Now, the evaluation bar is saying in the middle. But this is the wildest position I have seen.
What?
Since the time control.
What? It's move 44 only, so they go straight from the first time trouble into the second one. So black went h4, and queen e5, and pawn takes pawn. Ah, right. Yeah. I was wondering how is it possible white survives, because white has this queen h4 check. So white has this queen h4 check. And then maybe white doesn't survive. King g7, pawn takes pawn. And there's rook h8. There is queen d... Is queen d5 a move? Can I go queen d5? Yeah. Because I'm thinking maybe computer holds, but it's still kind of tricky, right? Bishop is absolutely stuck on b6.
Well, hang on a second. Are you saying that
black is the one pushing?
Black is the one pushing, yeah. Yep. I just wanted to confirm that one, because for a second...
I was thinking that, yeah, I was thinking that. So rook h8 also seems to be a nice move. So after queen g4, you have king f8. And again, queen to d5 or even rook to d5. So basically I'm saying that the bishop on b6 is so out of play that black doesn't have to care about being pawned down. All of black pieces can potentially, aim at the king side. Yeah, I guess knight ideally will be taking on d4. Pretty dangerous. It could be dangerous for Demchenko.
It's looking very dangerous.
This one is one of the few games that we have left in the open section. Top boards anyway, so we have this Keimer of Hanisan, which we are not returning to just yet. And we have on board 22 Salem playing. Could you please check Salem with Sindarov? Is the position any interesting?
Okay, I will have a look there.
So it's board 22. Not really.
It is, but it isn't.
It is, but it isn't, right.
Do you want to go there?
No, I mean, I'm actually, I think this one's fascinating. The thing is, though, they still have a lot of time, right? So we are risking, like, we switch to this game and we decide to stay on it. And then, Demchenko would be, he has 20 minutes and he'll be thinking for a very long time. How do we know?
No. This is a position that requires a lot of thought because it is very, very complicated.
Actually,
Demchenko.
Sorry to interrupt you, but he did not give this check on h4. He took on g3 immediately, and now apparently bishop g3 just gives black a serious advantage, question mark? No, not really.
This is bizarre game. I mean, I guess you have to tuck your king on h1 because... No.
No.
Are you serious?
Oh, yes.
So you've got to get out of trouble.
King h1, yes.
Yes.
Right, and then, and then queen d5.
No way. That's an endgame.
Queen takes, rook takes. Yeah, it's an endgame with this idiot bishop of stuck on b6. So you might be just like, it's a very unpleasant endgame now that I realize. The bishop, how do you, how do you bring it back?
Incredible, actually. And also the king stuck on h1 is not great either. And there's pressure against d4.
Pressure against d4, and there are some rook h5s.
In the air.
Yeah. So this could be quite unpleasant.
And you can't extract your bishop from b6.
Why c7? Yeah,
but c7 is forbidden. a5 is also bad because
and even if like let's pretend there is like no rook a8 or something, like everything is all over the place, and there's no surprise that after rook h5, computer says black is just winning.
Yeah.
So fg3, bishop g3 is what Vidit has to play.
Okay, so what's the only move to stay alive in this? Because king h1 to me looked very normal, and the material is equal.
Yeah, there's also some very strange move, which is knight to g4.
I thought about
knight
this,
to g4.
But I thought you can't get away with it. Bishop goes all the way back.
Bishop goes. If bishop goes all the way back, white has check on h3. We have a result. Where is our result? Where is our
that must
result?
be on board 1 in the women's section. Yes, it was
Katerina
a win
Lagno
for
does
Katerina Lagno. So she
joins
Vaishali in the lead.
Right. So Demchenko's game, absolutely crazy, but they still have enough time. So let's let them be, and let's look at one of the fragments that prepared for us.
Yeah, let's go over to Angelica. We have her here in the studio, and she's ready to show us another game. I'm looking forward to seeing what you have here, Angelica, because already I can see it's quite crazy.
It is crazy position. Ivanka, I mean, round 6 is delivering so much. And in this position, I'm showing the game of Alexander Grishuk against Xu Tianyu. And in this position, he went for a brilliant knight f6, sacrificing a knight. The point is, after pawn takes on f6, there's going to be rook h8, king g7, other rook is coming, and after a couple of moves, after king f5, queen h3, suddenly there is a skewer and the queen is going to be lost. So after knight f6, what Xu played, he went king f7, and in this position, after knight d5, pawn d5, rook h8. Here, the Chinese grandmaster resigned because the queen h5 is coming in, g6 is coming in, all the attack, and also white is up in material. This is the first example. And the second I would like to show you from the women's section, which was played by Inyach Theodora, who is, by the way, reigning European champion. She played against the Azerbaijani women grandmaster Beydulayeva. And in this position, we're going to see a similar idea, because here after queen e7, she found another stunning knight f6. So we see knight f6 from Grishuk, now from Theodora. The pawn takes on f6, and after pawn arrives to f6, queen e8 was played, the final blunder, and look at this, just in 5 moves, as we can see, computer is already showing a victory after queen h5, rook is being taken, queen h6, queen d1, bishop d1, and the checkmate is unstoppable. And in case in this position she would have, in this position she would have played knight g6 move, trying to play queen f8, stopping the checkmate. Still, queen h6 is a move, queen f8 is played, and here we see that queen cannot defend both the rook and the checkmate on g7, and after take, there is going to be a checkmate on g7. What a beautiful both games, this knight f6 sacrifice. I just enjoyed it so much from round 6.
Yeah, brutal stuff there. I mean,
There's a lot of those sacrifices happening, yeah?
Checkmates, attacks. I mean, we've had everything this round. It just feels like the players, they want to get to the rest day as quickly as possible, whether they win or whether they take draws.
Also on a good note, right? Winning the game, then you can relax on the rest day and prepare for even more, 5 more rounds. Today we're at this middle and we see action from all sides.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Angelica. And as Angelica says, we have officially crossed the middle of the tournament. The halfway mark has passed, and we are going to go on a short break. And when we return, we are going to dive into those 2 remaining games and just break down every little move that is in front of us. So stick with us and see you in a few minutes. Hello and welcome back, and we are in the endgame stage. You know, that moment when every precise move matters. Mira, we have 2 games in the top 20 and we're going to be focusing on that. First up, we have that very technical ending between Vincent Keimer against Robert of Anish. And that
You're getting better at that. You're getting better at his name.
and I've played him before as well. But somehow it's a name that I find easier to read than it is to pronounce. You'll have to forgive me for my British pronunciation.
No. They've spelled it in a weird way, to my liking. But anyway, so Robert Hovhannisyan finding himself defending with the queen against 2 rooks. Potentially a very similar scenario to the yesterday's game, to the yesterday's monster game, I want to say.
Yeah, it was 8.5 hours yesterday, 190 moves. We smashed records in every way possible, right? Longest game in the FIDE Grand Swiss, also the longest game in terms of time. But I have some questions for you about this position. First up, let's deal with the details. When was the last pawn move?
38, and now it's moved 55.
Okay.
So we are still miles away from anything remotely
38.
38, 55 now.
Okay, but
18, 17 moves without the pawn moves, and not any. Still, not close. So we are waiting for move 88. Okay, let's call it this. Well, however, in all seriousness, for now, I believe Vincent is struggling to organize any pawn move. Because it's either he's in check, or his rook is targeted, or like even if everything's protected, let's say, then of course black has checks, everything. But even if black did not give a check but went queen c5, it's very hard to make a progress, right? So I guess you could reset the moves counter by going a3, but this would be it. And then again, black goes something like queen f5. It's very hard. You can't go a5, right? h3 now would be hanging, and so on. So I am hopeful that this will last only 8 hours and 15 minutes, not whole 8 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, well, I'd tell you one thing as well. Vincent is burning the time on his clock.
Yeah.
He's down to 9 minutes, 13. The players do get that 15-minute time addition once they cross move 60. And the big question for Vincent here is where to hide the king. He has to do it in a way where the 2 rooks can cover his. He also has to be prepared to advance the a-pawn. If he manages to do that, then okay.
By the way, he's given away one of the pawns, because you can go queen h3, and then if the king, or not if, but when the king moves to either 4th or the 2nd rank, you can take the pawn with a check. However, after king d4, queen takes h4, and king d5, I mean, you probably still have enough checks, right? You go here and check here, and you check, 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 check.
Well, now you, but
you'll reset this, the counter, though.
Right. That is true, but this could be a one-time offer. So it is very tempting to grab that pawn on h4.
Yeah, so potentially, well, you'd prefer to win the a-pawn, of course, after that.
Okay, but this is a serious question, Miro. So, okay, grabbing that pawn disrupts the whole checking mechanism that we have. And then do we allow the king to have a safe passage to a square like a3? Because I'm thinking that a3 is the...
he won't go to c5, but go to c3, let's say. And the check's going to go here. And after this check, say, going to go here, maybe.
Yes.
And who knows, right? It's probably still a draw, but it is tricky.
And another kind of winning mechanism is actually to pounce on the pawn on g6. Yeah, you knew what was coming.
Yeah, I was looking at it some time ago, but yeah. Anyway, move 56. Very likely they'll just reach move 60. They'll get another 15 minutes each, and only then, after spending all of this time and both being on seconds, only then the moves will start coming. It's a fundamentally different situation, I want to argue, because black doesn't have to show a lot of precision yet.
No.
Unlike in Mishra's game, where he, practically on every move, he had to avoid like this queen, the counter checks, the queen trades, and so on.
Right.
Like at the very latest stage, of course.
And also in the beginning of that particular endgame yesterday.
With knight versus bishop.
Yeah, because he had to find out like almost like
Yeah,
there was a corresponding square.
Right, to every white's attempt, he had to find the exact square where the knight has to be. Yeah,
Yes.
you're right.
So
You're
here,
absolutely right.
not much precision. Again, it's just a question of visualizing. Where does the white king want to hide? Where is it best protected? And to visualize the piece construction. And the plan for white is relatively simple. It's either win g6 or it is advance a pawn. And, well, we are seeing what we predicted.
Yeah,
you're very
the
good
pawn
with
is
your
taken.
prediction.
So a new magical number would be 107.
107. Okay, everyone. Put that one down in your diaries, because that's how long we have to wait. If there is no pawn move, no capture.
And now it seems unlikely that there will be no pawn move, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so many pawns. Black can move g5. White can move a2, h2, h4 from defended square to a defended square. And of course, white is dreaming of advancing the a pawn.
Mm-hmm. But Vincent, you know, he's very impressive the way he just takes his time, considers.
Check, king to
Comes
b4 now.
Queen.
I don't quite get it. So now, yeah, you have queen b6, right?
Now
Where
step
king
back.
is hiding on a3. And then say, I give a check.
And now,
Rook 1 or rook
then
4.
rook
one, let's say. And then black goes queen e5.
And now you step up with your other rook to c5.
No, but do you
It
care
doesn't
about the
matter,
pawn?
that's irrelevant. Let's just
This, queen takes pawn and a5.
Is this going to be...
Still very hard to...
Now you use that kind of
Yeah, like
setup.
pin one of the rooks and control a6. I feel like that's...
The king goes steps up, and we have this. We try to go for that same kind of...
Yeah, I shouldn't be playing g5 in this position, that's for certain, yeah.
If you do that, the game will end very quickly.
Anyway, so we have that, and we have another endgame, which is on board 16. Vidit, with the black pieces, has advantage against Anton Demchenko. So what happened here was bishop takes, king h1, and indeed queen to d5 was played. Queen takes queen, rook takes queen, rook d3, and now apparently bishop f4 would have been plus 1.5.
Okay.
But Vidit went to g5 with that rook. Now, accidentally, it's time to go bishop a5.
Yeah, but this is a really hard call, because you're looking at these two rooks lined up on the
Yeah,
g1.
I mean, there could be
I'm
these
thinking,
things.
Exactly.
And the problem with this thing is
Okay,
rook
you have
h3
rook
check,
h3.
forcing the king to the g file and disrupting this doubled rooks on the g. Yeah, bishop h2, king h2.
Okay, hang on.
Seemingly holding.
Yeah.
Seemingly holding for white. It's funny enough, you take on d4, it's rook takes d4, and there is other rook to block on h3. It's not a checkmate.
I saw that one. So, okay, bishop to a5.
But what's cool, if you don't find bishop a5, I don't know if it's cool, if Demchenko finds it cool, but if you don't find bishop a5, you lose immediately. So apparently there is a threat that can only be stopped with bishop a5.
Mm-hmm. And
he played a move, and it was...
We're still waiting.
And it was bishop to a5. It was bishop to a5.
Okay, and now here is where you have to put your thinking cap on. It just feels like there should be some way to take advantage of the fact that the king...
Yeah, the king is so poorly placed, right?
I mean, can you... The thing is also,
can you do this? So rook takes, rook h5. And now rook d2 is impossible because bishop e1, so you have to go this rook a2. And then, yeah, well, but that's 2 pawns each, right? So it's black is better, obviously. White king stuck in a corner, and the knight is eternally pinned if black wanted so. But still 2 pawns each only, so it can easily be a draw. It can easily be a draw.
Yeah, it could.
Right, no time pressure. Well, there is a bit of time pressure here on Anton Demchenko. 9 minutes, and he's on move 49 only.
Yeah, and there's still some moves to be made before they get to move 60, where they get a further 15 minutes added to the clock. And interesting, because instinctively, what happens if you were to make a random move, such as f5? I mean, maybe we don't need to do anything
whatever.
fancy.
f5, bishop
F4,
d2,
F4.
f4, and, well, knight f1. And believe it, yeah, knight f1 looks scary, right? Knight f1's the only move to save. Otherwise, it's -3. So knight f1, check, and you're fearless. You go king g2, and yeah, and you run to f3, and it's okay.
And if you were to go knight f3, why is this?
Yeah, let's find out. So it was f5, bishop here, f4, knight f3, rook h5, king goes here, and bishop e1.
Okay.
So now if you go here,
rook
h1, king e2, rook g2, here, and it's a windmill, like a very, very unusual windmill, right?
Yeah.
Check, and you go here, and something to b4. Oh no, well, that's the one. You go bishop c1, and then you go bishop a3. I guess white didn't have to go to b1, but black was winning already anyway. So yeah, I like your f5, because after f5, it requires me to play the only move, which is bishop d2. And after f4, it requires me to play the only move again, which is knight f1. However, then it says objectively it's an equal position, which I hardly believe in. I mean, judging on how scary it looks, right?
Right, you'd think that there could be some potential moves, such as knight takes d4 in the air, or anything like this.
Yeah, knight d4,
okay,
good.
It doesn't lose.
Equal, it doesn't lose. Rook takes, and what was our plan then? To give a check, and to give a check, apparently, and then if the king goes here, to give another check, but then you're not in time. Yeah, like you have to take the rook, and then white takes the bishop. And I guess it's safe still, right?
No, it's not.
Oh, no, bishop e1 was terrible, king e1. Yeah, bishop e1 was, I'm running into rook g2, by the way.
Yeah, I saw.
I don't know why I took was the bishop, yeah.
That mate has a checkmate.
King e1.
Has a name. That checkmate has a name.
Ladder. Ladder? Ladder check?
If you just put it up on the board, bishop takes.
Yes, check here.
And if you go back to d1, rook a1.
Yeah.
It's called the lawnmower mate, or if it's done with rooks, rook roller.
Wow.
There you go.
These are.
I'm training you for your checkmate chess trivia.
All right. I always thought, like, when you have two rooks like that, it was called the ladder. Or like the
ladder as well.
Ladder.
Many names.
It's okay. I've lost it, sorry.
Don't worry. One day you will enter
I'll memorize at least some of those checkmating patterns.
Yovi, thank you very much. You'll get $64,000 question.
Thank you for educating me on air.
It was quite funny, you know, there was a chess trivia once that I attended in Gibraltar, and it was just a normal trivia, but obviously in a chess tournament, and there was one question that was like, what is the oldest currency in the world?
Oldest?
currency in the world. And they had all these, like the Japanese yen, they had the pound, they had the dollar, and I was like, okay, it's clearly not the dollar. And then I was like, but it couldn't be the pound, because if it's the pound, I would have heard about that one. You know, they would have been taught to me in the education
Yeah, so
system.
that the pound is the
like
oldest ever
exactly.
currency.
We like to brag
are
about
brilliant.
our
We are the first.
Exactly. And I said, by using my logical skills, it's not the pound. Let's go for the Japanese yen. It was the pound.
It was the pound.
Okay. And, well, lots of games on tap. We are seeing that F5 is a possibility, but Vidit is going to be pushed to the edge if he wants to win this one. It's not going to be easy because his king on H7 is misplaced, I would say. And in the open, we had 2 women playing. And let's check in on them and see how they performed. Because I think Divya
has made a draw already.
Okay, maybe we can...
Gabriel Sargsyan, but Alexandra Goryachkina is still playing.
Okay.
So what shall we do? Shall we quickly go over the Divya's game?
Let's see how Divya actually did, because she has a lot of fans out there and a lot of people cheering her on.
Right. So Gabriel Sargsyan started the game with... well, the Reti, I guess. Reti, the same Reti that you, Jovi, want to pick up at some point. And it's a reverse Grunfeld in its purest form. Bishop to G5, Bishop to E7, and I believe once upon a time it was considered to be rather dangerous for black to play like that. So knight to C3, castles, Bishop F6, Bishop F6, CD5, CD5, knight to D5. Rook B2, and apparently there is nothing for white.
Yeah.
Queen goes here, knight takes, Queen A7, Rook E2. Is underwhelming a word? Because I believe white's attempt to refute this black setup is rather...
You rarely use it because it has...
Yeah, people use...
connotations of severe disappointment. Yeah, I was like underwhelmed.
Underwhelmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you heard of this? Like, you use overwhelmed.
And underwhelmed.
But you never use whelmed.
Like, what does it mean?
I'm so whelmed. I'm so whelmed, you know.
I'm sure it's in the dictionary.
Right. Anyway, so this is what happened. Rook to E4, Queen A1, and then I believe Bishop H3 is a threat, and the A2 pawn is hanging. So Sargsyan decided to sack an exchange and march his pawn forward, which arguably white's not worse, right? I mean, you get the pawn to A6, black king is weak, but neither white is better. And then it was simply...
Yeah.
What? Almost. It almost works, right? It almost works, but black has queen to D1, king G2, queen F3, queen H5, and queen F3, and queen H5.
So close.
Yeah, it was so close because, like bishop C4, and you trade here and you lose, right?
Yeah, exactly, because the 3 versus 2 in a king and pawn endgame is going to be winning.
Yeah, so queen D1 was the only chance. Right, and then Goryachkina said it's still in progress. Goryachkina against Sanan Sugirov. Sanan Sugirov being completely winning, though. That's move 51 for Sugirov to play. I don't know what was happening in this game earlier on, but as of now, it looks like black is in full control. 2 pawns up, right? 2 pawns up, and knight to D4, I think, forces like, I want to say resignation, because
knight to B3 coming,
knight to B3, knight to F5, yeah.
Do you know much about Sugirov?
Sugirov.
This is how you do it, because in
Do I know
Norwegian,
much
the
about
S and the J
Sugirov?
Sure.
I don't know what J is there for, to be honest.
In Norwegian, that would be Sugirov. Yeah, so
he's Sugirov. I had a training session with him long time ago. That's always been considered talented player. Then progressed again at some point. I believe had close to 2,700. Always like solid and never gotten to play big events. You know.
Okay, and whereabouts is he from?
He's from Elista, I believe.
Okay.
Originally, so he's of Kalmyk descent, something. Yep.
And Garyashkina?
Garyashkina, she's somewhere from the north. I'm not
and
sure.
you worked with her, right?
I worked with her for a couple of years, I think. Well, not like day by day, but had training sessions. And she was, I mean, she still is, and back then I was very much impressed how, well, simply, I'm looking for like a fancy word, but basically how strong she was. How strong she was.
What was your impression? Because presumably she must have been quite young at the time. I mean, did you know that already then that she was going to be...
She was close to 2,600, so of course, it felt, she probably had a higher rating that she has right now. Yeah. Okay, so Sergeyev chose rook to c5, but basically, you just don't do silly things and you'll eventually win this one, I believe.
Yeah, well, Garyashkina in huge trouble there as she has to navigate the passed a-pawn and also this pin that Black has against the knight on e3.
It's very hard to make moves here. If Black doesn't find the a-pawn to be enough, he can also expand on the other side of other side of the board. So quite a promising position to say the least. Yeah, I mean completely winning, to be honest. Right.
Well, we looked at 2 games of the women playing in the Open.
Yep.
But I can just reveal to you that all of the games in the women's sections they have been finished. Yeah.
So we have joint leaders Katerina, Lagno, and Vaishali.
Yes, that is the situation there. So let's again just take a glance at our 2 marquee matchups. That is between Vincent Keymer. Has Keymer been making any progress there on board 11 as he tries to eke out a win against Robert?
The timer, the move counter got reset once again because move 62, h3 was played in Keymer's game. But no big things happening. And they've reached move 65, so that's all the time that they get. And Keymer's down to 7 minutes once again. I don't know, maybe. Did they get that time added? What do you think?
I was curious about that.
What do you think? Because sometimes you're going to have to run out of...
Yeah, sometimes you have to run down the clock and then you get that 15 minutes. And other times...
I always thought was silly, to be honest.
Yeah, I would much rather that they just added...
You've made whatever the requirements needed, just add me my time. Don't try to... I'm stressed enough playing a chess game,
That is very true. Well, it has been an exciting round full of magical moments, magical games, and we have Angelica here with us to take us through another one of those moments.
Yeah, we have in open section a beautiful victory of Ukrainian Grandmaster Anton Kolerbov against the Polish Grandmaster Radoslav Wojtaszek. And I would like to start first from the opening. It came out from Slav defense. In this position, Anton Kolerbov played a novelty. He went with the e-pawn to e5, sacrificing a pawn, but after knight d7, f4 was played, trying to defend the pawn. But by the way, the pawn cannot be defended because bishop takes on e5 was played. And in case white would take on e5, there is going to be queen h4, checking and taking the bishop on c4. So for that reason, white castled. And here, after bishop takes c3, pawn takes c3, this is what black wanted to achieve, giving up this bishop for some worse pawn structure from white. And the game continued for some time, till around this moment, where already we see a huge difference in the pawn structure, and knight e3 was a move. And this was the moment where the final mistake was made by Radoslav Wojtaszek. Here he should have stepped away with the queen to d3 to still cover opportunity for entering with the rook to e2, but he played queen c1 instead, which was a fatal mistake here. Knight g2, sacrificing a knight, king takes on g2, rook e2 is coming in with a check, and now we see that all the pieces of black are attacking. Black is down a piece, but these rooks are so beautiful. Queen, so I'm so sorry. I spoiled a little bit. Okay, so rooks are incoming. Queen f5, rook d1, h5, rook a3, still trying to defend from all the checkmates, but I mean, unfortunately, the attack is too huge, and we see another pawn is even coming here. King h3, queen f5, king takes on h4. So many checks, everything is calculated, and I believe here is a very beautiful moment. Rook h3, and here Anton is giving a check on f6. Now king is going to g3, and now after queen e5, he's returning back, but now check on h8. How instructive it is to give check from here. Then after king steps away, trading the queens. So he calculated all the way till here, and he found that after a couple of moves, rook e2 is coming, and there is no way to stop the take on h3, winning a queen and winning the game. So here, the Polish Grandmaster resigned in this position. What a beautiful victory for Korobov.
Wow, the geometry there, like...
Yeah, that was, very
I always want to see it again, you know, with the queen going to f6 and then going to h8. Oh my goodness, I mean, wow. What a victory. Very, very impressive. Miro, have you ever seen geometry like that?
Well, perhaps, but you know, I'm lucky not to experience this geometry from Koro, because honestly, I know this guy very well, and he's been my nemesis for a very long time. Okay, I'm happy I'm retired. I don't have to play him anymore.
So many beautiful victories in round 6 of FIDE Grand Swiss. I mean, truly incredible.
It has been an incredible day of action, and thank you very much, Angelica, for sharing us with. I mean, it was just insane. It was really, really good. Well worth replaying that game.
Sorry, but we have to quickly return to Vidit's game, because he's about to win. In fact, he's to move, and computer says he has a move after which the evaluation is not, well, numbers, but different numbers. Checkmate in 7 after bishop g3 to f2.
Okay.
Bishop f2, you're threatening rook g1 now.
I was going to say
bishop didn't notice this one.
Is also
bishop h2 is good, but bishop f2 would have been a checkmate because you're threatening this. Rook to the first rank doesn't help you because there are 2 rooks, and moving the knight runs into rook h5.
But throwing in the checks?
Checks, I don't think you can use checks in plural in this position because king drops to h8.
Well, okay, here.
So over here, bishop f2, and you, again, this doesn't.
So hang on a second. This is the idea that Demchenko will be thinking about in his game. So so right now, instead of the rook on, and now here, just for instance, he wants to go rook to d6. So he's going to throw
rook g1 checkmate. I'm reading rook g1 checkmate.
I forgot about that. Yes. Yeah.
I told you.
But in the game as well, I was.
Yeah, bishop h2. Now you can try to give a check on d7.
Okay, so
king h8, and now rook a7, a6 or a7. And I guess it doesn't matter because you go here, right? Or I think if you want to be flashy, then after rook a7, rook h5 would win, but bishop c7.
Very nice.
Bishop c7, and then there's no way to stop.
But we have a move, rook a3.
So check and rook a3, but now you go rook h5.
Rook h5.
Right? Now you go rook h5.
And it's game over.
Yep. Rook h5, and if not for this c-pawn...
It would be stalemate.
Not for the c-pawn. And rook h3 would be good enough for a draw. Can we somehow... I mean, just of curiosity, we go here, And we go here. We create the same position. I'm sorry to like do this little thing, stupid things, but here, yes, rook h3. If the c5 pawn is not there, rook h3 makes a draw. Rook h3, you gotta take, and then it's rook h7.
And we have handshake, resignation from Anton Demchenko, and it is FIDE that takes the point. In the end, it was just too difficult for Demchenko to actually hold on. And very nice game there from FIDE. Nice motif there at the end.
So
And
FIDE gets on +2. So he won his first game and then somehow got kind of stuck making draw after draw after draw. And then this is his second victory right before the free day. And
into the rest day, a happy man. And that means there's one game remaining in the top 20.
Which is, we know what game it is.
It is, but it's a fascinating endgame because White's task is so very obvious. It's just all about promoting the a-pawn and coordinating the rooks to create shelter.
Okay, king a6. And I tell you what, I think White will be moving the pawn to a5 in the nearest future. Because, look, you have a check, rook to c4, and then, now, with rook to c4, I'm letting my h3 pawn go. This is how I do it. I go this rook to c4, and let's pretend a5 is a big deal, right? So you continue with checks.
Yes.
And then I go to rook c6, and if you continue with checks, now I go rook c4. And if you were to attack my pawn somehow, I'll go h4, and it looks like next move is going to be a5.
Right. Also, I just wanted, again, another idea that Robert will have to be thinking about is these like rook slides over and pouncing on
G4, yeah, but then like what I'm doubting seriously is White's ability to kind of hide the king for real. Because yes, you'll be like getting with the pawn to a5 and maybe a6 and a7, but then with black king being safe, so no counter checks. And it'll be quite tricky.
I think so too.
It'll be quite tricky. We'll eventually get there. We'll eventually get there.
I think we'll be in for a lot of entertainment. But in the women's section, as I mentioned,
everything is finished.
Everything is decided. So let's have a look at the results of the day. As always, it was a day of drama for both the open and the women's section. So let's bring up the results.
Yeah, I don't know why I've switched to the games here. Let's just look at the results and let's stay
maybe we can check out the standings.
Let's stay with Kaima's game, right?
Let's follow what the camera tells us. I find that that's often a good idea, Miro. If the camera commands us to stick with Kaima, we'll do just that.
Right, like I'd love to show the kind of some even like ever so speculative variations where White actually gets there and wins, but okay, let's pretend I just stand still and you go a5 and I just stand still, pinning the rook, right? And you get there and I'm just trying to find the winning position, let's say. So you get to a7 and this is where I kind of have to give checks, right? Or, I kind of have to start giving checks and then go to a2.
And now the king.
This one's still not given that it's winning, right? King b7 and can give this check. Rook c7, I give this check. Rook c6, I give this check. Yeah, many checks. Or b3, right? And then this, and you go here, and in this, and I don't see the way.
No, because rook c8, queen takes rook.
Queen takes rook, right.
Well, Miro, some moves have been made. So it's
I'm trying to go back to live position. So queen e2. What was the mechanism? This rook to e4, to c4, pardon.
The problem with this mechanism actually is always demands that extra line for the king to cross.
Yeah.
And when you get to the edge of the board, there's no way for the king.
Yeah. So if there was an A9 square, we'd hide the king and then we promote the pawn on A8.
Yes.
Nice.
I mean, but because it's here, right? And you need...
Yeah. So we are saying that you can, let's say, extend all that, and I'll be like cooperating with black, right?
Yeah.
You can extend all that all the way to here and have rook on c6 and the king is safe.
Yeah.
But how do you make progress from there is a big question.
Okay, and so...
How do you make progress from there is a big question. Let's pretend somehow black cannot stop it. Black cannot stop it and this happens.
Okay, so I have one. So you go A7.
Yep, and black is waiting, I
Then
guess.
I go rook 8 C7.
And black is waiting.
King B7.
King B7, and I think
Now's the time for you to give your
E3 or B5. Yeah, say B5. Then you walk here.
King, yes.
Then I give this check, and you block like that.
Block it.
I guess I can even go Queen A5, right? But then maybe this is where you go here.
Rook.
Now I start struggling.
Hang on a second. Maybe
now you walk here. Now you walk here. You try to crawl on H8 and block with the rook.
Yeah, but also there's ideas of going H4, rook H7.
Yeah, H4 is
Checkmate.
fair. Yeah, but H4,
Although-
king will have to go to H5. I deliberately don't touch these things because I'm not sure where I want my pawn to be. Do I want it to be on H4? Or black could have played king G5 somewhere, so I just kind of left the king side for now. If we figure out, let's say we reach some position, we say, if only the pawn was on H4 or this or that, then we...
Okay.
Yeah, but I agree. H4 would be threatening. Yeah, with the pawn on H4, white would be threatening checks. Right, Queen E8 was played. So now is the time to move the A pawn, I guess. Or, yeah, I guess you do move the A pawn. That's what he's done.
And are you checking 70 moves? We still got 100.
140, right? No, wait.
120.
121.
Yes.
121.
To break yesterday's record.
Right.
Do you think this one's going to pass the 100 move mark?
I don't think. I hope it won't. No, 100 moves, yes. We said yes, right? For 100
We haven't
moves,
come
we
to a
said
conclusion.
yes.
Still got...
Yeah, it felt like it's something kind of realistic to pass move 100, but also, yeah, like now it seems very real, to be honest.
Yeah.
Now it seems very real.
Okay, so what's your prediction for how long this game will last in terms of moves?
Moves. Less than 100, yeah, okay, let me be on the safe side. So less than 140. Or
No,
it's
I'm
too
asking
much.
for
Yeah,
a
no,
number.
okay, you want a specific number.
Yes.
127. Exactly, or 7.
I was going to say 120. So, yeah, less than 140.
Let's agree on 123.
Okay, well...
23 and a half.
But hang on a second, it's 50 moves. Maybe this is going to be 110. 110 moves. I mean, I think...
So he'll kind of figure out that...
Yeah.
Don't know. So now wait. So now he played A5 and moved 71.
We still got
So
30
that means-
moves.
So no 30, not 30
I think
moves.
120 is a bit too generous. I think 100, maybe even 105.
But why? Why would white stop? Why would white stop playing it? I mean, he'd keep shuffling.
He's only
Right.
got 6 minutes left.
He can shuffle and get the bonus time.
Yeah,
He
that's
can
true.
shuffle around
Live
and
on
get the
increment.
bonus time.
30-second increments.
Is that the only game running? I have like a very, very serious question.
Is this the only game in progress? No, we have some other games.
We have some other games. So theoretically, we still have Goriachki now.
Wow, and do you remember that game that you showed us? long time ago.
Which one?
And you said, this is only move 50.
Ah, yeah.
And now, hang on,
Yuck.
pick that game. And I think you should ask chat and say, how many moves do you think they have played in this particular position? It's on game 26.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So it was move 50, and then they've exchanged the rooks.
Yeah.
So it could be move 55, no?
75.
Move 75.
Would you describe
When
this
was...
game?
Yeah, okay, I mean, they've exchanged the rooks, so that means, yeah. 50 moves rule is not in the operation.
This is the game between Bogdan Daniel Diak against Leon Mendonca.
And it's not clear who's playing for the win.
I have no idea. I think probably I would say black.
Maybe.
I would say just because of the
Just because
B5
white
and
has
C5.
very little time, right? Or
Yeah, but Bogdan Daniel, do not be influenced by the fact that he has little time. Whenever I have seen him play, he's always left himself with no time. He plays fantastic moves.
Right,
He's
fair point.
not even at the board. It's like he has to be physically away from the board. He gets to the board, makes his move as quickly as possible, and then gets up and leaves. It's quite remarkable, actually, that he's able to do that. I mean, it's such a unique thing.
Right, so he can go on this 30 seconds increment for a very, very long time.
Yes.
So there are other games in progress. I can see Ivan Saric playing against Yuri Kuzubov. Rather, Yuri Kuzubov having the white pieces against Saric on board 32, just to show what position looks like. And it seems... So there was, last move being c3, c4. What a surprising move, because it drops the pawn with a check. What's this move?
Well, he just wants
So I
to
guess
king
check,
B1.
he wants to go king b1 and to go rook c1
And then
next.
checkmate on c8, but
Yeah. But I guess black has check, king goes, and back to c2 or something, and your rook still can't enter. And if you take e6, you'd be the one checkmated. So I guess with both kings being so weak, right, and neither side can get both pieces to attack the king, it's probably a draw. It's probably a draw, but of course, still a lot of drama happening.
right. And
Kaima's down to 5 minutes meanwhile.
okay,
Kaima on board 11 is down to 5 minutes only. And he has played h4. He's running... No, I mean, this is not wise, what he's doing. He's made 2 pawn moves in a row. How he's going to make it to move 200? No, that's not what you do. Queen b8, look. And also, it's fascinating how, having all those checks, Hovhannisyan went queen b8. Like kind of locking the king in and not...
I tell you one thing that you mustn't do, just because I have a mean sense of humor. So you mustn't, as white, go rook b5 and rook b6 at the same time, because then you'll lock your king in to queen a8.
How do you do? Wait.
Yeah.
Black to move. So black shuffles, and you go
and
here, and black shuffles, and you go.
Go rook b.
By the way, you lose because of h5. Yeah, understandable. But if you were to go here, here, and here.
Oh no!
This is
This is not what is.
And this one also, I believe, has a name, but
It doesn't have a name.
this doesn't have a name. Come on.
This is.
How am I supposed?
Checkmate.
How am I supposed to take part in chess checkmate patterns quiz if this one doesn't have a name?
Well, you can give it a name. Well, the king has stepped.
One is on checkmate.
King has stepped up to h5, and this is interesting actually, because it could be a target.
If you go rook c5, that means the king cannot go back.
Well, this is the thing. Rook c8.
Oh, well.
Stepping up.
He decided, rook c8.
You're threatening rook h8, checkmate.
Right. So what we do is we go
Queen d6.
Queen b2.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know. So to be honest, I was thinking, hang on a second, I was thinking instead of rook c8, could he go with a check and take the pawn?
Yeah, it's possible. And then
You don't lose this rook, do you? So it's the only check available, and you go to b5, and next move you block with the rook.
Yeah, you block it with.
You block with the rook. But maybe you don't win either. So what happened was rook c8, queen to d6 check, and king to b5.
And now don't give a check on d5. You're going to find yourself with a block.
This one's not great.
So I am not keen on this king going to h5, and just because it makes checks
I guess
that little bit more difficult. I mean, it's not a losing move by any stretch.
So king b5, and in fact, he almost like uses this pattern from queen versus, queen and pawn, right? So counter checks to checks, right? So both kings on the same file, and then rook c5 will be a check.
Okay. Well, Robert is thinking how to continue. Should he step back with the king? Should he give some checks? We are going to go to the women's and check out today's standings and results, because dramatic day all round. The 4 co-leaders, they played each other. So let's check out the results first. And we see Katerina Lagno. She got a beautiful position out of the opening, but there were some twists and turns, but eventually she did win against Dinara Wagner. And joining her in the lead is Vaishali, who just seemed to play a very smooth game against Fatilieva. And it was also a bit of an upset on board 3 as Antonetta Stefanova defeated Tan Zhongyi with the black pieces. Draws for Bibisara and Damavova. And also Song Yusin against Giri Olga. And we have a whole load of decisive results where it seemed like the black players, they were the ones netting all the points. Maria Mazachuk.
A lot of wins with the black pieces, and from what I see, the standings is somewhat split. So you have 2 plays on 5, Vaishali and Lagno, and notably they already played each other. So they will be playing, don't know who plays whom, but with Goti and Antonetta Stefanova, who are the only players on 4.5.
Yeah, but look how many people there are chasing on 4
quite
points.
a lot of players on 4.
But when we return from the rest day, I mean, it is going to be a completely different mode, because this is the time for the players to start notching up those wins.
Yeah. That will be a lot of players. And especially during the free day, you get the chance to do some math, some planning, and a lot of players will understand. Wait a second, I have to score like 4.5 out of 5 if I want to have a chance, right?
Also, it's not really how you start; it's how you finish. And this is a really grueling tournament, high stakes. Every round is a tough opponent waiting for you. So it's going to be all about the endurance as well. A lot of players are these days just used to playing 9-round events. This is 11 rounds. We're in for the long haul. And look at this mirror.
Yeah.
Empty playing hall. I once played in a tournament where, and here is the current results of the round 6.
2 draws on top 2 boards. So Maghsoodloo remains in the lead. Anish, Giri. Well, actually, it's not like something changed. Well, the only change that I can see is Nihal Sarin winning joins the pursuers of Maghsoodloo, right? Because Maurizzi was on 4, Giri was on 3.5. So unless Maurizzi who had won, in which case he would equal in points with Maghsoodloo, it doesn't change much. So now we have Maghsoodloo on 5, and on 4.5 we have Erigaisi, Mishra, Bluebaum, Giri, and Nihal Sarin.
And but still, again, a lot of people pursuing on 4 points. And there at the top, that is the game that we are waiting for. Vincent Keimer, as he tries to press out the win against Robert of Anisian. And in the other one, we saw a lot of victories for black. Hans Niemann defeating Vohirov. Also, there was Shant Sargsyan beating Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. So somewhat of a mixed event for Maxime. But Yevgeny, it's all about how you finish, and we cannot stress that enough. These next 5 rounds that are happening after the free day is going to be the true test of a player's mettle. And here, there is the ranking list. Parham Maghsoodloo, he sees the lead in round 3, and he hasn't let it go just yet.
Yeah, but it's not yet fully updated rating list, right? Because we have this Kaima game playing.
Yeah, and interesting fact is that the average rating of all participants, the Open is 2640, the women 2389.
Wow, 2389. What would be your world's rating spot with 2389? Are you in top 50? No.
I think you are.
Yeah, maybe you are.
Yeah, because we've had a lot of rating deflation. So it's unbelievable. Players who were 2,500, they're now like 2,350.
Yeah.
And you can thank the juniors for this. Let's check in on Vincent Keimer against Robert of Anisian.
Not much has changed, to be honest. Well, so h4, king to h5, rook c8, and a check, and queen to d7, king h6 again, and white has played a6.
Yeah. And do you think that, you know, we're going to see h4, h5 at some point?
h4, h5. Only if you have the rook on c5, right?
You got to set up those tricks, but there's going to be a lot of checks along the way for Vincent Keimer to deal with. So, Mira, I'm going to put you on a spot, and we're going to come and make an assessment on this, because this game is probably going to go the full length of 7 hours, and I think we're just going to predict what is going to be happening, and then we'll be just closing out the show.
Queen f5. Well, what was our prediction? It's going to make it to move 100, right? It's going to be... What else? The pawn will reach a7. Is it safe to predict? The pawn, white pawn, is going to reach a7. Mm-hmm. Do we think it's going to be a draw? Do we think? I mean, it's a tricky question, right? It's a tricky question.
Well, I think it will go the full 7 hours. That much is going to be clear, because Vincent has a few moves at his disposal. He's just going to be
and he won't let it go.
A7.
Yeah, no.
Exactly. I mean, one thing we can be guaranteed is that the a-pawn will be reaching a7. And on the balance of probabilities, I think that we might be seeing a draw. What about you, Mira?
I still think there are chances, but yeah, Valisan seemingly defends pretty well, right? And we've seen the recipe. Well, it wasn't the same position, but it's a very similar recipe, right? You let the pawn go all the way to a7, and then you find your final perpetual check.
Yeah. Well, we are predicting it's either perpetual check or Vincent manages to press home the advantage and promote the pawn. But either way, this game is going to be going on, and it doesn't actually impact the standings, because
the very top, at the very least,
at the top, they are very clear. So, what an exciting day it has been here in Samarkand. Day 6, it seems that the players woke up and said, tomorrow is the rest day. Now is the time to fight.
Absolutely. So, what do? We wrap up the show and we see the guys
Well, we have to
day
announce
after
the player of the
tomorrow.
day.
But before that,
Of course, we have
you
to
have to
announce
pick up well, not the winners, but the players of the day.
players of the day, the players who had the most amazing games. And in the women's section, it was Antoaneta Stefanova for her victory over Tan Zhongyi. And in the open section,
I think it will be a biased opinion, but do we agree on one Hans Niemann?
It was a very real game, and it had some beautiful moments, and I especially liked it when he got the pawn to f2 and the way he took charge and managed to convert the point. Some very impressive chess there. Both players, incidentally, playing with the black pieces. And as we wrap up the show, as the storylines close for the day, we, of course, have to give our deepest thanks and gratitude to our co-organizers, sponsors, and partners whose support have made the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025 in Samarkand possible.
We thank the Uzbekistan Chess Federation, the Youth Affairs Agency of the Republic of Uzbekistan and Ministry of Sport of Republic of Uzbekistan for their dedication and leadership, as well as our partners, the Al-Malik Mining and Metallurgical Complex, Azerbaijan Airways, Uzbekistan Airways, pardon me. It's been a long broadcast. China Datang and AMEA Power for their commitment to promoting chess in the region and worldwide.
Absolutely. Without their support, we wouldn't have an incredible event like this. And it has been an absolutely thrilling day. So many fantastic games. And that brings today's action in Samarkand to a close. Tomorrow, remember, is a well-earned rest day for all of the players, the production team. But we're going to be right back after tomorrow's rest day. We'll be right back with all of the drama. So a big thank you to everyone for joining us and for following along. And before we sign off for good, well, take a look at the highlights of the day. Until then, goodbye.
Goodbye, and thank you, Joey.